The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
Yeah, especially when we look at that last game, right? There was no fear as they jumped into a lot of these team fights. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to bring something similar. But I do like the idea that we're seeing from SK is like, hey, we want to try and open up side lanes. We want to try and get irrelevant this early lead. We want to try and make something a little bit different happen. So we're not just playing into team fights all the time. We'll have to see then if that will continue here as we get into draft.
All right, Ivern and Rel still in the ban pool. Maokai as well as that Rumble were the next two for SK. I think that Rumble is a huge pick, especially when you consider Onuamne's impact on the champion. Tristana is a change now. So LeBlanc, Kai'Sa, Xayah, all champions that we've seen removed from the game. Options that one of them will be let through.
Yeah, I think a lot of this says, though, that they're like, okay, we probably might go back towards the Jace in the last, right, that we got in game number 1, because you've already removed the one of the AD options. Jace has kind of risen up, especially when you look across the LPL, as the other big answer for that. Xayah taken away as well. So we're probably going to see Kai'Sa first pick. Maybe you have SK going for that Maokai ban as well, just to make sure that they can round that out. But I feel like, yeah, Kai'Sa got to be the first lock in here for Patrick and see if he can have the similar impact they had in game number 1.
I mean, Patrick's W's in game 1 were fantastic.
Nasty.
He found so much damage in the back line, and then comboed with the Jace shock blasts. Once they had time to fire it off, really took over the game. So Maokai is open and available. Kai'Sa was going to be the final ban there from SK. And we've seen the impact that Maokai Ultimate has had across multiple games this weekend. Does Peach want to run that? What are some of the other priority picks that I'm missing? And I mean, Poppy's going to be one of them that Marcoon could pick again. It's something they've done in first rotation for both games this series.
Yeah, I'm curious if they just decide to take the Poppy away from Marcoon, or if they go towards, okay, LeBlanc going to be left open. So it is going to be the LeBlanc. I still thought we'd see the the Maokai come through, not Marcoon. So then they could try and play for team fight still, but I think LeBlanc has been incredibly strong. It's pretty much 100% presence across all regions that we've seen in 13-13. Even though we got the nerfs to Static Shiv, she can still go for something like the Minion Dematerializer, go for Static Shiv, and still have a ton of that push.
I mean, that LeBlanc has been banned by XL both games this series. They first pick it this time round. Certus now needs to decide what his counter will be. Played one game of Syndra this year. It was a victory. Hovered it in previous games this series. Now we'll have that as the answer to Abadage in the mid lane. Poppy or no Poppy? Maokai is open. It's a tough choice here because Maokai has found himself in the ban pool both games previously.
Yeah, I think it will be the Poppy. I think just with the way that they've been trying to play it, the flexibility that you have and trying to put on their side is going to be great. But they're actually just going to all in on the side lane. So they're saying, hey, look, the Jack's been left open. It was banned on the second rotation in the last game. And they were just like, no, we want to try and solidify this. So it seems they're happy enough to go either the Maokai or the Poppy as long as they get one.
And of course, we talked in game 2 about how SK have kind of leaned a little bit more into Irrelevant to carry the games, especially throughout the course of the past few weeks. His Jacks have been terrifying. Week 2, it was one of the big tools that unlocked that 3-0 for SK. And it'll be Peach taking the Poppy this time around. So Marcoon needs to decide whether he goes Maokai or goes something a bit more fun or different. And we're not going to have those, bot lane kind of priority picks that we've seen for most of the drafts this weekend. Phase 1 has tended to lean that direction.
I now want to see what the plan is though, because we're looking at AD carries still not taken away, but the two big picks in the Xayah and that Kai'Sa have been taken. So yeah, Poppy going to flex the top lane here. I wasn't sure if they were going to go for it, but I do like it into the Jax. Makes that matchup a little bit more difficult for the Jax and even to operate when it comes to team fights. But now I think if you take the Varus here for SK, or something along these lines, well then you're in a position where you can ban away 2 AD carries as well from XL. It means your jungle will take a bit of a hit, but what we've seen from Marcoon is he's perfectly happy to bring in things like the, well I was going to say like the Sejuani and Muumuus, all these sorts of things. So I suppose they're just going to go and say, hey look, jungle's going to be fine. We're still going to look towards the AD carries. Imagine ban away 2 of them, make sure that you can then pick up something for Exakick here. Especially when Exakick is shown he's happy to play the Ziggs. Maybe you just go for a full-on, we're just going to ban out all the AD carries we can think of.
I mean, in terms of the impact, that Ziggs would be another like AP sort of damage dealer. I wonder if they want to have something a bit more impactful, but very different look from both of the previous games this time round. I took a quick look at Odawamne's history on Poppy, 8 games over his career. I mean, he's sitting at like 600 nearly, so definitely not one that he has a ton of match experience on going into Irrelevance Jax. And it's going to be supports, in fact, banned away. I see your eyebrows furled. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So I think if Exakick goes for something like the Varus, because the Static Shiv, and you can also go for kind of like an on-hit version with it, you can still get a ton of control over mid-wave, and then you can still look to play through the Jax and side lanes. The other options, you're starting to kind of dip down. So like Aphelios is still up there, right? You still have the Jinx, but when you're looking at something like the Braum band away, you're probably on up a Nautilus pick here, and maybe they're trying to see the counter pick here on the AD carry, so you can see Nautilus taken there. It's just, it feels a bit strange when so many of the big AD carries like the Aphelios, the Kai'Sa, the Xayah are all taken away. So Ashe, hovered at the moment, have seen a little bit of play in the LEC, but definitely been a bigger pick across in the eastern region.
I had wondered whether or not Ashe would have been the pick there on red side 4 for SK. That comboed with the potential for the Syndra or the Jax could have been one of those safer initiation tools. It will be stolen away by Patrick. Combo that with the Poppy, combo that with the LeBlanc. Terrifying and limit. What does he want to run in combination with Ashe in this bottom lane? Dots ran the Nautilus in game 1. I thought it was a bit difficult for him to find targets to dredge line because of the front line that Exile had put together. And was, of course, the fact that they had those tanks. They had the fact that the Sejuani was there, the Gnar, the Braum, and there will be a Rakan to combo with Ashe in the bottom lane. Not a duo I was anticipating, but definitely not a draft that I was ready for either. Exakick, safety, if DOS wants to roam on the Nautilus, Ezreal at least can be left alone a little bit easier.
Yeah, and it's something that at least when you've got like the Arcane Shift and that, you can try and avoid some of the Crystal Arrows that are coming through. So it is going to be the Ezreal taken into the bottom side of the map. So I think kind of looking at this, although XL have decent setups, say for LeBlanc being able to play side lanes, they are edging towards more of the team fight style, but you don't really have a huge amount of the damage that comes behind it, right? LeBlanc kind of needs a little bit of time where she'll look for poke and prodding. Same when you look towards Ashe, which we've traditionally seen a Triforce build out of her. I think in this situation, you need to go a little bit more on hit so you can actually play for team fights. So it's actually going to be really interesting. I think a lot of this is going to be a case of, can SK play for poke with Syndra and Ezreal and let Jax do his thing on side lanes, or can you look for those big quick engages and picks for Excel off of Ashe arrows, the Rakan follow-up, and even the Maokai ultimate as well?
And who from Peach or Marcoon is going to have a bigger impact in the early game that could allow one of the teams to just snowball ahead, use those pick powers to pick up the objectives in the towers. This is the first time Exakick has run the Ezreal all year long. He's his third most played champion from previous experience. And reminder for SK, a win in Game 3 sends them on the road to Montpellier, gets them into the season finals. For XL, they want to stay in the upper bracket as long as they can, get themselves into the playoffs, get themselves closer to the finals, because they need a second seed at minimum. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, put your hands together. We've gone to Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of XL versus SK. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Let's take a look at any potential shenanigans at level 1. Nothing really afoot for now. I do recall a little bit of Engage from earlier in the series, but nothing has gone awry so far. And Dagda, I'm going to ask you to help explain to me, what do you make or what do you think of how Peach's early games have gone this series? I've obviously already shared, I think Marcoon has had a slightly bigger impact. But in comparison to what we saw from his series early in the weekend, look at that. In 93% kill participation, his Lee Sin games are phenomenal. Plus 1,100 gold, 4K plus 8. Now, obviously, the champions he's played today, not going to necessarily have the same ability to do so. But I think he's had less of an impact than his opposite number in Marcoon.
I think it's hard to call, because when I look at, like, Game 1, right, he had a Marcoon invading him from level 3 and immediately had everyone in his jungle and still managed to come out with a little bit for like 3 kills for Auto Omni, got some decent turnarounds, read it well. So I think Peach has actually had a really good, like, Game 1 went reasonably well. Game 2, I was kind of looking at Excel going, you guys don't need to do anything. You don't have pressure on you to do particularly much. So honestly, I think Peach has had a great series. It's just that it hasn't been required for him to massively step up. This game though, I want to see if he can try and play around Abbedagge in that mid lane. Maokai and LeBlanc, obnoxious if you can try and get that gap closer onto Certus. And especially as Abbedagge, we'll be just looking to take a couple of pop shots at Certus with this AD build. It means you've got a little bit of control there where Abbedagge can try and shove the wave, see if he can whittle down Certus himself. And
so many less tools available to Certus if he does get engaged on. That's Syndra, relatively low mobility. Patrick steps forward, Limit will go for the grand entrance. Flash already blown from Exakick as well as DOS, and none of those skill shots really tagging XL's bottom lane. Marcoon is in the area though, so if Patrick and Limit stick around, potential for him to come in behind. But that was great play, and I think Patrick and Limit's level 1 and level 2s all series long have generated some sort of advantage.
Ward is on the top side as well, so they know where Peach is. He's only going to be coming into the spot, so it's Marcoon's trying to get in ahead.
Limit's got no flash available to him. He's caught out by the Sejuani as well as the Nautilus. And first blood goes to Exakick on the Ezreal. That was fantastic from Marcoon. Abbedagge actually taking the worst trade here as he jumps into all of those Dark Spheres from Certus to Syndra.
So a couple of different things there. So you can see the ward that just timed out over the blue buff for Peach is the reason that Marcoon felt comfortable going for that aggressive play on bot side. He knew that Peach was going to be in the area, so gets in just ahead of us. As you can see there, Peach is walking over towards his Raptors. So Marcoon, really smart pathing in towards the pit, over the wall, and knows that it doesn't really matter because Limit has no way to try and escape this with the follow from DOS. So really good coordination from SK in the bottom play. And then in the mid lane, as you said, the fact you've got this electrocute, Xerxes has been able to consistently, at least the moment, land those skills to pop the electrocute and make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Abbedagge.
I think as well, for Abbedagge, knowing that Certus knows that Abbedagge is going to be looking for those auto attack trades, maybe has a little bit more wiggle room to land those Force of Wills and scatter the weaks. Marcoon again looking to jump onto Odo. Got that Hex Flash, immediately does so, and that's a stun connecting. Odo taken out by Irrelevant. 2 kills in about a minute here for SK.
So I might need to change my decision on who's had a little bit more of an impact, because now Marcoon on bot side immediately into the top lane as well, helping out Irrelevant. Marcoon is having a phenomenal early game right now, and the fact that he's not even falling massively far behind Peach as well just shows that this is now looking pretty scary for XL.
It is, but again, it's another game where SK demonstrate that they want to generate a lead through proactive plays. They're looking for the dives. They're looking to get in the face of XL. And it is Marcoon. I think in game 1, we both felt it might have been a little too much, a little too ham, as it were. But they slowed the pace down in game 2, had a very controlled, elevated advantage throughout the course of the game. And right now, off to another great start. Kill for X-Kick, kill for Irrelevant. You can see their teleport coming in as he rejoins the lane. A small roam from Limit as Patrick went for that recall and starts to buy shopping, and both of the supports will meet in the river. And let's keep an eye on Peach. First potential attempt in the top lane. Irrelevant's got that flash available. DOS is being backed up by Marcoon. Dredgeline will connect. Limit still flashless, remember. Not going to be able to jump out just yet, but does eventually fly over to Patrick. They're not done yet. I mean, Marcoon, from what we've seen, he's going to look for the dive.
Yeah, he definitely wants to try and look for this. They don't know where Peach is. He was spotted, I think, for a short while on a ward that's just in the tri-brush and top side. So with the time he had just reset on that, they know that he's probably going to be coming down. They're just going to look to zone, take the dragon, and get a play for themselves. But still, SK, they're the ones punishing on the map right now, and XL haven't really been able to find a response.
So in game number 2, it looked eerily similar to this. The few early kills and objectives going the way of SK. And once we got to the first big team fights, a couple of key abilities not having the right impact. And we were talking about that Baron fight and how Abbedagge's Azir ultimate didn't really prevent or help XL out. So what do we want to see from XL this time around? They cannot slowly let SK bleed them out of the map.
Yeah, and that, especially with the compositions they're playing, like, you want to try and look for picks, especially when Patrick's level 6, get control of the map. So a lot of this is going to be a case of getting Abbedagge to a point where he has the static shift, can very quickly clear waves, set up vision in the enemy jungle, and then just look to try and find people who are roaming around. If SK are able to keep up the pace of this game, though, and they're the ones making plays, they're getting dragons, they're starting to look for things like Rift Herald in a minute and a half, and they're getting towers, the area of control that XL actually have to make those plays starts to shrink and go more in favor of SK. So keep our eyes on Marcoon. He wants to, it looks like, go for another play onto this top side. I
think in my head, I'm a little bit more afraid of the very late game from SK's comp, with the Ezreal, with the Jax. The one that will be the target. LEC kick is being dove in that bottom lane. Odo manages to survive for now to keep his verdict for just enough time. DOS now roaming in from behind. Peach not able to find any opportunity. So another attempt on Odo. He survives this time round, only behind 300 gold. Just that kill separating them. Dredgeline connects onto Patrick. Limits can jump away, flashes as well. Damage back onto Exekick, who's got no mana. And Limit escapes with his life. That was very, very close. Neither team finds the kill.
That Sheen proc would have been the end of Limus with the Mystic Shot coming through, but not quite able to get any of the damage down. The big thing, though, is as well, Odoame losing that big wave on top side means that he's actually going to fall further behind Irrelevant as well. So you're still getting these big wins coming through for SK. And at the moment, if Marcoon can actually get in towards mid lane now as well, Xerxes having that ultimate available, and with the amount of times he's been able to poke and damage Abbedagge, I think they're in a great spot if they can finally fix mid lane as well. This is SK taking over.
Of course, the one thing that they do need to be a little bit wary of, Patrick's Hawk Shot, information that could be incredibly useful for XL. Did feel that their warding previous games was a little shallow. XL at least grouped up this time round. They've got Limit nearby. And unfortunately, Abbedagge is going to be late to the party. No teleport available for him. Rift Herald has been started. Do SK fancy a challenge? waiting for the rest of the members to come up. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available for Patrick. Certus coming from behind, flanking with his team. Ash Arrow connects, the follow-up is good, and they turn away from the Herald. Great play from XL. They get the objective, they get the kill, and it lands in Patrick's back pockets.
I'm surprised by how many members of SK actually started to walk up towards that, because you can look at bot side. XK is like, oh no, DOS.
Ooh, the engage from Peach gets away from the dredge line at least. Unleashed Power does some, scats as well. Wilbur stun up multiple members, and so does the Counter-Strike. That's Limit left for dead. And SK are not done yet. Flash available for DOS if he needs it. Manages to catch out on the minion that actually was thrown forward by Certus, but SK punish XL and find themselves 2 more kills. If Patrick sticks around, he could be in trouble. The only reprise that XL have is Abadage pushing that middle lane.
That was the problem though, because Abadage was pushing the middle lane, he's not there for the play on top side. We'll end up finding Markuna's going to take the majority of the wave mid, so that's still fine. Certus might catch him as well, actually.
Abadage's got that flash, got that distortion, is stunned up, is scattered, is taken down by Certus. 2-0-1, 2,000 gold lead, and SK are just destroying XL.
Yeah, the cracks were starting to show, but now the vase has been entirely shattered. The play on top side, you got a 700 gold lead there now for a top lane. Now you're looking at a massive lead in the mid lane, plus all the plates and the extra minions that were sent in the bot lane tower. Across the board, SK now are in the lead. I mean, you look towards things like Dragon in a minute's time, they're just going to get to abuse the fact that they should have a lot of these first items completed. This here, really nice job. You get the Ash ult, you get the pick, get the job done. Fantastic, get it. Now hop out. You can see Abadage's already moved back to mid lane, and that's why SK are like, cool, we can actually go for this. Peach is thinking, I can move into top side, find a pick, and immediately use this Rift Tower to get some damage onto the tower. But the follow-up here, Certus ults to get so many of those spheres on the ground to follow up, and it's a great little play from SK, reading that XL had just gone greedy for that mid lane wave with Abadage.
Yeah, huge credit to the observers there, highlighting that Peach didn't have any vision beyond that tri-bush, so stepping forward, the rest of the squad was not close enough to him, wasn't with him, so Peach ultimately got run down before he had backup. Certus has been trading with Abadage for a while. Abadage initiated that, used the ultimate, and is now being forced back. He's down 700 gold because of the kills and the assist that Certus has secured for himself, and with the Dragon now spawning, SK have got the HP advantage, the positional advantage, and almost a bonus kill onto Abadage. So this will be Dragon number 2 at 11 minutes, and highly doubt anyone can contest.
But it's also the fact that Abadage, because he tried to clear the midway, or the river ward, is actually going to be late on the reset here. So SK, they're going to move to mid and use the fact that, well, there's no LeBlanc here, so we get another turret plate. So not the kill, but turret plate, Dragon, and now a play on bot side. Peach is trying to cover.
Okay, can SK punish once again? Marcoon's moving forward. He's got the ultimate available. Rift Herald was just dropped, and be able to just get that charge off.
It won't get it.
Be able to, as fighting the minions, in fact. So this is going to be a wasted opportunity. That objective that looked so good for them earlier on, maybe not going to be able to benefit. Let's find out timing-wise. Keep an eye on the mini-map. The teleport is being channeled to the top lane for Irrelevant, so he's going to look to defend the tower from Odo Wamde. And at least they did get a couple of plates. They've clawed back some of that gold. But do they stick around too long? Does Limit get punished again? That's Marcoon over the wall. Doesn't find the Arctic Assault. He's still got the ultimate available. Patrick instantly cleanses out, and it's another summoner spell used. Another advantage for SK for whatever objective they're going to fight for next. Maybe in 2 minutes, looking at that next Herald.
But I'm looking at the mid lane tower for the moment. Limit going to be able to sidestep, but you can get the shove in mid. Wasn't sure if they're going to stick around for a plate or even just roam up to the top side. You can see Irrelevant, no flash, very overextended, but XL instead going to just back away. So I think that's a bit of a missed opportunity. As Certus, you see the damage that this Syndra's starting to do.
That ward that was in the tri-bush, just allowing him to poke down XL. The information that SK are working with, I think, is just allowing them to make play after play across every single lane. That's generating them advantages.
And this is a much more confident game from SK. Marcoon in particular, this is a composition where you can play that hyper-aggressive style that we got from game 1, but have your lanes able to set you up, right? You've got the Nautilus there, you've got the CC from Certus, Irrelevant having the Counter-Strike as well. So I think this is where you're starting to see this is what SK would like to be able to play and try and play this more aggressive style. And it's starting to come to fruition. DOS as well now opened up with the Ezreal now in the mid lane to start leaning up towards this top side every time they get the shove in mid.
Of course, the SK squad with the lead they have, they've demonstrated against both Fnatic and XL in game number 2 that they can play the map well enough to close it out, not fumble the ball in the late game. If they do that, they get themselves that 4th spot in the season finals. Now they do need to respect the fact that both Jax and Syndra, if they are the target of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow or a Maokai attempted gank, they can be taken down, but it's going to be up to XL to make those plays, to find those opportunities. Right now, it doesn't look like they have had the answer in game number 2, where their comp never found those front-to-backs that could really demonstrate what they wanted to do. And this time round, they are being pushed further and further back. They're in some trouble here, as Abadage or at least dodge the scat of the week. Peach can come in. No teleport for Irrelevant either. Nature's Grasp should be pretty good. Forces the flash and still gets tagged just on the tip. Engage once more and Certus will go down. Kill should be secured by Abadage. The first of the game for him, and importantly, one of the most fed members there for SK.
Yeah, you can see that SK were thinking of trying to answer for this bot lane play, but they're immediately just going to move up towards the Rip Tower instead. So XL getting something back as SK are going to be able to get the Rip Tower. But I'm just curious how much they can get onto the mid lane turret as well, because SK, they have so much control of the map, despite the fact that XL got that play on bottom side. This is still going to be SK favorite.
It is, and I think importantly, this time around, 7 plays to 6, much more balanced than game number 2. What I would like to see from XL is a couple of different plays from the playbook. In the previous game, especially from this 15 to 20, 25 minute period, they tried to go multi-man dives on whoever was standing at that top outer turret. It allowed SK to pick up objectives in other lanes, pick up farm, pick up more advantages. And we just saw that again there onto Certus. So if they keep committing resources and allow SK to cross-map or pick up something on the other side, that was ultimately something that hurt them heavily.
I like the idea though from XL, because a lot of their composition is like, look, we want to try and look for picks, and this was something that they did manage to find. It does get a tower down, it does open up bot lane, and then they can now start to lean into this bottom side jungle. The problem is, as you say though, like the cross map is going to be so valuable for SK, where they get their own tower. They don't get a kill, but they get the Rift Tower to now open mid. And after this, SK get to play it very slow. They can push in these waves nice and neatly, start to creep that vision further and further into XL's side, and just make it difficult for XL to look for picks. Now with Dragon up as well, XL are kind of forced to look for a fight. And
importantly, the gold difference between the squads has shrunk fairly significantly. A lot of that gold from both the farming, the plates, the tower has helped out. XL are inside the river first. They've got at least one ward directly underneath SK's feet and another just to the right of the blue buff. Abadage is trying to bait out some damage, some abilities. He's used that distortion in the chains. Crystal Arrow is there for Patrick. Keep your eyes on it. When does he fire? Irrelevant is starting to recall. I think they may just be conceding this dragon, but Marcoon stepped a little too far forward. He is focused and he is shut down.
TP as well.
Now Irrelevant is TPing into the river after a member of his team has already died. He does get poked some damage, but is able to leap away to safety. The rest of XL looking for another target. Dredge line from DOS goes forward, but there's just not enough damage to take down Oda Wande. Unfortunately for them, Peach sticks around in the jungle for too long. He is dropped. Abba's trying to find the angles, but he's only got really that static shift for now. Needs a little bit more time, a little bit more items to be able to have a larger impact, but that was good play from XL.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to get into river first, control the area around the dragon, stop SK from stepping too far forward. You can see the lack of vision was really coming back to bite them, and Marcoon face checking into it, sets up perfectly. And this is where it's like, okay, XL, they're in a fantastic spot. You turn onto the Jax, try to burst him down, but they're not quite able to get the kill onto Irrelevant because he's already got the counter-strike going. But this is really nice from SK. They're like, play for the choke, play for the choke. As long as you can get that CC across several members there from the Syndra, you have a chance to try and turn this. So they do get one back, but then Abadage is just in a perfect spot to keep poking away at them and prevent them from coming in further.
I mean, give him another item there, and that may have been a second kill, potentially third. I love the fact that from XL, neither Patrick nor Abadage were really under threat at all. Odawame baited out so many abilities and done so much damage, still manages to flash away with his life. Remember that he's been the recipient of a lot of ganks from Marcoon. He's still down 1,000 gold from Irrelevant's Jax, but in the team fights, I definitely think I have a little bit more concern for what a Poppy could do than maybe this Jax. However, in the side lane, like we're seeing now, this is the way Irrelevant wants to be playing. He's got himself that Sundra already. He's got a level advantage, and right now the numbers are not under any threat. You can see XL grouping up towards the top lane turret. They're not going to look for that dive just yet, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, the dog from Undertale, where
Yes.
they come in, it's like, oh yeah, it's Poppy in a side lane, and then she gets the team fight, and suddenly she comes out in the armor and everything else. That's kind of the way we're going to be looking at it, because Irrelevant can just ignore Poppy, honestly, in a side lane at the moment. The damage is not there. You're not really going to be able to take Irrelevant down, so you can see he just takes the tower, says, I don't really care that Odoamne is here. So as XL, you need to find ways again to force these fights, but with Dragon up for 3 minutes, you're totally fine here as SK to continue pushing.
I mean, I think for XL, need to get some more gold to both Patrick and Abadage. It is, in fact, Peach with the biggest advantage, player versus player. Limit is the first focus here. The tower stays alive just a few moments longer. 1-for-1. Make that a second as the tower now falls. Peach is being chased down as Abadage's got the mobility. He's looking for Certus, and Odo's chasing with him. Exekick and Irrelevant a little too far away. At the end of the day, it's 2 for 2, but the towers have fallen in the middle lane. And Odoamne is now being pushed back. Exekick and Irrelevant can take a second tower after this team fight. Odo's going to be interrupted from that Poppy W. Odo's looking for more. Can they find any more damage? The answer is no. 3 kills to XL, 2 towers, and 2 kills to SK.
Yeah, so at least you get more map control here for SK, but it's a good response from XL. You get the immediate Rift Tower coming down. XL are in a great spot here to flank from that top side. So even though they get Patrick, Certus can't really follow up or get close enough because XL immediately go for the engage. And then this is where you're in a better spot. Abadage is putting pressure onto the back line. Odoamne is coming in from another angle. It makes it very hard for SK and their back line to really set up in a safe spot. And that's where they're able to find some success on the back, but on the top end of the map.
Right, so another attempt there onto Certus, who's trying to defend the top tower. He's got some backup from DOS, but it looks like Limit's making his way up as well. I think crucially, with 1.5 minutes until the next Dragon, and the fact that Baron is up and available, no sums for Exekick, no flash for Patrick, and Certus is going to need to hold on to that for the inevitable engagement. What will the priority be? This is not an important Dragon for either team.
Still though, I like what we're seeing from XL. They're like, right, we now have tempo advantage. Reset quick before we hit the minute mark, try and get back out of the map, and try and look for picks before you have SK coming back out of the map, or at least get the vision control so you can attack SK before they hit the objective. And at least for the moment, looks like that might be in the bot side here against the Relevant.
The question is, how do they deal with this Jax in the side lane? The answer right now is 2v1. I'm just going to throw down that Grandmaster. This is jumped on by Abadage, rooted in place, and this is just a beautifully played 2v1. Eventually more support comes in. The kill goes to Abadage. He's 4-1 and 2. He's got himself that Night Harvester as well, and with 30 seconds to Dragon, that's nearly perfect timing to at least gain control of the area. They find another kill. That's at least another engage onto DOS, who is shut down where he stands. Limit's quickness is held in place by the prison, but Irrelevant does have a TP, 20 seconds. I don't think SK want to contest this. It's the second Dragon, but it's XL with a good play that leads to the neutral objective.
They are playing so well to their comp strengths, making sure they get out on the map first, making sure they can find these quick picks. That's 2 people down now, and you cannot approach this as Marcoon. Even though he wants to try, XL will destroy you if you walk in here.
Just remember that there's none of those very big engage ultimates for XL. SK fancy it. They don't want this fight. They back out despite potentially thinking about it. That will be the second Dragon secured. So in 22 minutes, we're about as even as we can be. It is 2 towers to 4, but 2 Dragons apiece. Gold is even for now. SK have made more aggressive work on the towers, but XL are currently the team with the momentum.
That's the big one. The fact that you have this momentum means that for XL, you can get it back into the map, start to control the waves, try and prevent Irrelevant from getting access to these tier 2 towers. He's just completed the Hull Breaker. He's all in on split pushing and making sure that he can beat Odoamne at any point in time. So for SK, if they can try and push back, try and get some vision, threaten Baron a lot, they're going to be in an okay spot. For XL, they want to try and find the stragglers, prevent people from being able to set up properly and stay in this grouped up punch, which at the moment, SK, fishing for Abby.
They are indeed. Ooh, that distortion was so incredibly close. DOS almost connected with the dredge line. I think we have to consider at all times, what is the answer for Irrelevant's Jax? It's going to need, I think, multiple members. I think this Poppy can buy some time, but ultimately not really the greatest match. And I think for Odoamne, The fact that he had Abba helping him just a moment ago, that was good. But Abba also needs to be with the rest of the squad, trying to poke out and prevent SK from getting more objectives.
Yeah, and this is where you're on a push-pull kind of schedule here. You want to push in if you're XL and threaten down onto Irrelevant, so he can't actually try and play the map. But if you ever end up giving over that control, that's where we can actually have the reverse happen, where instead it's Irrelevant who shoves in bot and is suddenly finding access on towards like Patrick in the back line. And now this is where I want to see how XL are going to manage this. A lot of it, I think, is what they're doing right now. Push in top, group on mid, get this mid lane turret down, and then it becomes way more difficult. But there's that TP from Irrelevant.
Irrelevant looking for the flank opportunity. Odo does have his TP available, and it'll take some time before the rest of the backup is there. Abba goes forward to the W, jumps right back out, and SK unable to close the distance to find the angle just yet until Peach gets caught out as he's inside the jungle. Nature's Grasp is holding down members of SK. They didn't have Certus, they didn't have Exakick, so they weren't able to find that kill.
They did have a big stun though, which meant that they were able to get out of there. Irrelevant though, no flash, no TP, and XL, they just got this space in front of Baron.
Oh, do they commit to this? Are they looking for the fight? No arrow, no Nature's Grasp available to them. Exakick trying to poke on the side lanes, and Irrelevant is coming all the way from base. No TP he used it just a moment ago. Abbedagge is hopping over the wall, trying to be a nuisance and distraction. That's the engage from Odo. He's managed to find Margoon, but it's all of a sudden the scatter the weak and the unleashed power that finds the kill onto Patrick. But Abbedagge still remains mostly healthy, mostly alive. He needs to deal with the Jax, he needs to deal with an Ezreal. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of XL, but that was scary close.
But how many times have we started to now say this? It's one extra kill for XL, it's one more tower for XL, it's one more step forward on the map for XL. SK, they had the control, but they try to make this play happen, but as you say, they're just not really in a position. Irrelevant is still coming from base, great flank position from Limit. Abbedagge is putting a ton of threat onto Exakick this whole time, and it's a brilliant 1-2 combo between Odo Omne and Limit, which decimates the front line and then sets up for the follow-up play here.
I mean, when you think about this Poppy, during the early game, got ganked, got bullied, got pushed away from his tower, and now has found multiple meaningful engages. Bear with me for a moment, because I think when we look at Odo Omne and we look at his career, this is the player that I'm expecting to step up. It's the third most games out of anyone in the LEC. He's got the 5th highest amount of wins, the 3rd highest amount of solo kills, and frankly, I think he's been singled out, he's been focused. A lot of attention was given to him. Marcoon's ganking. Irrelevant was set up to carry. Now, multiple times at the Dragon, at the Baron a moment ago, it's his engages on this Poppy that have kept XL those inches ahead that give them those extra kills.
Yeah, and it's the fact, as you say, look, he can fall behind gracefully, and there's not many players that are able to do so and still have this massive impact. Limit tries to see if he can get onto Exakick, but I think that's the beauty of what Odo Omne brings. He can pop off on things like the Rumble, like we've seen, but it's also able to lead from the frontier on these tanks. Now setting up here a Peach on the side, that's going to be the ultimate coming across. They really want this mid lane tower, but they're just not having that control that they need. Look at where Abbedagge is. He's trying to put the presence on towards the top lane tier 2, but you're not really syncing up here as XL.
It's not, and Abbedagge is going to be running into multiple members of SK. It's 20 seconds until the Dragon, so if XL try to focus that one down, do SK fancy themselves a shot at the Baron right now? Kind of split in the river, in the mid lane. Dragon is only up in 10 seconds. Crystal Arrow is available, so if XL find a straggler, they can look for that pick.
SK are trying to play for the Baron off of this. You know Peach has no ultimate, and that's such a big engage tool.
I think it's going to take a long time for this comp to take down Baron. Obviously, Irrelevance in there can be helping out, and 5 members, but it's definitely not the same as what we saw earlier this series.
Ashult
will tag up, at least they're onto Exakick, but XL do not want to engage. It would have been a 4 versus 5, and they're allowing Patrick to pick up at least the Dragon. 3rd of the game, they thwarted the Baron. They managed to get themselves one step closer to Soul. They've unlocked the mid tower, and it's XL now a couple steps ahead of SK in the bigger picture, the macro game.
And we talked about this being Brain versus Brawn coming into this, where SK were the ones that have played the map smart against Fnatic. Whereas when we looked at XL, it was very much a, hey, we're going to just keep punching you and over again in mid lane. This game, though, has been XL taking some of those punches in the early stages, biding their time, and now finding moments where they can strike back on the map, finding picks in bot lane, working off of Abbedagge and Patrick, and you can see the results. XL are getting control of this game, but Peach needs to run.
Peach once again the target, a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team. Many members of SK should be able to run him down. Can XL do anything in reply? Limit has got the quickness, has found the engage. Abadage jumps forward, but that's a second kill secured by SK. Exekick will be able to use that E to get away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Not tagged this time, and Abadage looking for the chains, can't find it. Peach got punished by SK's move. And unfortunately, as Limit tries to save him, it's now 5 versus 3. No jungler, no smite. SK, luckily for XL, not many objectives to fight for unless SK look at this Baron with 20 seconds before Peach is alive.
Yeah, they need Exekick here though. They're an artillery cannon at the moment and it lands on Odo.
Ooh, Odo gets caught out by Scan of the Week, forced to use that flash. Abadage's got so much damage. Third item, Void Stop, was completed, and you see the burst onto SK.
This is the thing though, when they have Certus only, they need to reload, they need to get the cannon ready, and they'll do a ton of damage, but it's a while before they get that combo up and available again. So XL, they're just trying to play around that. They look to push them out, prevent them from actually being able to capitalize on Peach being down and going for the power.
This is so incredibly tense. And again, take a look at the minimap. The rest of XL in the mid lane making their way up. So fortunately, Peach just gets jumped on. Once again, the ward from SK was great.
And lack of vision for XL playing a part. The fact they don't spot the teleport coming in, but this is where you can see, because you get a bunch of damage from Abadage onto Exekick, he's now out of the equation. So you're basically waiting as SK to try and play for some of these picks off of Certus' combos being back up. So they're just trying to push them back. Now SK though, striding forward again. There is a bit more vision for XL on their own top side jungle. But they see that Odo is in the bot side. SK should start Baron to just try and bait out this TP, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Right, Odawamne, when does he pull the trigger? There's the ward. Vision is great, yeah. And XL have got a couple of options behind the pit, in front of the pit. Abadage needs to get through that Banshee's Veil. Dredgeline connects onto Limit, who runs away for his life. Prison's thrown out. Nature's Grasp is much better than the Sedge ultimate, and all of a sudden it's XL on the offensive. They've got themselves one already. Irrelevant's running for his life, and Exekick has got the long-range poke. But that was just a significantly better, higher impact ulti from the Maokai. Abadage gets jumped on, caught out, and Irrelevant doesn't have the range just yet. Certus has used the Unleashed power. The members of XL still keeping that Baron aggro. Irrelevant needs to find the stun, needs to find the CC. But Patrick, as well as Abadage, are still relatively healthy. They keep poking and prodding. That's Exekick chunked out to 30%. Irrelevant's finally found Abadage, but now on the reply, Odawamne is looking and finding Exekick. The Baron's about to fall in favor of XL, but SK are relying on Irrelevant. He's got too many members to deal with. It's XL finding kill after kill, and the Baron to boot.
The fact that they managed to get Exekick on the back of that fight, Odawamne sneaking his way through the goalpost, is absolutely insane. Exekick falls, XL get the Baron, and they get so much control in this game.
I am absolutely exhausted by the action in the series, but another example of how SK are approaching this kind of series, this opponent. They want to win through finding picks, through finding those fights.
And Abadage has been such a nuisance. He's been playing this LeBlanc so incredibly well, jumping in, getting little bits of pieces of poke down, making sure that he's drawing attention, and SK can't really step up to the pit. The second that they do, that's when XL actually burst it out, turn onto the fight, and again, Odo just managing to slowly whittle, or sorry, to finish off the slow whittling that Abadage has been doing. Is incredible. Now the ult.
Asharo connects, but that was fairly well buffered. Unfortunately, there's too many members of XL close by. Markun throws out the ulti and it doesn't do enough. The Nature's Grasp is zoning away and held Certus just in place, or popped his Banshees rather, for Patrick to find another. 3 members are down. Baron-empowered minions are pouring into the base, and XL are on the verge of securing this series, securing the win, and keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, they'll be able to continue pushing forward. There's no minions at the moment, though, but they're still going to keep hunting. Odo really wants to get this. The cannon minion is the only thing that's left alive.
Odawamne and XL, the journey this year has been wild, and as the Nexus turrets are falling, XL are going to be one step away from the season finals. With this win, they guarantee a minimum of 3rd. If they win one more BO5, they go to season finals, the road to Montpellier. Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires,
Welcome everyone to the LEC 2023 Summer Playoffs live from Berlin, Germany. Today we kick off the first best of fives with a battle for the first spot in semifinals next week as G2 Esports and Excel will fight on the Rift today. I'm Laure and I'm joined by Broxa and GB, the Danes. How are you guys doing? How hyped are we for these playoffs?
We're super hyped for playoffs. It's been gearing up to be very exciting in terms of placements of these teams and much more we'll dive into, but I can't wait to finally get started with today.
Especially, hopefully, seeing some very high-level League of Legends, because while the previous days were exciting, and there was some crazy stuff going on, and not in a good way, whereas today, hopefully, you know, we're going to see some spice, some action, some smart macro.
I mean, that's the hope here, at least, but we had some surprises so far in the group stage. Teams improving as well, and I feel like we're going to have I hope we're going to have a bigger matchup today because G2 Esports have looked really, really dominant. Excel is on the rise as well, so hopefully we can have some surprises here. But before we talk about this one, let's rewind a bit and recap what happened in the group stage, as with Heretics and Fnatic winning yesterday, that is the end of the road for Vitality, who will join Astralis as the two first eliminated team in the summer.
Oh yeah, it's a bit of a disaster for Vitality. Obviously, just finishing 10th, not the best for them, but also then in terms of the teams that they did not want to got good, and then all of a sudden they're just kicked out with these rises of a 10th, 9th, and 8th place teams from earlier season. So yeah, pretty crazy for Vitality not seeing them.
And really sad when I mean, we won't see them until 2024, and we'll see what happens with the roster, Broxa, because this roster was built for success, for finals, for first place, for Worlds, and won't be doing either, actually. And we'll see what happens with these players.
Well, we're seeing it time and time again, pretty much every year. There's one team that's expected to come in and be a super team that just fails, because at the end of the day, having players that are really strong on paper only matters to a certain extent. And, you know, we've seen a lot of surprises. The likes of Astralis, SK, BDS are all really dominating, and that meant there's no spot left for Vitality all of a sudden.
The curse of the super teams, but also the rise of teams that we did not expect, given the way they started the year. And if we look at the LEC playoffs bracket here, as we said, we're going to kick off with G2 versus Excel as the first best of 5 we have. But next Friday, because next week will start on Friday and not on Saturday, as you guys have been used to for the remainder of the season, we will have Heretics and Fnatic, two teams who were on the verge of elimination, who thought they were back into the playoffs, GB.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that one of them will have to say goodbye here with how good of a regular season they've actually had. And that matchup is certainly one I'm looking forward to. No chances. Winner gets to go forward and hopefully even further into season finals. But someone's streams is going to be made on Friday, and someone's stream is going to be broken on Friday.
And that's the difficulty of the format we have, Broxa, and how ruthless it can be. Because yes, you can make the best efforts, you can write down the finish line, but as GB said, someone is going to be heartbroken next week for sure, even though they made the best effort to save summer.
Well, it's also worth noting that for both of these teams, it's actually crazy to think about them even being here at this point, because both Fnatic in particular, Excel, even Heretics, they didn't have the greatest starts so far this year in spring and in winter, but all of a sudden, all of them look so good. They found some, you know, roster changes and things within the team that has made them really reach the next level. And I'm curious to see if one of these miracle runs could potentially go all the way.
And they have 1 week to get ready for best of 5, and Jankos was telling us yesterday that he's actually really, really hyped about playing a best of 5 like this. But before that, we have to focus on G2. Unlike other teams, I feel like GB, it's the only team who stayed consistent, but also kept on improving and getting stronger.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of teams were busy playing catch-up to G2, but even while they had that time to play catch-up, G2 had the time to improve on themselves, and they did so, not just through picks, but also just through their gameplay and their macro. They have been the most dominant team in Europe.
But also through picks, and this is something you want to talk us through here with a specific one from the bot lane, from our dear Hans Sama. We're going to talk about which ADC? Talk us through this.
I mean, I want to take a look at a specific one we've been seeing from Hans Sama recently, which has been the Kalista. Now, I saw some comments online with the Kalista, why G2 has suddenly started to pick it. Someone was talking about the changes that came in on 13-11. And saying it was because she suddenly had better scaling with some of her AD ratio changes. But I wanted to go through some of that and kind of highlight the patches more, what it actually did to Kalista, and hopefully shed some light on why G2 is picking it. So let's start with some changes that actually happened. The attack damage went down from 66 to 61, and the attack growth was also nerfed. But in turn, her passive used to do 90% of total AD damage. It now does 100% instead. So the auto attack started doing more damage with your AD scalings. Now on your rend instead, it went from 34 base to 24 instead. But the AD ratio was also up, so it's now 45% on an AD ratio, to which used to be 40.6%. So that's what you need in terms of notes. Let's have a look at the in-game scenario we had. We had a scenario where Hans Sommer was level 13. He had these items that you can currently see on your screen. And you can see the AD now pre-patch 13.11 and post-patch 13.11. With the old AD growth, it was actually higher with 185. Now it's 174 on this patch. The passive damage, on the other hand, went up. This was what your auto attack did back then. Now it actually does what the total AD you have, of course. But let's have a look at the rend stacks then. Because back in the day, it would do 109 with one rend stack when this time in the game with 5 points in your E. Now it would do 102 instead. So let's say you had 10 rend stacks, 1,091. Now, post-patch, it would do 1,025. So in total, as you can actually see when you have it with 10 autos as well, and we go all the way down to the total damage, it barely actually changed in the scenarios that we saw. It's a 20 damage difference. And what's really crucial to know as well is that Kalista doesn't actually itemize too much AD. She builds attack speed for the most part, as you can already see in the build. So let's go into some of the gameplay. How does he make it work then? Because it barely changed at this point in time, and G2 rarely gets to the late game as well. Well, I'll tell you why it works. It's because it's literally Hans Sommer. It's because this is the guy that have played Kalista for ages, that displays the mechanics, going over walls and take the champion to the fullest potential instead. It's also a champion that helps play towards G2's strengths. They want to go in. They want to accelerate on all the early game leads they can get. And with that, they can just throw Mickey in or let Mickey go for more aggressive plays where he's sometimes maybe inting, but can always be pulled out. And we see this multiple times when they play the Kalista. Even if the fight starts badly, they're able to out-team fight themselves. In this scenario, Adam was incredibly fed on the Olaf, but once again, Hans Sommer back and forth over on the wall, make sure that he can play the team fight cleanly, once again utilizing the champion to the fullest potential. So, in total, why has this actually then become so good for G2? Well, it's just because Hans Sommer is good. It has nothing to do with the patch. It's the way G2 plays around it, and that's it. Now, on the other side of the rift today, Excel is aiming to defy expectations once again. So let's talk to the brains behind the team, as Trouble is standing by with Hidon and Cass.
Thank you very much, Schoolwalk. I'm sitting here with Hidon and Cass, the coaching staff for Excel. Welcome, guys, to the couch, and thank you for joining me on the interview. You know what? Cass, I have to come to you first. You're wearing a Mad Lions tie. Why?
I have to continue the legacy. I mean, Mad Lions is out, but Mad Lions is not out of me, so I'm here to continue.
Oh, that's really sweet. Now, Hidon, of course, came into the team, had to restructure the team. First week comes by, 0-3. First thoughts after this first week?
Yeah, I mean, after 0-3, you don't feel good, but this time when we went 3-0 or 0-3, it didn't feel the same as last week, or not last week, last split. Last split, when we won games, it didn't really feel deserved in any way. But we went 0-3 this split, and it felt like we could have won all the games, and we were playing really, really bad. So I wasn't too worried. But of course, like when you go 0-3, you feel like you question all the decisions you made. And Cass and I made a good plan on what to do moving forward, and yeah, it paid out.
Well, since you were part of the plan, of course, Cass, we had a little interview that week and you were like, I'm really stressed, coming back to EU, getting into Excel. First week doesn't work out. What do we do? What caused the upsurge after that first week?
Wait, what do you mean?
What caused you to have a high trajectory after the first week and you just won everything?
I mean, I don't think it's about what we did after the weekend. I think we just had good planning. Like, success just doesn't come in one day, right? Like, we had like a good structure. We started scrimming when MSI teams were still playing. We were the first team of LEC to start scrimming again. And I feel like it's just like a bit of an overall plan, right? Like, it's not just 0-3, okay, guys, what do we do? Turn around the ship? No. We just keep doing what we're doing. We were really close to like win one game, win two games, right? So we just got a little bit better. and then the results came by themselves, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about results, G2 has been pulling some good results here, and you're facing them in this best of 5 today. How do you guys prep, if there's any difference in the prep that you do from the best of ones moving towards the best of series?
I mean, obviously, when you're playing best of 5, you have a lot more time to prep. And I mean, what we're doing differently is just making sure that the scouting is on point, the drafting is on point, and making sure that between the games we're giving ourselves way more space to what's it called, to just to prepare, basically. Like, we are trying to just do as much as we can to be as prepared as we can. And coming into this game, I feel way better than I ever felt playing against G2, because I'm satisfied with what we have in terms of prep and scouting. And I feel we can definitely match them today.
Well, that's great to hear, because that was exactly my next question. It's like, every time the question is, how in the world do you prep versus someone like G2? And of course, I'm not asking for like the details, but is there any difference between prepping for someone like G2, who can pull 1 trillion different picks, versus any other team for a best of series?
I mean, I do think that this G2 is actually a bit different from the last year G2s. Like last year, like they would be able to play a lot of stuff, right? And drafts was actually pretty hard against them. I mean, I just have to think about 2020 or 2021. But this year, I feel like their champion pool is more narrow, but they're better on the champions. They're actually really good on the champions they play, so they try to master the champions better. So I think the prep is a bit easier. I'm not saying it's easy at all, but it's a bit easier, right? Obviously, you only prepare for one opponent. That's like a luxury. Like the other teams yesterday and the day before have to prep for 2 sometimes. Yeah. So that's like a big factor that is like easier to prepare, of course. But yeah, in general, like I think we know what G2 wants to do, and we have some good answers. Obviously, they can adapt, right? They can like look at us and say, okay, what champions do work into them, and they can try to add new tools to their toolbox. But yeah, we got some plans going, and we'll see today.
Well, that's great to hear. You guys have smiles as well. Good luck in your best of 5 versus G2. We love seeing that new face of Excel. Thank you so much for joining me, of course, on the interview, gentlemen. And Laure, over to you.
Thank you so much, Trouble. It's crazy, actually, to think that Excel built a lineup at the beginning of the year, never worked, did roster changes every split, and that this iteration of Excel built in desperate measures actually was the one who found the most success, Yamato.
No, it's very impressive. I feel like this current format really highlights coaching gap more than it has ever had, because you can face elimination on each patch. We've had so many seasons in past years when teams like maybe Fnatic, the old school teams, they kind of get through playoffs, they play well at the ending of it, but what they said there in terms of the preparation pre-season, this is so important, because you need to hit the ground running from the get-go. You don't have any times to actually improve or to practice in 3 days of scrims.
And best of 1 is actually unforgiving in that sense. And we know that Excel players love this patch, but they had to get there. And I want to have your read on what the coaching staff has been doing actually to bridge these players together. Make it a team, actually, not just 5 individuals clicking with each other, especially when you consider that Hidon is a rookie coach. It's his first experience like this, called again in desperate times for Excel.
I think Hidon has always been like this person in the scene that has been very busy. He's a very good example of how you get into the LEC and how you work with teams, because he's always created content, always coached publicly, and made sure he was at the forefront. But in general, just the reads on the patch, and I feel like they've been focusing on details that are transferable between games. You see improvement in the Drake setup, you see improvement in how they connect. And also on the first day, Odoamne, Rumble, and the Rel, very good read on the meta. And when you start well, you get so much breathing room for yourself, because they caught Mad Lions with their pants down, and then they continued their momentum and swung against SK2. And it's just good patch read from the get-go, good planning pre-season, and then, of course, improving on the minor details that make such a big difference in terms of how they connect as players.
I mean, a good read on the patch for me is one thing, but also finding the good way to make these people work together. Because when you're going to build a team from the get-go, you want to give them something easy to execute and something that they can do every time, basically. But them bringing something new to the table for the group stage was mostly impressive for me, and I can't wait to see what they have cooked for G2.
No, 100%. I'm hoping today against G2 that you know, we keep putting XL in boxes, and every week they break through that box. And today, maybe they're the ones to do it, but it's looking harsh. But they looked harsh before too.
We'll see. Miracle Run. We've seen this before. Can XL actually climb this mountain that is G2 Esports, or will the behemoth of EMEA League of Legends reign supreme and secure another LEC Finals appearance? It is time for our LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week.
It's heartbreak for XL, the whole organization and the team.
And let's be honest, XL have had a very difficult time.
People are just so surprised this roster is in 10th place right now with just one win.
They're so terrified of throwing, they're just not doing anything at all.
They need to fix those issues because there's a lot of them.
At least getting to see glimpses of that individual performance to show that these guys still are top caliber players will mean a huge amount.
XL, from an 0-3 first week, from two of the worst finishes we have ever seen in winter and spring, have now locked groups in summer. What an incredible turnaround.
Nobody expected us to really make it anymore. Everybody wrote us off after the last two splits, and now showing up here.
Now the choice appears to be fight the teams. In goes Odo! Peach, the potential here for the play, kicks into the wall, the feathers fly, but he still finds one. He wants one more. Carzzy, flashback, flash in, the triple, baby!
Peach popping off here.
Trying to buy some time. Look at the burst damage onto Certus. Melee range with the Kai said he gets punished for it. Bring the hammer down from Abadage. With this win, they guarantee a minimum of third. If they win one more BO5, they go to season finals, the road to Montpellier.
I think it took a reset for everyone. Once you get in the slump, you kind of forget who you are and who you want to be, and are not motivated anymore. It helped everyone to get a fresh start, some new faces, new beginnings. I think slowly you could see hope coming back in their eyes.
I'm very surprised with XL and their performance, honestly. I think they kind of just took a style and now they're just using it to the fullest. But at the same time, it also leaves them vulnerable if they can't adapt. Coming into this year, we've been playing a lot around bot lane. But that doesn't mean we can't play around top mid. I mean, we've already proven that last year. I think we've gotten so much smarter as a team. I think we've gotten so much more efficient. We're really seeing what it means to be able to carry from any lane, and everyone can step up when it matters. And our opponents have to respect all the different play patterns we can do.
Looking for an MVP. Instantly finds the engage. LeBron tries to disengage Cap, but I don't think it's going to matter. Hanzama wants to keep this one going. They need more out of this. The knockup coming through. Hanzama from downtown. Cap doing so much damage. Now it's Crowdy versus the world. The Caps just has more range. He just shoots faster. His guns are better. His teammates are still alive. It's a quadra. And now Penta, official Penta, unofficial Hexakill.
He's a bit more the old Caps that you kind of saw. It's going to be way more fun if he's peaking again.
I think Abadage has had a lot of really good performances, so it's definitely nice to see.
This meta is crazy, but that's my game.
And here we are for the start of summer playoffs. I'm Medic, that's K-Drop. We'll be guiding you through the action for what is hopefully 5 games of intense action, although I think a lot of people currently are looking at G2 as the favorites for this series.
Definitely are. XL, although they did only drop 1 game in the best of 3s, they were a little bit shaky coming into it. And I think in terms of flexibility, G2 has shown a lot of that. You know, from the bot lane especially, they've shown a lot of power picks that they can pull out. And you can see in that teaser there, Caps has definitely come back into form, I feel like, for the playoffs and towards summer.
I very much agree with you. That mid lane battle one we're going to keep our eyes on as we get on into the draft for game 1. So just a quick hit on why this series is important. Winner goes through to the summer finals next Sunday, can compete obviously for the title there. If XL win this series, they would be in the finals and they would lock themselves a spot in our season finals and can possibly qualify for Worlds. They also lock out Koi, I believe, if they manage to win here. Obviously, if XL lose, they still have a chance to work their way through the lower bracket. Already, though, picks and bans rattling off fast here. The Rumble, the Rakan, the Ivan, and the Draven.
Yeah, the easy way to see it is if XL win, they lock the season finals. There's only 1 team, 1 spot left that can actually join them, and it'll be the winner of Fnatic Heretics.
Yep.
Loser will be out from that series next week. But straight into Giraffe LeBlanc, Draven ban. I think Kai'Sa normally slips through this draft if G2 want to first pick that. But Rel is also open, which is another one of those power picks. G2 would be very happy rolling some kind of Kalista lane into it. I feel like Jace Maokai has been really powerful on this patch as well. Sejuani is another jungler, which is extremely strong. Vi is still stuck around a little bit, mainly through the ban phase, not so much the pick phase. But I wouldn't be surprised to see XL go for the Jace Maokai, and there it is. I mean, they can pick up their top laner on 3, look for something like the Renekton or Cassante. Rumble obviously banned versus Odoamne, one of his classics. So AD top lane is what they want to look at. The only thing they need to be careful for is this Jace Maokai meta has evolved mostly through let's pick all our top side in the 1-2-3. You know, Jace, Renekton, and Maokai. Oftentimes then you lack AP on bot side. If your AD carry can't play Ziggs, you need Varus, and if Varus is banned, you're in a bit of a pickle. They haven't gone for the Kai'Sa, and there it is.
Yeah, there it is. I was going to say the Kai'Sa is the only real option to correct that for you if you want to play an AP bot lane, or obviously you could play the Ziggs or the Seraphine as well, but Kai'Sa being locked in by G2 means that XL won't have that option at their disposal.
Yeah, in the EDG Top Esports series, it was Jace Maokai very heavy prio, and normally they were picking Cassante or Renekton on the 1-2-3, and then Uzi especially was really struggling to find AP champs, and Varus early rotation came out, so we'll see what XL does. They can pick up their top laner here, or they can pick up a support to match Rel like the Alistar, or they can pick up their AD carry, so they don't...
Oh,
they've gone for Kalista. Wow. Okay, we thought that it would be G2 rolling the Kalista. Only a couple teams around the world have been playing the Kalista itself. And G2 is one of them, but now it's XL picking that up into the Kai'Sa.
Patrick's 8th most played across the course of his career, has a negative win rate on it, 13 games, only a 46% win rate, but obviously Patrick has been on teams that have struggled at times, so it's not indicative of his performance on the champ itself. We'll see what support they want to tie up next to that Kalista in the bot lane. G2 still a lot of flexibility. The Trundle obviously expected to go jungle, but could have a top Trundle with a Rel jungle and then flip things around a little bit.
I think it was it Dundun or Dudu? One of the two was playing Trundle top, going full split push. It was terrible. That's the only Trundle top I've seen in pro play this year. Definitely worth the flex though. We'll see what happens. But GP Jax bans, 2 carries coming out. I wonder if they want Cassante on 4 here or something. Counter support is not really available because you would think that the Rel could go jungle as well, but with the Trundle it's probably Rel support. They could brand Braum Alistar here, but then they have Nautilus anyway. So I feel like XL won't be too pinched when it comes to picking up a support. And their draft should be rounded out quite nicely. I'm just curious what Odoamne is going to go for. I feel like Cassante is the easy option unless he wants to go for a Scion, but Scion into Trundle Pillar and Scion and the ultimate is a bit of a problem.
Even something like the Kennen, if you wanted more AP, does struggle into getting towards a Rel or a Trundle later on in the game. Support here though, it looks like for XL, saving that top lane for last.
Yeah, I think Alistar and Nautilus is the easy pick, one of the two. The question is, if he picks Alistar, is Caps going to go Sylas? You know, that's the only really thing that you think about when you're blinding Alistar. The only thing you have to be slightly careful for, but it's really good into the Kai'Sa. And Kalista Alistar is a classic. You know, Alistar goes in combos, gets Kalista ulted, knocks him up again, and by the time Kalista can get her stacks in. What is Caps going to play into this Jace, though, is my question. Only LeBlanc is really banned away. Could go for something like Azir if he wants to be safe, but I feel like Azir has just struggled normally against these poke mid lane champions especially.
Would you ever flex the Kai'Sa to mid and then play a traditional AD carry down towards the bottom lane?
Could play Tristana mid, right?
Yeah, could also
and then
play
have the Kai'Sa AP bot if you want to. There's the Renekton for BB, I expect. I think Odoamne won't struggle to find a pick into that. He could even go something like the Kennen if he wants. With the comp that XL are currently running with a lot of dive. Nico got nerfed, but Cap's been playing a lot of Nico this split. It's his most played in summer.
And bring it back out here. Let's see how effective he is on it. Obviously, I think my mind always harks back to the Mad Lions game where he went in as a control ward and his team wasn't really able to follow up. But G2 look a lot more coordinated now than they did at the start of summer. XL maybe flexing this Jace to top lane, giving it to Odoamne.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, but they are going to go for it. So the Jace Maokai will be played, but it'll be top lane Jace. The only reason I don't like that so much is oftentimes when you're contesting dragons, especially, it's a 4v4. Normally top laners are side laning, or they're split pushing, or they're late to the objective. You want the mid lane Jace because he's there for the objective early and he can poke them out and hold the vision with the Maokai. Now you're kind of separated and you're playing double AP mid jungle. I mean, their backline, front to back DPS will be high, but it's just a case of they need to snowball through bot, and Azir getting mid push and roaming around the bot side is not as strong as the Jace, but maybe they think that this is better matchups overall, and Abadaga can punish the Nico of Caps. G2 and XL both running very heavy mid-game skirmish comps. XL's win condition mostly through bot, so we'll see a lot of bot side 3v3s.
Let's see how much Peach can put on his shoulders. Had a really good end to the group stage, end to the season so far. He's been so consistent in getting his team early leads and then allowing XL to snowball from there. Obviously on the other side, Yike, probably Rookie of the Year in most people's eyes.
Yeah.
How he's performed for G2.
And Peach is sitting on a 100% win rate on the Maokai so far. So definitely comfort all around for XL, especially given the Azir. This game 1 will be very telling for the rest of the series.
Definitely will. XL looking to make their first finals. G2 looking to make another. They've been up there so many times, but XL could stop them in their tracks as we kick off playoffs here for Summer Split. For an organisation that's been around since 2019, XL have very rarely been near the top of the league. Remember, only made playoffs for the first time back in 2022 last year. Now, on a fine run of form, the patch suits them. Abadagi talked about it a lot on Euphoria with you and Dracos, saying they were really just waiting for this patch to come in for them to reach their final form, and now G2 will challenge that form and see if it's found wanting.
They're up against a powerhouse of G2, of course. You can hear the crowd, all the G2 fans are here, ready to support their team to the finals. And like I said, patch change was really big for them. Having those melee supports, limit on the Alistar, the Rel has really just been game changer for this team. Odo trying to force BB out here. Doesn't go for any chunk damage onto the Renekton. Maybe a little bit scared of the Trundle late invade, but ward onto Red will give a little bit of information. Mickey kind of floating around, seeing if XL place any wards down here and he can take them out. Maybe could get a little bit of damage here.
Flash, knock up. Mickey trying to jump away, does get the shield. Ignite is now taking, but Patrick can chase this one down. The Martial Poise doing so much work. Rend used as well. Mickey at 100 HP. Hansama going to be forced to flash away as well. 2 summoners burnt on the XL side for both the flashes from the G2 bot lane.
That is very big when it comes to this bot side 3v3, which we expected. My eyes are now on Yike. He could do red buff and then maybe like something psycho, like flash over the Dragon Pit, run to the enemy blue, run bot, level 2 gank, kill the Alistar, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Level 2 gank inbound. Limit needs to be careful. He might die here.
X flash forward. Mickey looking for the knock-up. Limit gets one of his own with that pulverize. The pillar coming down though, and Limit really has nowhere to go. Yike flashing forward for the chomp, and G2 will pull burst of blood out of the bag.
Very smart by Yike. It's kind of natural for you to realize, hey, I'm starting on the same side of the map where my lane just lost both their summoners. I need to do something quick. I can see the Maokai on top side. Just quick level 2 gank, see if it works. And if it doesn't, he could just invade the blue buff anyway, and XL have to give the push. So good adaptation from the jungler. G2 get a base. They obviously won't have those summoners, and Yike will eventually have to path up regardless. But yeah, salvage that lane now.
Yeah, Peach is spotted on his red buff as well on the top side of the map, so G2 know exactly where he is and where he's going. That combination between Yike and Mickey is one that G2 have used so effectively over the last few weeks. Usually a little bit more after the first 3 minutes of the game, but here you can see just that the synergy between the two of them really paying dividends once again. Mickey even coming towards the mid lane here. Level 1 on the Rel. Does have the Hex Flash, will be spotted on a ward.
Yeah.
Rel's level 1, probably one of the stronger support level 1s across the board.
Really close to leveling up. He can just stand here and get a creep from Caps, and then get level 2 if he wants, and then head back bot. Could also go for the cannon. He's in a Hex Flash on the level up, maybe. No, he didn't get it. So that sucks for Mickey.
Hex Flash is out of experience range. Yeah. Cap's like, please, please don't take it.
You gotta take my experience. Root's gonna land. Nice chunk onto Abe, who I think Abadaga, for me as a player, has had an interesting split in regards to in clutch plays and in team fights, he's stepped up. But in lane phase, he has oftentimes quite struggled a lot, especially in the playoffs. But once he gets out of the lane phase, he looks really comfortable around the map. His LeBlanc comes to mind, his Azir in team fights comes to mind when it comes to these big fights. So XL probably want to get out of the lane phase, but they want to keep the Kalista lane going as long as possible is the only issue.
They want to be able to utilize all of that Kalista's early game power. Almost were able to get the first couple of kills, couldn't quite catch them as flash forward, and Abadaga is just dead. No escape from Caps on the Nico. As soon as you're hit with those Tangle Barbs, really no way out for you. Yike now going to catch out Peach as he walks around the corner. Level 3 to level 4. Red buff on Peach as well. Twisted advance from Peach towards Yike will get him to safety. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Limit's trading onto Mickey. Mickey's going to be able to jump away with the crash down, and G2 bot lane will get away to safety.
Big kill by Caps. Players are talking about how this summer he's really come alive. Struggled throughout the year, struggled at MSI. Everyone was running where Caps is. And again, just bringing out the first solo kill of this best of 5. I think he's had a pretty good summer overall. And he's definitely ramping himself up.
You can see his spring a little bit disappointing. I think he was a bit in his own head. Talked about it a couple of times in interviews, but summer continues to level up, continues to be the Caps that so long has dominated the European scene as Mickey looks for the engage in the bot lane, limit down to a couple of hundred HP.
So unlucky, the minion blocked the Kai'Sa W there. Hans would definitely commit for a kill. But the block means that they can't get it. Ignite used, Limit could look for a re-engage on the Hans here.
Double stun once again, Patrick cleansing away, Limit going in for Hans Summer. He's down to 200 HP and Patrick look for the end. Can't get the spears in Hans Summer's back. Mickey with the re-engage, Patrick flashing away. Dodging away, but still gets stunned up. The Glacier movement is just too much. G2 get a double in the bot lane.
It's an absolute disaster for XL, isn't it? Playing this Kalista lane, getting the summoner advantage early, going for the 2v2 and trying to find the kills, but unfortunately everyone lives on such low HP. Let's watch Patrick's auto attacks here. Because he gets a couple down straight onto Hans. The cleanse doesn't come out just yet from Hans, I believe. The ignite's ticking, stun comes through, cleanse comes through onto the stun, and the auto attack hits. He doesn't have the E up, so it doesn't proc the spears. W snipes out Limit, then the crash down gets flashed away from Patrick, but then he loses vision of Mickey, I think it is. Or no, the stun comes through rather. And with the auto attack E, the damage just isn't there. Really, really unfortunate for XL's bot lane. Now mid and bot in a bit of a tough situation.
And really not what you want to see out of your Kalista lane either, right? They saved this for the third pick on the red side, getting that Kalista in, trying to put some pressure down, but weren't really able to get the early advantages. Part of that being Yike's gank, setting them behind. Peach now on the bottom side of the map as Yike comes across. Mid lane push is in favor of G2, so Caps will be able to move first. TP used by Odo to the top lane. Brookblade doesn't have a TP of his own either. Brookblade looking for the demolish box, does get the tower plate. Doesn't tank the tower though, so Odo won't be able to finish off that croc quite yet.
Yeah, I just rewatched that 2v2 kill bot actually. I think Mickey X leveled up on the auto attack, but we might have a fight here.
Caps, Pop Blossom landed on 2. Mickey looking for the knock-up as well, but can't get across the wall. It's just too damn thick. Limit low. The Emperor's Divide coming out as Mickey's knocked into the back of XL. Yike lower. He goes across the wall though, and with the chop is able to get one. The Limit chucked back by Mickey. Jousted over his shoulder. Hans Summer patching for it. Needs another auto. Bramble smash back to the tower. And Patrick will get an answering kill in the end. Comes out in G2's favor, but so close between these two early on.
Yeah, it's a 2 for 3, but importantly, Patrick just got a big shutdown onto Hans, so that recovers a little bit of the gold deficit in terms of raw kills overall. We're quick into these replays, aren't we, Medic? So let's see, Caps goes for the ultimate, lands it onto the bot lane of XL. Mickey gets a really nice stun here in just a second. It's going to land onto Abadage as he dashes in, so he can't get the push straight away. Only lands onto Mickey. That makes it so Caps can escape to the right. Otherwise, he would have been able to land the shuffle onto both of them. Flashes away, flash chase comes through. Maybe a little bit greedy here by Hans, taking the small wins. Would have been the better option, but he thinks he can get Peach down straight away with that Q auto after his flash, but gets knocked into tower. Eventually does get the kill, but trades it back. 450 gold over to Patrick.
A bit of a gold infusion into XL, but they are 2,000 gold behind, and Static Shiv already complete for Hans Summer. I didn't see if he took the DMAT earlier. It looks like he's not running it, so won't be the easiest clear, but it is Kai'Sa, so you can still clear those waves pretty quickly.
He's still a legendary item at 7 minutes really. So yeah, that Kalista's going to be sitting under her tower. What's the flash timer for Hans? It must be around 4 minutes now, yeah, because he just used it mid, and they're level 6 on Kalista Alistar, so he's gonna have to play very far back. His jungler's on Herald, he has no flash. Level 6 Kalista, they're gonna have to give up a bit of this bot push, maybe have to give up Drake as well. First Herald to first Drake, will be in favor of the Herald, because early gold's just better in terms of injection, but still can get that ball rolling on the soul. Hextech Dragon first sucks a little bit, you know, it's one of the best souls. See if they can play for a bot dive here. No.
You can look for it.
Wow, the ultimate's really coming in, huh?
It's a long-range ultimate. Mickey can block this pretty easily. Limit looking for the knock-up. He's tanking first. Hans Summer down to half HP. Limit pulled back with a face call, but Caps is on his way to answer this, and Mickey's doing a great job of distracting XL. And Caps' roam is a perfection for G2. They find 3 in the dive that's botched by XL. XL only able to get 1 in response, and now, yikes, as well, it's a green flag for me to go forward in the top lane. Odo, no way for him to survive as G2 find 4 across the map.
The side lanes have collapsed. They lost out early, but now that's it. Top tower is going to fall, basically. 1,000 gold lead to the Renekton, even more after this tower dies. The Jace lane's never really going to get side prior. Broken Blade knows that this matchup is done and dusted in the 1v1. Bot lane is now in such a dire situation. Caps has 4 kills. He saves the day there for G2. The initial dive was a little bit misplayed there by XL. I think as they went through it, Limit tanking the tower with the Kalista ult is smart, yes, but Patrick didn't get any damage down onto Hans. We'll have to see it again. Hans basically just kind of walked away. Dragon started from XL, G2 after base. after that fight and are coming out slowly, but not going to be in time to get Mickey. Just going to dash over and just check W back over the wall. Easy pickup for XL. I think on this replay, we'll see the Maokai ultimate come up, but let's watch Patrick because Limit goes in. They look for Hansama, who has no flash, of course, so they can land the chain to see. One. Oh, hits the creep. Has the E up. I think he's actually hitting the creep on purpose to get the reset on the E, but yeah, he can only get a couple of autos in there, so he can't actually kill him. And then here comes Caps. Turns the entire play.
Caps room timing. Just gorgeous there for G2. Abadage tries to come in and gets 1 kill in response, but overall G2 now in commanding position. 5,000 gold ahead. Let's have a quick look just to see where our players are in relation to each other, and that's what I thought. All 4 carries of G2 ahead of all 4 carries of XL. Odoamne closer to Mickey than he is to Broken.
Mickey's just 100 gold behind. Takes that away as well. So that stings, that sucks. Mickey's kind of having a very happy game so far. Only died once. The level 1 was really, really tough. But they pulled it back through the 2v2. Now bot side control. Actually Broken Blade that's around mid and Caps is pushing out top, of course. Maybe that was because of the TP situation. Peach no flash for 3 seconds. Mickey might try and force it.
There's the stun, there's the knockup killer instinct coming in as well from Hansama and Peach. There's nowhere safe, his jungle not his own anymore as G2 collapse once again. XL really struggling to match the tempo that G2 are putting down. Opening up the map early on. Limit's going to get the knockback onto Broken Blade. Underneath the tower might be enough. Dominus propped.
Nice try.
Broken Blade able to survive. TP coming in. As Abadage looks to join the fray. Shuffling in, sliding back. The bait score will get a double knockback with Argate falling low. As Yike almost takes him out. Mickey going to fall as well. XL get 2 kills, but Yike and Hansama are here to try and clean up. Underneath the tower is going to be dangerous though, as G2 might look for the dive.
Where's Caps TPing? You just TP top. They're going to try and fight this 2v2.
Then goes back in. They don't have vision on Hansama. Flash across and Patrick gets 600 gold now in his back pocket, but Yike answers with a kill of his own. Peach coming in. Nature's Grasp from long range to lock up the Trundle. Pops an emote and immediately goes pop afterwards. Peach goes in with a twisted advance, smikes him for the kill secure. And XL find a breath of life in the game as the TP now used by Broken Blade.
Everyone's TPing everywhere. Huge fight in between towers. Just from Limit trying to recall. XL kind of coming out on top there, getting a lot of kills for themselves when they're this far behind. But why did Caps TP top there? 2 of them were stuck on their tower. Maybe he thought that Hans would get the kills in the 2v2 underneath that tower and thought they were fine. Didn't want to give plates over to the Jace, but if Caps was there, that was a solidified play. We'll see it again. Limit just Q flashes W, then Q flashes the Renekton. Broken Blade has to flash away. Good TP in by Abadage. I think he realizes he's going in to his own demise, but he's going to push 2 backs to try and trade 2 for 1 here. So good trade-off there with the Kalista ult. Patrick eventually picks up the Rel as well. I think Patrick does well here because as he E's Mickey, he Qs Hans. So he gets a little bit of bonus damage in there. So now look at Caps on the minimap. He's TPing top. When he's just off to the left, I thought he would join out on this this dive. Just wants to stop the Jace from getting plates. Maybe he thinks this is done and dusted, this fight, but it actually gets turned on its head. Limit gets a nice combo on the hands. Patrick crashes forward. He does die to Yike, but then in comes Peach.
Able to answer with a kill in the end, but Patrick getting so much gold in that play. You can see he's only 100 gold behind Hansama now. Yes, there are leads across the rest of the map for G2, but a fed Kalista in the mid game is nothing to be overlooked. XL still trying to fight back in this game, even though they are 4,000 gold in the hole. They do have that first Drake, 2 minutes or minute 35 on the next one. I wonder if XL will want to take another skirmish in the mid game or whether they'll want to wait a little bit, let Abadage get to 2 items.
Yeah, pings coming out on the top side, tier 2 from G2. The pings always tell a little bit of the story from teams, don't they? So Broken Blade's kind of question mark pinging top tier 2, probably saying, hey, we can easily play mid to top if you want to take a tier 2, but plates are still up. It's a bit tricky to play mid to bot for this bot tier 1, so now you see pings again from Yike going up towards that top side. Odoamne has flash if they do try and make a play up there. Abadage doesn't have the teleport. G2 basically own both sides of the river. You know, when you have this much control on 3 pushing lanes, you need to play together to one side, because if you have 2 fights across different sides of the map, they can backfire depending on where XL put their numbers to defend. And right now they're defending the bot side. Broken Blade has this top wave, probably screaming for something towards the top side, but it's only Yike. Hans is basing and Mickey's next to Cap, so they are a bit split up here, G2.
Patrick and Limit coming across. Yike with a good pillar. The ward as well, spotting them before he walked into the clutches of their trap they had set up. 25 seconds on the Herald, 30 now on the Dragon. XL still poking and prodding to see if Broken Blade overextends, but Broken Blade will just back away. And we have a slight lull in what has been a pretty chaotic game so far. 21 kills in 14 minutes. Very bloody between these 2 teams.
That Nico thing is so obnoxious, and look how much vision it's giving. It just ran up the whole river and scouted exactly where XL was. And Caps will easily be able to pick up the tower for that. So all 3 outers down now. Actually, the mid-tier one's still up. You can see that. So yeah, that's definitely the next point of contest for G2. They need to get that mid-tower. I think Herald is their way of doing it. So Yike's going to start it up. 2 seconds on the Dragon. I think G2 are saying, yep, take Dragon. We'll take Herald and we'll Herald your mid-tower. And they have a really easy avenue of going mid to top now for the tier 2 because they've sacrificed their top side. So let's watch G2 on the minimap here. See if they move up towards that tower and pick it up. TP from XL in defense. It's going to be Odoamne.
Hans just clearing out the wave there in mid. G2 setting up towards this top side, avoiding the vision around the red buff. Limit now the one to step in. We'll spot out Hans Summer. Broken Blade looking for the turret. No Rift Herald having to be invested as of yet, but perhaps a collapse from XL. Abadage does have the TP, so does Caps, if a brawl does begin. But for the moment, both teams just happy enough with what they've got. The Dragon for XL, the Rift Herald, and a tower so far for G2.
I wonder if G2 can save this Herald and do the exact same sequence to bot side with the Herald. And just play for bot tier 2 as well, because they have so many pushing lanes. We'll see, and we'll keep an eye on it. Abadage is defending that, but the vision is pretty good from XL. They just can't really fight back. You know, Odoamne is TPing top, he's a bit split, and then if you're forcing a 3v3 into the Kai'Sa Rel Trundle, it's really hard for the Maokai. He just kind of dies so quickly. Percent HP damage, resistance is gone. 2 items strong on this Kai'Sa.
It's a bit of a tricky situation for XL. Don't really have a way to get priority in any of their lanes apart from overmanning them. Like, you put 3 people in a lane with 2 people, then you get prior, right? You can push out the wave a little bit easier just because you have that man advantage. But you can see Caps into Abadage, Caps gets the push. If it's 2v2 in the mid lane, the G2 2v2 gets the push, and it becomes very hard for XL to get vision control and to control the rest of the map.
And this is what G2 often does. See that ward behind right there? If Odoamne pushes out top and Broken Blades around, Caps can TP behind. That's a kill onto Jace, and they can start Nash, right? So in a couple minutes time, those plays, they're going to have to be really careful, XL, in pushing out their lanes. They have the Herald here, but if they overgroup mid, they should be able to pick this up pretty easily. No bot wave to play on.
Trying to save the Herald right now.
Are fighting back a bit. Maokai ult's coming through.
And Nature's Grasp has been used. Limit looking for the flash as well. That tower will fall first. Caps flashing away, but Limit has to be pulled back with the pace. Cool. Mickey gets a double knockup, a double stun, and now the chase is really on as Hans Summer begins to open up. Patrick already dead, and that's all of XL's gold. Gone with him. Yike flashing forward. He'll pay for the kill with his life. But G2 get the tower and get 3 kills out of it.
1 for 3. XL really tried to hold that tower. They want to give up. They don't want to give up anything else on this map because it's becoming really difficult to hold on. And now they're around 7,000 gold down. The tower came through from Abadage a little bit earlier. Maybe they could do some work, but Hans Summer sniped out Patrick, and then that's half your damage gone. It's just Abadage left. We'll see that again. Peach ults from the side. Odoamne isn't there just yet, so it's kind of like a 5v4 from the get-go. Patrick zones away Broken Blade, and then here comes the turret, ult onto the Alistar. Now watch Hans Summer. Nice dive by Mickey. He's going to snipe out Patrick on the back half of this W there, straight past the Alistar. Kallista's gone, Peach flashes away, Limit falls. Abadage is free hitting, but he doesn't have the damage right now on this Azir.
And that's the thing, if Patrick falls early in the fight, XL really just don't have the damage. They have 1 item as it. It's an impossible situation for them. Now, 7,000 gold in the hole, as you mentioned. Dragon up in 2 minutes time, but the Rift Herald still available for G2. So they can just look for the mid push into the tier 2 in the bot lane play that you talked about, Mark.
Yeah, it's good. They have Caps top with TP, they have Broken Blade mid with TP, and they're just going to go bot as 3 and just place the Herald. What's XL's response? Can Abadage get TP on that ward behind them? Can they force a fight? I think they might have to. You know, the Azir flank, I've seen Shavu do those things, you know, no flash on the carries, just full send. We'll see what their decision is.
I mean, you're getting to full send point, aren't you, right? Like, even if it's a 20% play, right now your odds of winning this game are less than 10% most likely for XL. So you look for any sort of play where you can catch the enemy out of position. Hans Summer, though, has Flash Cleanse. Caps, if you knock him into your team, he's just going to pop Blossom.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's really hard, actually, now that you point those things out. XL have the Azir for scaling, but that mid-tier 2 falls, Baron is going to be gone in a blink of an eye. Dragon's not up for another minute. So G2 just have to kind of base, not really anything to play for. Take away jungle camps is normally the call in these kind of situations, so that's going to pick up the Wolves. And not the opening game that XL would have wanted with the Kalista pick. You know, they come out, they put their cards on the table, they say, we can play Kalista too. But it's one of those things where, do you blame the draft for it? I think it was just such an unlucky 2v2 bot. Yeah. Mickey leveled up to 4 and survived Patrick's burst.
Even like the Yike gank, the level 2 Yike gank.
You point to these things and you say, well, the draft kind of worked, it's just we misplayed. do you run it back? You know, XL will be able to choose blue side if they want in the next game, which, I mean, in the LPL playoffs in the last 10 games, it's 9-1 in terms of blue to red side
Pretty
win rate.
impressive.
Yeah, even in today's series, blue side was 5-0, so still a very strong side, so XL shouldn't lose too much hope from this game one, but...
No one heard that. It's the other microphone.
Oh, okay. I just heard...
Cadriel just knocked over a microphone on the desk.
Heard
and
something
we just heard a
tumble down.
clattering in our ears, but pretty sure that one's turned off for the day. It's our TriCast mic. But yeah, I think for XL, go to blue side, 70% win rate through LEC groups, so something that our teams here are much more comfortable in as well. Gives you the option to look for that Kai'Sa early on if you want it, or even the Rel. We actually... Little surprising to see G2 get both the Kai'Sa and the Rel when they're so strong at the moment, especially with Limit, 100% win rate on the Rel. Had some very good performances on it last week.
That's true. That is very true. But if you really want the Jace Maokai on red side...
That's the problem, right?
If you go Jace Kai'Sa and they take Maokai, I guess they kill the Rel flex, and then you can probably pick something like Sejuani or something, but then you're full.
I also think if you're flexing the Jace to top lane, maybe he falls down the priority list a little bit, right? Odo just hasn't had the chance to have an impact. You talked about it in draft. You want to be there first on the objective. You want to be putting out the accelerated shock blasts. And Odo really, even though he's at 2 items now, we haven't seen that damage from a Jace that we'd usually expect because he's always in the sideline.
It just kills the whole point of Jace Maokai. You know, you're a mid jungle. Yes, your early setup can be decent because Jace can get early push and help you on invades, worst case, but that's not really that common. It's more like first and second dragon, saplings, Jace poke. This is really how you win out of the dragon fights, but Jace isn't there. So, you know, what does it really achieve you? Here's the Baron start from G2. Not too many wards behind XL, so no real threat of a TP flank from the Nico. Double TP invested from XL. They are full committing to fight this, but G2 can peel off.
And they're going to do exactly that. Peel off it. Nature's Grasp was used. Everyone stands behind the Nico clone that tanks the root, and now the re-engage can begin. Peach already low. Pop to 3. Oh my god. Finds them all, and the Killer Instinct lives up to its name as Hansama dives in. The Fate's Call. Well, it was a baited death for Patrick, it seems. Limit trying to get onto the backline as Hansama falls low, down to 100 HP, but even Limit can't kill him up. G2 wipe them 5-for-1 in the exchange.
What a play by Caps. His ultimates this game on both fights have been exceptional, and then Hansama can just take over the rest of the fight with the dive. The front line is butter, isn't it? Just melts straight through them with the Trundle ultimate and with them being so far behind. And there's not really much XL can do. It's only really Abadage that can fight back, but we'll see it again as Patrick was under so much fire. This was really good by G2. They put the Nico clone out. Maokai ult comes through. All 3 of them stand behind it. Mickey split off, and so is BB. And then you can see the engage here from Caps turned into the Ike. Just going to ult, flash forwards, land onto the Jace and the Kalista. Abadage just uses WE to get over the wall, so Broken Blade has easy access onto him. He has to already push him back, and now Abadage, by the time he's starting to hit, his whole team's dead.
Yeah, front lines just disappeared in front of your face. A magic trick that G2 have done so many times this split this year already. And now with Baron and an 11,000 gold lead, XL will be looking for any sort of vestige of hope. I don't think any is going to present itself here.
No, they are so far behind, and I think G2 will just play a 1-4, stack the waves in both lanes, and then just start to force these dives.
Yep.
It's a Hail Mary play for XL. But they don't really have any tools left. They have no flashes on the real primary engagers. I think, for me, that would actually be a 0 at this point in Alistar. I think if you can shuffle hands and just dive for it, it's always going to be worth it. But there's mid tower. Bot tower will soon fall as well. Bot in will be the focus. BB will start hitting mid tower or start collapsing. Just a case of XL figuring out what to do for the next game. They have 1 fight left in them.
It's going to be a desperate one. But as you say, still at least 2 more games in this series. XL had a poor start to this game and to the series, but many ways for them to bounce back. They've shown us their resiliency not only across summer, but also across the rest of the year. A team that places in the bottom 2 times running, then looking for the top spot in summer is one that always, well, can never be underestimated, you know, as Limit looks for perhaps a flank. Hex Flash available to him. No wards on this side from G2, so Limit has found a pocket of vision where an approach could be possible.
Yeah, watch Hansama. He's getting poked out.
Limit goes forward. Broken Blade, the one they go for first. Mickey going to be able to tank up this route alongside Yike. Broken Blade with the dominance is healthy enough. Yike will fall the shutdown over to XL. A big kill, as you say. And it stops the push from G2.
Yeah, it does indeed. There's no objective to play for, which is a pain, but they have a wave in mid. They could push in here and try and get mid-tier 1. G2.
And Sama just going for Odo.
My god, the burst from that Kai'Sa. Well, that goes to mid-tier 1 play. They have to base and defend their Nexus. Mid-tier 3 didn't fall. Nice pick by the Kai'Sa. It's very You can kind of make solo plays a lot of the time and just snipe out people there. Just an instant one-shot onto the Jace. Patrick's going to get the red buff, catch this top wave, but in the end it's a 1-for-1 and they stop the siege, which is not too bad, but the Soul actually quite far away. G2 only really have one dragon. They've just been bloodthirsty this game, almost a kill a minute for them.
Yeah, they've been absolutely on fighting form. We'll have another look at this. We talked about Limit's positioning, found a bit of a pocket of vision, a bit of fog of war, and then XL were able to follow up on that engage.
And it's hard to fight back here because BB and Hans are already chunked out and they've used their spells to run away. And Caps is off to the side, so it's a 4v5. And now you'll see here, Hansama knows that he'll catch bot wave here. Odoamne has a ward as well to work with to predict exactly where he'll run. And Odo, I think he realizes he's already dead, doesn't even invest a flash. There's no point, is there? He's just going to get chased down. He's basically dead before he can blink.
Heard Nefiri was the new assassin, but it seems like Kai'Sa still lives up to the moniker as well.
Assassin, poke, invisibility, attack speed, dash.
Yeah. AD carry, mage,
yeah. Percent HP,
marksman,
flex, mid,
shield,
flash, cleanse.
Yeah. Wave gear. She's pretty strong in the right hands. I saw talk of her being nerfed for 13, 15, I think. Maybe 13, 14 plus.
Yeah. I feel like AP Kai'Sa is just really obnoxious.
Yeah.
AD Kai'Sa is really fun to watch because it's very like auto-attack based, you can really outplay, and the W is not as reliable in terms of just standing good.
It feels like a lot more you have to be close and dodging, a bit like Vayne.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas with AP Kai'Sa, it's like, oh, I hit you with W. 75% of the cooldown back. I hit you with W again.
Yeah.
Want to see me do it again?
And it's
Want
like,
to see me do it again?
Yeah, you land the W on someone, then you can like ult W buffer on someone and just hit them with your passive and blow them up. That's the whole idea. Rather than like being very auto-attack based. Using your Q and weaving in and out. So yeah, it's just obnoxious to deal with. XL trying to hold some defensive vision towards his top side. It's 1 minute 40 away from the Baron. Broken Blade's going to find Odo, or is Odo going to find Broken Blade? He's going to run away here, the Renekton.
And Broken Blade will just try and retreat from this situation as Caps continues to push in top. Blast Cone used. Odo still on the chase, does have the TP. Accelerated shot blast, not enough, but Odo.
Flash here, Odo.
Good flash Odo. Meanwhile, the rest of G2 pushing in that tier 3 in the top lane. Odo's going to TP in. The Fate's Call being used as they look for the engage. Hansama able to dodge out of the back of it. The Pop Blossom being used as well, and there's two caught up. XL thought they could find something, but all they found was an early grave as G2 chased them down in their base. Abadage trying to put the damage down, but Yike and Mickey actually falling a little bit here. Mickey very low.
Ooh.
Gets killed off. Another kill as Hansama
Kai'Sa's down.
Broken Blade tanking 2 towers.
He might
Perhaps
die as
didn't
well.
realize the rest of his team was sent to the clappers as XL continue to chase in. TP available for Caps, might have to use it to defend.
So that turned into a 3-for-2. The idea from XL was good. What Odoamne did was he chased Broken Blade down and got him to 10% HP and then instantly TP'd mid and said, let's go, it's a 5v4. Broken Blade can't match this, he has to recall. But Abadage doesn't TP. He doesn't TP on the wall behind him. Maybe that's something that they could have gone for XL, because as good as it is that Odoamne now TP's in, it's actually just still a 4v4 because the Azir is quite late. And even by the time Odo arrives, the front line's gone. G2 have won the fight, but they go a little bit too deep here. Abadage is just free hitting onto Mickey. Caps is already really low, Hans is really low. Yikes, trying to dive him on a tier 3, and now you've just got to the point where everyone's kind of doing their own thing. Caps wants to base, Hans wants to back off, but he's sticking around because they're going in. BB's diving them, and so they pick up 2 free kills there and get the Renekton flash. Nice pillar here by Yike on the Q. Hammer phone from Odo to stop him from being able to chase down the Renekton. Baron spawning in 10 seconds time. A lot of summoners blown from both sides. Only Limit's really having the flash available, but XL found an avenue if they want to fight here.
Caps looking forward. Odo going back in, but that's the clone they're targeting right now. Void Seeker's coming in from Hansama from the side. Broken Blade pops the Dominus. G2 now looking for a collapse. XL grouped up, but the Pole Blossom once again. It's just Caps. Every fight has been defined by whether Caps hits them all with his ult. This time, he slaps XL into the dirt. G2 clean it up.
Hansama has 14 kills, but Caps, 3-man ults left, right, and center. The Nico nerfs came in, and you thought this champion kind of fell out of priority, but Caps is always finding the angles in fights, and if you can land those multi-man ults, you're always going to be useful and strong. They can't end off that. No real waves to play for. 30 seconds on the Azir. Maybe they fancy themselves a Baron instead.
Seen less kills in my solo queue games here, Kajal. 44 in 28 minutes. It's palindromic at least. 3-1-1-3.
Yeah,
so you look at this fight again.
Definitely a turnaround from 18-minute first blood, isn't it?
Yes.
Odo thinks he's found Caps there, but it's actually just a clone, and Abadage's team being in. Just note here, XL's 11,000 gold down, and they're trying to fight this Baron, right? You can't really blame them. If they give it up, they're just going to die to the siege. What an ultimate from Caps. Odoamne and Patrick deleted. Hans waiting for a stack for his ult. goes in and takes down the Azir.
I'd love to see the Fog of War in that play because I think they control ward the top bush. Yike stands in it, so Caps could be Yike when he's cosplaying as the Trundle, and then there's that little bit of extra surprise factor of, oh, it wasn't the Trundle all along, it was actually Caps, but I'd have to see the Fog of War to see if that's exactly what happened to XL. But Caps just so constantly finding these ultimates. His Nico play has been pretty exceptional this year. Probably one of the best in LEC. Probably the best in LEC,
we'll
actually.
ignore the pink ward incident, the control ward
Oh,
incident.
yeah, but like, the rest of that game was still good.
Yeah,
it's just the one play.
It was quite a funny one anyway.
It was.
But I will say, props to XL, the fact that they were already down like 10k and they've held on for another 5 minutes and stopped it and stalled it in front of the Baron. Pretty good overall. Just I think there's a lot of rethinking to do in terms of approach. You can write this game off as we lost it early, unlucky, or you can just swap it up. I think they'll change the draft overall for game 2 anyway because they're on blue side. Now it's just a mid to bot push for G2. I think it's pretty much done with this ginormous gold lead, but we'll see what happens.
I think the good thing for XL is, as we say, is they've made them sweat for it, right? It hasn't just been roll over and die, go next. They've actually pushed G2 at times, even though G2 have been extending that gold lead. I have been informed. One more kill, and this is the bloodiest game of the summer in LEC.
It's bloody, but it feels one-sided, buddy, which is not nice. Normally, like, the bloody games to be really
like
back and forth.
22-22, right?
Yeah, like even absolute scraps. But yeah, look at this poke. Look at Peach's HP.
Look at Broken Blade's HP as well, but the Killer Instinct once again from Hansama. Odo Omne using that stopwatch to try and bide a little bit of time. Broken Blade's able to kill him off as Limit goes in, gets the stun on Hansama. And now we have the bloodiest game of the split as G2 look to wipe XL away in their base. Patrick will die, the Pop Blossom being used as well. For Camps to call another kill to his name. And G2 wipe away XL. Caps becomes a control ward. He's giving them double vision. And he's definitely left XL a little bit groggy here in
Three of them, that's 3 wards.
31 minutes in the game, G2 will go 1-0 in the series.
Well played from G2. Kind of was always in their hands after the early game shenanigans and having that gold lead. They never really dropped it. Just a little bit slower than they might have liked, but that's a 15, 3, and 16 Kai'Sa from Hansama.
Yep.
Probably topping the damage charts as well. The amount of poke was landing and Kai'Sa W's and such. So
he was only 2 kills away from the most kills for any player this split as well. 17 for Humanoid was the most on the Jace. So
yeah, Kai'Sa is it's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's a very strong champion. Maybe ban it.
Or go blue side and first pick it.
Yeah.
Which
or, pick it on red side first pick because the enemy pick Rel.
True.
These are all your options, XL. We'll see what they do. I'm going to hand it over to our analysts to break down that game.
Thank you, Medic, and thank you, Gaedrel. That was we have the right one.
Right, I had to check.
That was an action-packed game. Actually, I think it was the bloodiest game we had all summer. We knew what to expect on the side of G2, and I think this game was exactly what we could see from them.
Honestly, from the get-go, I kind of like the XL idea of what they built up in the draft, right? It's like they pivoted with the Jace, sending it up into the Renekton because the Trundle was picked. They had to set up a scenario. Jesus.
Look at the gold graph, and I mean that's I think what we're gonna be talking the most about here. The fact that G2 grabbed the advantage early and they just don't let it go. This gold graph,
17k gold lead.
I know. Wow. Anyway, so Yamato, you were mentioning the draft, and I think it's a good follow-up to the conversation we had before the series, because we kept on talking about how XL was innovating and adapting onto the patch. What do you think of the approach here? You were talking about the Jace going up against the Renekton. What about the rest?
So honestly, I like the Jace pivot into the top to pick the Azir into Nico in isolation. I think the fact when the enemy shows Trundle, you don't want to pick the tanks that usually lock into the Renekton. So I kind of like the idea of setting that up. Kalista to make the bot side very competitive. I think it's important to have a strong bot against Mickey, because if Mickey controls bot, then he controls the whole game. So I like that they brought the fight to them. We saw the flashes being burned. It was a good start, but it wasn't enough.
And it feels to me, Broxad, that it's a composition with like really narrow win conditions. And for me, if you fall behind, the recovery opportunities are not going to be that easy to find, and that was the case here, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky counter play once you fall behind, but for me, the biggest mistake XL made in draft was last picking a Seer, because you have two side lanes that both want to pressure, want to play aggressive, want to generate leads. But with a Seer into the Nico, you can't really do anything. And we saw what Caps did early game. He, well, obviously got a solo kill, so that helped. But then he was just first on every single play, and the Seer could never really follow up, which made the game so impossible for Excel to play.
And G2 had the control from the get-go, actually. If we take a look at the first blood and the early plays from G2, we know that they're really, really good at this, and they're gonna come up with creative plays and just keep control of the action.
It was such a good start from Excel's side when they burnt double summoners on bottom side. They have the Kalista early. This also, you know, with the Maokai pathing into the bottom side, you can begin to imagine, you know, that G2 might struggle into the bot side, but G2 is just so quick to pivot, sending the Trundle into the bottom side. Alistar wants to pressure, and the timing of this pillar is just gorgeous. Really sets G2's bot lane back in control.
And I think this shows really clearly that G2 is always going to be ready to adapt no matter what happens. You know, this was not a pre-planned level 1 by any means from them, but they saw both of the flashes burned. Yike immediately changes his plan, goes pillar level 2, and just gets his team off to a great start.
And that's what I mean when I say G2 being creative. It's not only in draft, it's not only on the way they approach a neutral objective, for instance, but how they can recover from tricky situations. And here, they just didn't let it go, and they were active all around the map in the early game.
And I think that's the key part about G2, right? Like, the pressure is real. They're always going to, you know, just go ham everywhere. Here, of course, we see Excel and G2 battling it out in the bot lane. Excel, at one point, obviously thought that Sama was dead, but he manages to rescue himself with the cleanse. Great fighting all around from Mickey. And Sama comes in right at the end, healthy once again. And this fight in particular is really interesting to me, because actually what happened before the clip was Excel pushing out bot lane, Hansama was catching on the turret. Excel thought they could start Dragon, but because Caps had the mid prio, he moves down first, sets up a huge ult for his team, which is something we saw countless times in this game, and Excel just ends up overforcing.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think after the first blood, Nico was just first to any action that was happening. You know, with Kalista, you want to snowball with the Drakes, you want to be diving bottom, but if the Alzad is always going to be the one limping after the Nico, then definitely, you know, it's going to be very hard to be the aggressor. And Caps just seems to be completely in the zone. He's got that playoff mojo going on. He's on point, playing Nico after the nerf, something that other players aren't picking. But, you know, with the Nico synergy against the Maokai ult and just being able to control early, really sets up a bot lane like G2's bot lane for success.
And I'm just wondering here, what would you want to do as Excel to try and recover, try and come back? Because I feel like they tried to hold onto it, and it took quite sometimes before G2 was able to get the pace down. But they were forcing a bit too much on some plays. But I feel like you want to try something in situations like this.
I think it's a tricky balance, right? Because Excel knows that if they don't do anything at any point, they're just slowly going to get rolled over. But at the same time, when you're already behind, you need to take calculated risks. And if you end up in a position where you fall behind a couple of times and then force a Drake fight, force a bot dive when you don't really have to, all of a sudden, we're 9 minutes in, enemy team has 10 kills, and you have a 0% chance of winning. So I think for them, play a bit slower, play with patience, and don't let the pressure of being in playoffs get to you.
I feel like the main struggle for Excel, and it's something that they've gotten away with in the previous matches, is just Abedaga's early game. He played LeBlanc games, the one where he had probably his best game in the season. That game started off so rough. He was like 30 CS behind, 0-1-0, finished the latest static share I've seen all season long, but he comes online so much later. Caps is online, he connects to the server and he's there. And when you give Caps an inch, he's going to take over the whole game. And that's what makes G2 so dangerous. When they're ahead anywhere, they know how to transfer that lead and make everyone have a good time on G2.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand the Azir, even though you didn't like this as last pick, but maybe you want to have some agency going into the late game and thinking that you're going to be able to create plays with this Azir. But let's say we want to see a refined approach on the set of Excel, who are going to stay on the same side, red side here. What do we want to see as adaptations on the draft first?
I think more than anything, Yamato said it clearly already, they need to make sure Abedaga can actually survive laning phase into Caps. You cannot get counter pick mid and then get solo killed and out pressured the way he did. Get him in a comfortable matchup, get him in a matchup where he can at least try to farm evenly and follow when Caps is about to make a play. And, you know, there's so many things that went wrong. I don't think it was so much about the draft. I think ultimately it's just about them getting a mental reset, coming in with a good early game plan, and actually, you know, succeeding with that plan this time around.
I feel like it's just the issue of facing up against G2 is that, you know, all of your flaws that you can maybe manage to band-aid against the other teams are going to be showcased. And when I think of Abadaki, I think of the Azir, the 3-0 week that they had in regular split. That was the Azir. He played, of course, some Jace games, had a good LeBlanc game, but it always came at the back end of games because a lot of those games against, for example, SK were very sloppy, and they managed to get to that point where Abadaki becomes the better player after 25 minutes. But how to figure out this early game, I don't know if there's a clear solution because in the end, you're just measuring yourself against a very strong G2.
I think the one joker they could have, so to speak, would be Peach. We saw him playing Lee Sin in the past, finding so many successful plays, really creating all that early game pressure. And if he's on a playmaker, on a strong carry, and he comes online, maybe he can make the difference. But again, you know, playing that well against Yike is also not going to be an easy challenge.
I mean, that's the thing. And for me, in terms of mindset, as you said, maybe taking some time, you know you're facing off against G2, you know you're coming as the underdog here in this matchup, but also they had the momentum going from the miracle run they kept on making happen here. So maybe there's something mentally that they can leverage and be in a better mindset, Yamato. As a coach, I'm asking if you think there's something.
I think they could, as you mentioned, they come in as the underdog. They have nothing to lose. Everyone expects them to lose. They better just, you know, put everything on the line. Don't be discouraged.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens for the next game as G2 dominate here in Game 1 in the first playoff series we have. Can Excel find a winning formula after the first game? We'll be right back after this.
Catch them as flash forward, and Abadaki is just dead. And Patrick cleansing away. Limit going in for Hans Sommer. He's down to 200 HP, and Patrick look for the end. Can't get the spears in Hans Sommer's back. Mickey with the re-engage. Patrick flashing away. Dodge but he still gets stunned up. The glacier moment is just too much. G2 get a double in the bot lane. The Nico clone that tanks the route, and now the re-engage can begin. Peach already low pop. Blossom onto 3. Cats finds them all, and the killer instinct lives up to its name as Hans Sommer dives in. The bait's call.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Welcome back to the LEC Lives, where we're here for Game 2 between G2 and XL. Game 1 pretty definitively going in G2's favor with the most kills we've had in any game across the course of LEC Summer.
Good start. Let's top it the next game and the game after.
Yeah, just keep going. Just more blood. That's what we like.
Maybe 5 of them as well. Just 5 record-breaking, just non-stop kill games.
Yeah.
But XL chose red side, interesting enough.
Yeah,
they haven't actually swapped it up. They've stuck their side. They think that maybe they've got an angle in draft, so I'll have to keep an eye out for what they change. But I think the Jace Maokai is good, but I really want to see that Jace go towards mid if they run that back.
That's the thing, really. Abbott has played the Jace once across groups. Did win on it as well, so it's not something they're uncomfortable on, or at least not something that's new to them. We'll see if they do it this game, though. There's the Rumble Rakan ban once again from G2. Ivan removed from XL. There's the Draven. Wonder if we'll see Kaiser and Rel being let through in Game 2.
Last ban coming in from XL if they want to change it up. LeBlanc still open.
I think if it's LeBlanc, G2... Oh, it's Kalista instead. Okay, so LeBlanc, Rel, and Kaiser all up.
Yeah.
Is Rel your prior?
Looks
Rel
like
would be
it.
my prior.
I mean, they can go Jace Maokai here again, but then they're going to get Kaiser LeBlanc, which doesn't feel good if Caps wants to go for that LeBlanc. They've gone Maokai Kaiser, so they've denied that pick. We'll see what AD Carry Hans decides to go for, if he wants to swap it up.
I mean, he's got to swap it up. He could go towards the Xayah.
But yeah, I feel like LeBlanc could be a good pickup. Just G2 want to deny the Jace. Does Caps want to take that away? They've gone for Braum. Rakan is banned, which is normally like the pick into Braum. They've gone for the Kog'Maw Braum, of course. It's the G2 special, isn't it? They've been playing. That's the 3rd time they played it now. And yeah, I think when they play around Hans, it just feels like they dominate the entire map. I feel like picking support up here would be great for XL, but Jace is up if they want to play that Jace mid. Jace, Kaiser, Maokai. That's insane.
Very strong poke. Yeah.
Especially against the Kog'Maw. So I feel like if they're happy dropping support here, I don't think XL will be too upset if they can pick up the Jace.
Don't do it. It's not Arena. Jace locked in.
Kaiser, Tarek, Arena. Just lock in Master Yi on 4. And they're all happy. So now going into the 4-5. Can look to deny mid laners or top laners for G2 and keep the Jace flex alive. Pick support on 4. We'll see what supports are banned away from G2, if any. But obviously that Rel will go towards the jungle.
Yeah, with the Rakan being already banned away, I don't really know if you have more supports you must ban with the Braum. Obviously, Nautilus available, but Braum is good into the Nautilus. I think Braum as well works well into the poke that XL have already got. So G2, though, when they played the Kog'Maw Braum, did tend to fall behind in the early game. I remember, I think it was about 2,000 gold average deficit for them at the 14-minute mark. So we'll see if that happens once again here, or if they've refined things a little bit. Mid going to be pinched with the Nico and the Azir bans.
Interesting they banned the Azir, so they must be saying, we think this Jace is going top, when I think they should definitely put it towards mid, especially with Nico LeBlanc bans. That Jace is pretty much covered off. Azir is down. I wonder if G2 are kind of shooting themselves in the foot a bit here, if Abadaga is happy to pick up that Jace, but the Tristana is still open, if that's something that Caps wants to run. Double AD carry with Braum and a Rel would be great. Then they can round it off with an AD top or a tank, you know, Orin or Kennen with an AD carry. I think an Orin would be great for them, wouldn't it? I think Orin Tristana 4-5 would be a G2 classic, wouldn't it? So
I think with the Nautilus being banned away as well, you are looking more towards the Tristana, because Nautilus obviously can mess with his Tristana quite a lot. XL going to pick support here, leave top for last.
Is it Melio? Yeah, I was thinking, is it Melio into Braum? You don't really want to pick a melee support. You could go Kai'Sa Alistar, but against Kog'Maw, oof, that lane might be a bit difficult with a Braum especially by their side, but you know, they're happy going for it. So now the question is, do they go for that Tristana Ornn? I mean, BB hasn't played any Ornn this split, but do they care too much about going full kind of quote-unquote AD, Rel's magic, Braum's magic, Kog'Maw's magic? Maybe they're happy going Sion or Poppy anyway.
How would you feel about Cassante here as well for G2 if they wanted it? Just, you know, gives you a little bit more pressure in the lane than an Ornn would, but...
I think, yeah, Cassante works really nicely. I think Poppy could also be pretty good, but
it's being banned.
Oh yeah, it's been banned actually. Yeah. Oh yeah, so I missaw that. There's a Renekton.
So is this going to be Tristana?
I feel like it could be pretty good in double AD. I'm not sure what else Caps can run. There's so many mid bans is the problem, and they still have the Jace, so they could still get counted if they do decide to blind something. Like the Ahri could work, but again, Ahri with this comp, is that the direction you want to go in? Doesn't really fit well enough. Caps always cooks for us, and he's always got something up his sleeve.
Lucian. So Lucian into Jace, a very common counter matchup in the good old days. Could, of course, be Cog mid, but I think into Maokai Jace, that's not going to work too well.
Yeah, Lucy was playing Lucian Braum today.
Yep.
So is it going to be the Jace mid? Looks like it. Gragas top into Renekton can work. The Jax is open, which is actually an Eastern classic into the Renekton, but doesn't look like Vodo wants to run that. Gnar could be an option. in trying to nullify that lane. But yeah, double AD solo laners gonna go for the Gnar. I think Malphite could have also been an angle, but then your AP is quite high, isn't it? But I think XL, Kai'Sa, Jace, Maokai, that 3-man core, the amount of poke they have is absurd. And G2's only real form of engage is that Rel, so they need to get this Kog'Maw rolling. I think XL will be pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Lucian isn't too surprising because it was Caps that ran it against BDS last week, so it's something he's brought out recently as the counter into Jace. But Nuke's Jace is relatively good. You have a strong teamfight composition. You've got good poke as well from XL. So overall, this comp a little bit more well-rounded than their first.
The only reason Lucian mid solo lane kind of fell off was the changes to like having that support with you for the extra damage, right? So he doesn't really have that only in the mid jungle 2v2s overall.
I think they did update him on 13.12 or 13.13, where if someone immobilizes someone, you still get that passive on the Lucian.
So that helps with mid
because you have the
jungle
Rel, right? Like you have a bit of CC at least to help that out. So can still get some of those extra light slinger shots off, but won't be as effective as Lucian Nami, which obviously is what we usually see.
Right, so game 2 is super important here for XL. If this Jace Maokai doesn't work now, they might be out of options because they're facing a match point G2. And it's the Kog'Maw Braum Classic from G2 with the Lucian. We're about ready to get into this game 2, and we'll see you in a sec.
You a ribeye man, Cadril? A sirloin?
I don't know the difference. I did like T-bone though. That one was pretty.
You like your steaks? Well, I can give you some of them.
Can you see this?
Burn Spike.
That's some steak right
Stun
there.
on Limit. He's going to get concussive blows, and Limit isn't even going to burn a summoner. He's dead. First blood over to G2.
Wow, these level 1s. It was great for XL in the first game. Now it's terrible. Giving that kill over to the Renekton. It's not the end of the world because it won't impact bot side. Hansama used the Ghost as well for... He's got the dagger and 4 potions, but yeah, an extra longsword for the Renekton.
Anyway, before I was rudely interrupted by G2, the stakes for this game, if we're the winner, we'll play in our finals next Sunday. Already through to those, will definitely be top 2. If XL win, they lock themselves into season finals, which is our world's qualification tournament and our grand championship of the LEC in about a month's time. Also, if XL win, they lock Koi out of those season finals. Yep. So it'll either be Heretics or Fnatic joining them. If G2 win, XL can still make it into the season finals. They are not eliminated from this match. They would play up against the winner of Heretics Koi next week. And we'll see how that goes when we get there. For the moment, though, G2 out to an early lead. 400 extra gold in Broken Blade, on Broken Blade right now. He's got double longsword to start off this lane.
Yeah, all of Koi are big G2 fans right now.
Yeah.
Don't want to get locked out. And yeah, the double longsword will be great for any trades when the Renekton gets slots at level 3. But again, this Kog'Maw Braum into Alistar, Limit's going to have a really tough time. He needs to get out of this lane phase. I think that they're going to get kind of bullied down here. Alistar level 1 can't even walk up to auto-attack the creeps, so obviously G2 will get the push early and will be able to stack waves. What does Yike do is my question. He's going to do red Krugs into Raptors. Does he just go into bot side and sack his top side and try to play for these dives, which they can easily pull off, I think, with the amount of damage that they've got and the stacking wave potential? Or does he just try to match top? We'll keep our eyes on him. This Caps is getting some nice trades. The Q through the minions is the ideal Lucian poke through these solo lanes and bot lane in general. But we'll see what kind of trades they get down on the bot side. If Hansama and Mickey can get the upper hand and chunk out Patrick before this wave crashes, then they can look for dives. But it looks like Yike is going to move top side.
Yeah. Covering off any potential gank there from Peach. And Peach, although we didn't see too much of him in the early game in game 1, there's a player for XL that really began to shine at the latter portions of summer in groups. 100% kill participation, high kills and assists at the 14-minute mark, and big gold leads as well. I think in week 1 he went from not really being that active. He did have 100% KP, but that's because they only got 1 kill, and he was involved in it in the entirety of week 1 before the 14-minute mark. Yike here looking for an invade. He's going to be able to sneak this away under Peach's eye. Oh, Peach gets it with the Bramble Smash across the wall alongside the Smite. Just yoinks that one.
Nice, isn't it?
Really good for Peach. I mean, Yike took so much time. He's now 3 camps behind Peach. Yike could look for a gank in the mid lane. Has the Hex Flash, as you say. The Pheromancy mount up will still give you that flick back. That little mini cinch.
There he goes.
Hex Flash forward. Abadage early flash away. Smart from him. Caps going low as Peach now.
Peach can kill
Does
Caps.
a long way around, and Caps nowhere for him to go. He flashes, but Peach chases him with a twisted advance.
Much better early game here from XL, managing to get the ball rolling now through mid a little bit. Peach recovering that Krug, making it so Yike is obviously a little bit far behind on the camp clear. He's going to move towards his top camps now. And we'll see what G2 can do on this bot side.
Yike will go Scuttle Crab first, then go over towards his blue side. Peach can just get his reset off, has already done a full clear. And I have another look at this. It's the sapling giving vision, I believe, into the Bramble Smash.
Yep.
And that's just, is that just a blind smash?
Just lucky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very nice from Peach there.
And then we see the mid lane gank Peach coming around. Yike had looked for it, but Abadage fast on the trigger finger with the flash away.
Nice pickup there from XL. And we see Peach taking a recall on this bot side. Has the flash, but he's kind of has no flash, sorry, but he's kind of sitting on a ward. So that time that he can get from Yike being behind, he's actually maybe going to get a flash here if Limit wants to commit.
The Unbreakable pretty strong. Limit going in with the knockup, and now Hans Summer has the Ghost running, but can he get away? Still has the Flash Ignite, and the Void Seeker, enough for XL to get their second kill of the game.
Oh, G2, that is unacceptable, isn't it? There's a Maokai recalling in Tribush. You just gave them a kill and lost 4 summoners in bots. Abadage, Caps, is he gonna?
They just walked past him. What Caps? G2, what are you doing?
What is that such a Caps moment? I mean, I get it. He wants to run out of tower range before he uses his combo, but my man, you're running through a Jace just free hitting you. Caps dies. XL are winning mid and bot now, all of a sudden, despite being down in CS. Yikes, fighting Odoame on a ward. Peach's on the way to cover any kind of dive that they want to look for. Flipback's going to come through.
Odo still has the jump here. Ruthless Predator still will get the stun off. Peach on his way, but Broken Blade's very healthy. Like Yike looking for the re-engage. The sapling coming down. Broken Blade able to get away from the slope. And G2 will escape the top lane. Yeah, overall, G2 just being very messy in their play.
I can't wait to see the replay. Can we have...
Ooh, oh, flat what? Broken Blade, he has 6, he gets the kill.
Huge.
Nice, slice and dice out.
Huge solo kill there from Broken Blade, taking down Odoame underneath the tower. Odoame kind of struggling a little bit this series up against BB's Renekton, and this is the second time he's getting the better hand in terms of impact on the game. Jace wasn't really there, and now the Nara is struggling, but what happened bot G2? We need to see the replay of the vision, because that Maokai was...
He's a tree, so he just blends in, right? We'll have another look at mid first.
So Caps is running out of tower range here on purpose so he can burst Abadage, but by the time he's out of tower range, he's dead.
Yep.
Plus 44 gold as well from the first strike, so a nice 300 easy pick up there for Abadage despite the Lucian being 0-2. And now it's XL's job to just control the mid-bot side of the map, try and punish G2 on push-outs, try and punish the Lucian. The Maokai will have flash first on the Lucian as well, so that's an easy way to find some kind of pressure or kill. Limit will maybe hex flash over when it comes up and look for a combo if G2 want to try and look for a tower plate. And Yike's hovering towards mid. Abadage has no flash. Yike has the flash. That could be some kind of setup there, but Abadage is playing very far back if you look at the minimap, making sure he's not vulnerable to any kind of gank. Maybe he knows he's there with that pink ward. Question mark ping's coming down. I think he does.
Yeah, Yike will now spot the pink ward, only level 4. About half a level behind Peach right now. Peach in his bot side jungle puts the sapling down. Yike shadowing a strike on the blue. Won't know yet that Peach is here. Able to force him away for the moment because the G2 bot lane has had the push and so can now move across. But Patrick and Limit pushed out the wave once again, and they will join forces with their jungler to see if there's anything happening here. Limit going in with a hex splash. Yike looking for the knockup. Does get it onto Limit. Twisted advance going in from Peach, but Yike is so deep. Unbreakable, saving Yike's life for so long, but Peach finds him through the midst of it all, and that's another over to XL. The chase could continue. Patrick not yet 6 though. Doesn't have that killer instinct to go any further.
X-Flash is out of range. They can look for a dragon if they want to, or they can just take a base and take this tempo and move out towards the top side on his camp's respawn here. Peach, the crab is up, and Yike needs to move towards to his red. Look at the levels right now. Yike close to 5, but Peach close to 6.
Patrick has nothing here. Unbreakable coming down. They need one more auto for the concussive blows, but the W has expired for Hans Summer, so it doesn't quite have the range to get onto Patrick.
So close. G2 almost finding a double kill there. The one more auto proc on both of them would have been a kill. This is really hairy for XL. I mean, you can hex flash in here, Limit, but I think you're going to die. Mickey's exhaust is up in a couple of seconds, but so is Patrick's cleanse. A big trade from Broken Blade onto Odoamne.
Odo's really feeling the pain of that first blood. You know, the extra longsword, then the quicker pickaxe has made it so difficult for him as Limit decides doesn't want to venture into the world unknown, and that fight in the bottom lane. Living Artillery now available to Hans Summer. That ultimate on the Cogmore could be enough to pick off Patrick and Limit.
This lane is really tough, isn't it, for the Alistair Kai'Sa into Cogmore Brown. That's going to be a second blade falling. G2 are probably just going to fast push this wave and take a reset. The question is, does Patrick stay for the wave? It's a cannon. So taking a little bit fast push in, but they've got the minion D-man. I think Patrick has to stay. Giving up that wave is horrendous. He's just going to have to hope that G2 back away and reset, and then when he sees they're recalling, he can catch it. Does G2 stay when he sees Patrick? Looks like
they do.
Mickey, yeah, they're saying, you know what?
I mean,
you
they
guys
just
want
hit
to stay.
double
We're
six.
level 6. They can maybe look for some kind of dive here. They have exhaust, but do they know where Peach is? He's going to be spotted on Herald now, I think, is Peach as he walks in to contest this. Abadage low on mana. Oruame no top push. They're going to have to give this one up. And XL are channeling their recalls again, but I don't think they can base still. Yeah, there's the cancel on the recall. They can't just give up a wave. It's going to be even more of a tough lane phase if they just sacrifice an entire wave to them. But now Peach has found a way into this top side, and
Abba moving first for mid as well.
Give this?
Looks like it. Yike might look for the steal, can't quite get it. Broken Blade going for Odoamne. Abadage the first to move from the mid lane as the Nature's Grasp comes down from Peach. They're chasing onto Odo. He gets the Mega just in time, the Gnome into the wall. And Odo takes, Abba takes the shutdown, in fact. Riptail picked up for Peach as well. Caps not moving from mid.
Wow.
Meant that G2 were always at a numbers disadvantage.
I'm surprised. I think it's because Yike's Smite isn't upgraded.
Yeah.
And Peach's is. So if you see here on the bottom, it's red Smite versus yellow Smite, and Peach's, he does have Smite up, that's a spectator bug. He doesn't actually have the Smite damage Yike to secure it. That's why he was so hesitant and he wanted to back off. On top of that, the mid push being in XL's favor. Even though G2 are much stronger on the top side when it comes to the Gnar versus Renekton, they didn't have the Smite to secure it, so Yike was scared of it just being stolen away. And that comes back to the early clear, you know, getting those Krugs, getting the early camps in. Yike was so far down on clear that now he's ticked over with that upgraded Smite.
It's a few players from G2 that have left us wondering a little bit. It feels you could have just, you know, accepted your losses, backed away from the play, but instead forcing for it. You look at the blue buff, you look at the Rift Herald a couple of times. They've just overstayed. Even Caps just walking through the mid lane tower. At the moment, though, XL 1,000 gold in the lead. A lot of that sitting, well, all of that sitting on their jungle mid. Abe, almost 1,000 gold up himself. A K as well for Peach, who has the demonic already completed.
K. What? It just sounds funny.
Yeah, it's like a grand.
A K. Yeah.
I'm sure there are better names for it.
Whoa,
1G.
Culling is, I feel like I kind of walked into it because of Yike.
Peach going back in with his twisted advantage. There's the knocker. Yike now needs the reinforcements of Hans Summer and Mickey, and will find them. Limit with the Unbreakable Will. Very tanky right now as Mickey falls to 200 HP. Abe has to flash away the exhaust. Twisted advance all the way into the back line, but Limit delivered the knock-up. And XL find 2 again.
XL really fighting back. Ooh! The Cogmore passive finds the shutdown.
High play right there. He's maximizing that passive.
Good def indeed. Using that Cogmore passive to get a shutdown onto the Jace. Herald mid for Patrick. Still a little bit down in gold, but this should recover a lot of it, especially with that static shiv. He has got the minion D-man, so he can push out these waves when he gets a couple more levels under his belt. And Caps is just doing Capsings. You know, one game he hits 3 times in a row, massive decults and wins the game for his team. And now he's on the Lucian. He's up in CS and he's pushing Abadage in, but he's just dying so many times. Playing so far forwards up against this Maokai who can, you know, easily just press that twisted advance, and then you've got nowhere really to go, Caps.
And the poke composition from XL beginning to really come online as well. Duskblade already finished on the Jace. Static Shiv, as we said, on Patrick. He'll be building up towards that second item now. Alongside that, a poke that can be overlooked is the saplings from the Maokai. You put a few of those out, that's a quarter of someone's health very easily when you have the demonic this early.
So Caps' culling went really wide here. I think he tried the culling through the creep to get the kill, but Abadage ran towards the bot side, but he had to run back up because of Yike. Dash forward, Maokai was in range of just pressing one spell there. Didn't even have to use the flash, and we can see it was a very messy trade, but overall XL get the better hand on the live picture though.
Dragon started, secured. Oh, Peach steals it. TP behind now as Broken Blade looks for a flank position. Yike going in, Limit low, down to 300 HP as Abadage dives into the backline. Patrick going in as well with the Killer Instinct. Broken Blade trying to get on Abadage. He'll get the shutdown. Actually falls over to Hans Summer as now Peach has to run for the hills. The Culling chasing him down. The rest of G2 on their way as Peach will fall. Timber goes the tree. 3v3 now erupts in the river as Limit dashed in, knocks Broken Blade out just in time. Limit so low, he dodges the first living artillery. Hans Summer has the mana for a second, but can't quite find his man.
Pex flashes back into the pit, does Limit to try and rejoin this. And it's just a mess, isn't it? Maybe we will break the kill record at this rate. We're at 14 right now at 13 minutes. Odoamne jumps over the wall and Caps dashes on his head. Can he get the kill here, Caps? No. Wants to maybe flash.
Oh. No Killer Instinct.
He had to just stop his recall there, wondering if he needed to bail his mid laner out. Brokenblade's gonna get a plating towards mid. So Odoamne TP's in. Brokenblade was TPing from behind, and the Renekton is really strong right now. Probably the strongest member on G2. So if he has uptime there, BB can wreak havoc on the back line. And gonna stop Odo's base. But it's the poke XL, that was a fight where they just kind of threw themselves in, knowing they had to fight and get the dragon quickly. They didn't even get any setup or poke down. So we'll see how the next couple fights go.
I will say this is how the Braum Cogmore games went for G2 during the regular season. They did tend to fall behind in the early game, perhaps not in exactly this way, but we'll have another look at this dragon fight.
So watch Patrick here. He's going to dash onto the backline in just a second as Mickey blocks a lot of damage. Really nice R flash there, but he gets instantly bunted back. Now here comes Broken Blade. Patrick gets the kill. He will find Abadage with the flash. Patrick has to flash over, and Limits are both on the other side of the Drake. Now you'll see Odoamne fighting Yike, Peach fighting Caps. It's kind of 1v1 split across the map, and as Limit then comes back into the pit with the Blast Cone, he realizes, well, I might die to this Renekton. Eventually just push him out of the Dragon Pit, and the Divine Speed just to dodge away from the living artillery means that they can get out alive. It ends up in a 2-for-2. But XL get the dragon. Peach just kind of walked in and smited it in front of Yike. It's only the first dragon of the game though, 14 minutes in, and Broken Blade will pick up the first tower.
I will say it's the third objective Peach has managed to steal away from Yike this game. We had the red buff to start things off, then the Rift Herald, now the dragon. Peach on fine form right now, 2-1-6, has been involved in all but one of his team's kills.
Pink Ward will spot Yike. Nice placement there, so Patrick knows that the jungler of G2 is lurking in the top rushes. Limit's gonna find Caps here, who just kind of face checks.
Yep. Gets knocked back. Sun's gonna connect as well, and Caps really has nowhere to go. Flashes away from the damage though. Nature's Glass coming from Peach from the side. Unbreakable being used as well, but Abadage, he went around the wall, and that's enough for 2 quick kills. Over to XL, make it 3, add 1 more on top for XL.
And they chose red side. They ran back a different draft in terms of taking away the Kai'Sa, and G2 didn't take the Jace away. Abadage now 10 out of 12 kills. Limit on this Alistar is just ruthless, isn't he? Well, he's just missed a Q flash as well.
Yep. He's been doing well so far though.
I wanted to give him some props, and then...
The thing is, if he gets it, Yike's dead, and then you have, you know, another person mismatch reset timing from the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Makes the Rift Herald easier, but XL will still be able to secure it. 4,000 gold now their lead, Kadril. This is looking very much like the reverse of game 1. Like XL are as far ahead as G2 were around this portion of the game.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says XL. And they stick to a similar sort of plan with the Alistar, with the Maokai. And the Jace impact in mid, you can see, is just night and day. Caps on this Lucian, I wonder when he'll really start to get on the line. Right now he's building towards what I expect to be Navori
Game 3
probably, or Essence Reaver. Game 3 is when he'll come back. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on Hans really to carry the weight of this. Odoamne is fighting up against Broken Blade.
Triforce can
no
do a lot
flash
of
on
work
BB.
here. Yeah, BB really no way out either. The Gnar into the wall from Odo. Good dodging from Broken Blade, but the chase continues. Yike coming back in. Ruthless Predator being used as Odo now has to try and escape. Nature's Grass and Peach won't reach his top laner in time. TP as well from XL. Now they're trying to collapse on Hans Summer and Mickey, and they're doing that perfectly. Patrick chasing Hans Summer out. Flash still available for the Cogmore. He'll manage to escape and join the back of his team. Frontline tanky enough to distract XL for long enough for G2 to retreat.
Bit of a blunder there from Odo. Maybe he thought he had the ult range. Caps has dashed over this wall with Mickey, maybe hoping that Abadage will go towards bot wave and face check the Lucian Brown. Will be a lot of damage, but he's not going to be... Is he going to move towards the bot side? Ooh, Abadage was thinking about it, and this is the pick that Mickey and Caps were looking for.
Now they see
that
him.
ward. Abadage senses something's up, but here comes Caps.
Caps over Mickey as well. The unbreakable wall stops Abadage's damage, but he manages to flash just in time, and Odo's TP'd in to help out his mid laner. It's a massive mess. A counter TP now from Broken Blade.
What's going on?
A 4v3 in favor of XL. If Abadage can rejoin the fray. The twisted advance flash forward, knocked back as Caps falls. Buried in the dirt, and now Yike retreating to the safety of his tower, but Odo there it is. Into the wall. The Magnus Storm will not be enough to stop XL's advance. Patrick dives in with a killer instinct, and Yike falls for the triple for Abadage.
Massive game here from Abadage on the Jace, and it's a pick which G2 tried to set up, but it turns into 4 kills for XL. All of a sudden, everyone was ready to collapse, and they just didn't have the damage to get the kill onto the Jace. The Hammer Form resistance is helping him out so much in living, flashing over the wall. Odoamne's quick on the TP, snaps that button, gets down here, throws the Q, doesn't get the slow onto Caps, so he focuses down Mickey. But then it's Limit that comes in. Caps thinks they can turn because BB's now TPing in. Yike's kind of wondering how he can get himself involved in the fight, but eventually he'll end up falling, and so XL now are the ones in this game with almost a kill a minute.
Yeah. And it's the issue with playing into poke like this as well. As soon as you're on the back foot, Abadage can stand 3 screens away and still hit you with those accelerated shock blasts.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter if he's low. He manages to pick up 3 in this exchange. And on that Jace, he is a terror. 9, 2, and 5. 2.5 items already complete for him. And for XL, a 5,000 gold lead, 10 more kills than G2. 18 minutes in, they're almost going at a kill a minute. The only reason we're not going to beat the record set in the last game is that G2 aren't keeping up, it seems.
No,
Excel.
They start fighting back, don't they? He's getting close to Cyrilda's at 18 minutes. He's going to get a top tower as well. Could look for a top tier 2 if they can land some nice poke. They're going to see Mickey basing. The Q just flew across the map from Patrick. Now they're 5-man here. Caps is recalling. No TP, actually not going to cancel the base. Maybe they're saying here G2, well, we can't defend this top tier 2. Caps just push out bot and try to deny a wave. We'll show some presence, but there's no real way of defending this limit. With the Hex Flash was ready in case someone stepped up. And now the question is, can Caps get that bot tier 2? I think the answer is possibly no. We'll see how quick they are on the recalls here, XL, and getting Odoamne back towards that bot side. But it would be great for Caps, you know, getting this tower, 600 gold, and an objective bounty. It's probably worth the die, even if someone was TPing behind him here. Just pick up that tower, tank the damage, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
He's definitely going to die. Odo will chase him down.
It's worth it.
It definitely is.
It's worth 300 gold, yeah, but he got double that on the tower and gave his team an objective bounty. And Dragon's on up for 3 minutes 30. No Baron for 30 seconds, and he has TP, so they won't lose too much off the back of that. Nice kill for Odoamne.
Good death.
Good death indeed. Still down 3,500 gold to the Jace, though, who now has the Mirror Mana too.
I think coming into this series, a lot of people looked at the mid lane matchup as the one that swayed most heavily towards G2. Caps on an absolute tear so far. Abadage, good, but off Azir, often, you know, not the key point of his team. Here he's shown that with a little bit of an early lead and a little bit of a questionable play from Caps, he's been able to extend that and really shut that Lucian out of this matchup.
Caps is secretly wants to be an AD carry. You know, he role swapped once for a split for G2. He was the first to bring Varus mid, you know, with the AP and stuff like that. He always wants to
Lucian.
go Vayne. He wants to go Vayne. He wants to go Tristana. He wants to go Lucian. You know, secretly in his blood, there's just days where Caps wakes up and says, I play Kog'Maw mid. I'm an AD carry now. Well, Baron start here for XL. Have they got Sapling set up, and can they land the poke? There's one in that pink water brush from G2, but they see it. It'll do a lot of damage, though. With the Demonic Embrace, you can see Broken Blade dashing away.
Oh, and Mickey was separated. Puts the Unbreakable up. TP now coming out. Nature's Scar's being used as well as Mickey tries to block the Unbreakable. Glacial Fissure from Mickey. He knows he's going to die. Can he get the rest of his team out alive? Caps caught up with the Twisted Advance. Tries to turn it back onto Peach, but now Limit diving in. Killer Instinct as well from Patrick. As they look for more blood, they look for more kills, and they'll get another. XL with 3-0 in the exchange.
20 kills, almost 21 minutes now. That's an easy Baron for XL. And here in game 2, XL fighting back with a massive punch back to G2, which I think no one expected after that game 1. G2 looks so dominant. It's all come from mid lane, I feel like, this game. You know, Odoamne lost out, got solo killed by BB. The bot matchup was so good and they had permanent bot push, but I feel like Peach and Abadage just got the better hand of Caps here. Q flash from Limit, Mickey flashes away. It's not too bad for G2 actually trading that Alistar flash, and then the ult from Mickey and a choke thinks that maybe it looks good, but look at Caps, just TP'd in. Twisted Advance, he's gone. The Lucian can't really impact this fight at all. Yikes, kind of stuck there with no flash, saying, well, my W just got cancelled over the wall. And yeah, Broken Blade hands just there to watch, really. They can't really do anything.
I think to give Mickey the benefit of the doubt, he's blocking Caps there. He doesn't want the root to land on Caps as soon as he comes out of that TP, so he does everything he can to try and keep his mid laner alive, but unable to do so. Broken Blade walks away from Peach, but now Baron for 2.5 minutes. XL, 8,000 gold ahead, and Peach goes forward, but now Peach locked up and the rest of his team unable to follow up, and for once this game, Peach makes a drastic mistake. XL still able to push in, they got mid pressure with Odoamne. The Baron buff helping him out as he takes down the tier 2. The advance will be slowed a little bit at least without Peach on the map.
Nice pick up there, XL. Maybe looking for a fight here. Odoamne has the TP and they can see Caps towards mid without it, but now they realize Caps is moving down into this bot side jungle. If they do engage, it'll be a 5v5. Patrick really wants to jump off the answer and get the kill, but Mickey can block it straight away. Another one. Whoa.
Yeah, that play would be the creme de la creme if he dashed in like that. As he looks for the backline, gets onto Abadage, gets the stun down, the Cullen coming out as well, but Limit doing a great job to block all of those shots, and now Odoamne joins the battle. Abadage goes godlike as Broken Blade falls. Caps goes down for the 8th time this game, and Mickey follows him to the grave. Unsummer, the last man standing as he tries to clear out the way, but he just can't escape today. No way out for G2 as Limit secures his 2nd of the fight.
Peach is going to move towards the Dragon. That should be an easy pickup. How much can XL get off the back of this? There's 10 seconds on Yike, 15 on Mickey. I think they might have to just settle for an inhibitor bot and maybe a tier 3 on the mid tower. They'll get the Drake, put themselves on soul point, and similar situation to game 1. This game is done and dusted at this point.
23 minutes in, 32 kills, and a 14,000 gold lead. Now, if you told me that before the series started, I would have said, yeah, I can see that happening. What I wouldn't have thought was that XL were the ones in that 13,000 gold lead. They're going to get their third dragon of the game. Soul a possibility in about 5 minutes time, but have another look at this because Yike is looking for anything for G2.
This almost gets one shot, doesn't he? He dies and then the Dusk Blade comes in from Abbedagge, so as much as he gets stunned, he knocks back Broken Blade. He gets melted from Patrick. Patrick then dashes onto Caps and then the fight's over. Hans has to run for his life, has the flash, but where is he flashing? There's an Alistar behind him, there's an Gnar in front of him. Kind of sandwich here into his tower, and I think Yamato put it best. Every time you put XL in this kind of box of they've hit a ceiling, they won't really come back, they'll never do this. They always just break through it, and I think a lot of people expected just G2 to come in and waltz past XL as the favorites, quick 3-0, but no, XL are going to take game 2 here, and we're going to be in a best of 3. We'll see how G2 change up the draft and adapt. Maybe they want to take away red side from XL. Maybe they think this Jace Maokai is a problem. But now XL just have to close this one out.
I could even switch away from the Rel and look towards the Kai'Sa first pick if you think that might be more impactful. It's definitely been so for Patrick this game, 3-0-10. He's having a very strong performance, although he hasn't been the key point for XL. That's been all Abbedagge. 3 items and the BF sword alongside it. Odo now pushing in mid. G2 having to defend on 2 fronts.
Yeah, 4-1 coming in. They don't have the Baron. It's 2 minutes, 30 seconds away, but they have a really good comp to just siege down, don't they? Just Kai'Sa W spam, Jace QE spam. He's going to miss there onto Hans, but as soon as one of them lands, he's going to have to run back to base. Here comes the Maokai ult to zone them away. Does G2 flinch?
Oh, Mickey's already low. G2 can't flinch because they can't move. Mickey rooted up and dies before he has an opportunity to react. Peach falling low, though. It's Hansama with 2 items. Is starting to put some DPS down. Oh, Limit flashes in, shut down. Killer instinct for Patrick. He's locked up as well. He manages to flash out just in time. The culling onto Abbedagge now as he's going to get stunned up and locked up and killed off. And XL, you've been way too greedy. You've gone way too deep. As they saw the win in their eyes, but G2 slammed the door in their face.
Hansama lives and he's dishing out so much damage, isn't he? It's quite funny to just see Limit flash over the wall and look for the headbutt pulverize, but just get one shot mid-air, and then all of XL are basically full committed from that point. So here we'll see it again. The Maokai ult comes out. They're calling Odo Amne to be ready for any kind of engage. It lands onto Mickey. Mickey gets melted. And then you think that XL will focus down the tower, but Limit gets chunked out. Watch Hans on the uptime, just chunking down this Alistar. And then as he flashes forwards here for the re-engage onto the Kog'Maw, he kind of dies mid-air. Don't know what it was, but yeah. Oh, Hans Q flash auto attack as well. Dodges away. Patrick then dives in, but doesn't have the W by the looks of it. Hansama then lives because he's not isolated. Patrick flashes out. Peach is stuck there. Abbedagge has flash, but he's stunned up, and then they've just given over a lot of shutdowns to G2.
1,000 extra gold for Broken Blade. You can see the damage that Hansama can do. XL will be licking their wounds a little bit after that. They are still 10,000 gold ahead. They have a Baron coming up in a minute's time. They can gain control of this topside jungle, and assuming they don't overextend in a similar manner, they should be fine. So all they have to do is learn their lesson from their little misplay, and they can close this one out.
Got a lot of room to make mistakes with this gold lead that they've accrued. And yeah, looks like with Baron spawning, they can just easily rush that down. All they have to do is set up vision, set up saplings, and Abbedagge has to be ready to poke anyone else who walks through.
Call that one an oopsie daisy. Where I'm from.
If Iron was in the game, yeah.
Good one. TP coming in though. Still 25 seconds on the Baron. 3 items for Hansama. Does mean that he will have a lot of damage to do if he has the time to do so. No flash for him, none for Patrick either. Abbedagge does have his. So does Yike. Engage possibilities, still an option for G2. However, they have to step into darkness to get anywhere near the big purple worm.
The game is on Hans, but he has no flash, and they have so much poke. So look how far back he is. He doesn't want to get chunked out, and he wants to get involved somehow.
I mean, Baron
this Baron is just going to get destroyed. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the Dragon as well. G2 are now walking up, but Caps is not even here.
I mean, maybe just looking to see if they can find someone a little bit low. XL, yeah, sprint up towards the top lane. The wave crashing just outside that tier 3. G2 now perhaps will realize, oh, we have left the door a little bit ajar, and XL have now opened it up. They're going to TP down here as Abbedagge tries to join this one quickly. The rest of G2 backing away in the mid lane. Caps doing the same, but this inhibitor tower will be raised to the ground before they can even get there. And XL not greedy this time as they back away with Broken Blade and Yike on the flank.
The aggressive option here is to play for doubles inhibitor. The easy option is just to move mid and secure this dragon and set up vision exactly like they did with the Baron. Let's see how they decide to do it. Right now, XL seem a bit torn. They're waiting for Odo Amne to push. It looks like they're going to go for the aggressive option of getting these inhibitors. Now, G2 can take a fight if they want. It's a question of when.
Mickey using the Unbreakable there does give XL more of an option because Peach can pop down the Nature's Grasp without having that wall to block it. Let's see if he uses it early on here as the engage begins. Broken Blade going in. There's the Nation's Glass and G2 all retreat. 5 members strong. That root's going to hit onto only Mickey, but he's going to sacrifice his life to block for the rest of his team. Limit able to get in, but there's the Magnus Storm kicking Hans Summer. But any damage down during this time? The answer's no. Excel wipe away G2 in their base. G2 trying to answer. Hans Summer still alive, but Patrick is not going to let that stand. A triple for the Kaiser to round it out. A quadra, in fact, as Excel even us up at 1-1.
42 kills. How many did we have last game?
I think it was a couple with like 45, 46.
It's a bloody
Something
series,
like
isn't it? 80, 90 kills, upwards of that so far in these 2 games. And yeah, Excel strike back with a very similar game to what G2 did to them in game 1. To be honest, I think that Jace, Kai'Sa, Maokai is absurdly strong right now, and XL would love to get their hands on it in any draft. I think G2 will make a quick adaptation to deny that. But now we're in a best of 3, which is quite surprising. I think the XL have definitely come with a lot of force, a lot of strength as a team, more importantly, than just having like an individual solo lane taking over, because both sides were losing. They played that through mid.
And even if, you have to remember, like, G2 are in our season finals. If XL win this series, they get to season finals after not making groups for 2 splits in a row. There's a lot on the line for them. They're not eliminated if they lose, but still, if they can pick up 2 more wins against G2, they have that shot at Worlds for the first time in the organization's history. We're going to hand it over to the analysts to break down game 2 and lead us into our best of 3.
Thank you, Medic. Excel strikes back here in Game 2 of our Best of 5 in playoff. And guys, I know that on social, online, everywhere, and even us backstage, we're questioning Excel approach of going back on red side, given the team's tendencies usually to favor blue side. What did you think of this approach and choice for them, Roxa?
I was very skeptical of it at first because, like, when looking back at my own League of Legends career, 2017 up until now, I barely remember a single patch ever where picking red side was actually the way to go, because usually that would just be OPs of blue side. You can kind of control the phase of, or like the pace, sorry, of the entire draft. Still, Excel came in with a clear plan. They shut down all the early game aggression from G2. They took the Kalista out of the equation by banning it. They ended up picking Kai'Sa early. They grabbed the Jace. And all of a sudden, when having all this pressure in the early game, they looked like a completely different team.
I think it also comes down to the fact that the draft becomes overloaded. And I think that was kind of what Excel was aiming at in the first game as well, where they snatched the Maokai Jace rotation. I think the big mistake they made there was that they went for the Kai'Sa, and they obviously went for that rotation. And what I mean by that is that when you are blue side, you obviously have the luxury of picking the most OP you think it is. For G2 as well, but that also means that you're giving over 2 more OPs on red side when they're not banned. And as you can see on G2's blue side, they're not banning so many of the OPs. The Rumble's out there, but then it's Rakan and Poppy. So it's a very wide pool of different champions you can get that enabled Excel to get a red side draft, which was Maokai, Kai'Sa, and Jace, which was absolutely fantastic for them.
And I think it's interesting on the set of G2 that, as you said, it's mostly about trading OPs on each side. And here they favored the approach of, let's bring in the flex picks we have and the ones that have been successful in the likes of Lucian mid, Kog'Maw. But when you look at the early game and how things went, I'm questioning G2's approach here. Have they been too hasty? Was this one of the happy moments of G2, or were they just not playing to their comp strength? Roxy?
Well, I think the problem is that normally these champions would be flex pick, but in this case they broke the rel flex immediately by logging in Braum and Kog'Maw, and they essentially gave over a free Jace to Excel, which could easily have been avoided.
Another problem I think occurred in it was that they kept going for plays on the side of G2. All the plays that you're currently seeing on your screen right now is G2 initiating and then losing. And this Rift Herald as well was them starting the Rift Herald, then backing off, then going back in and getting re-engaged on. And even though they made some of the mistakes in the early game G2, it still felt like, oh, if you stop now, you can still have agency in the mid game.
Yeah.
But they never stopped. They kept going forward, and because they kept going forward, XL got so much momentum, and suddenly they started rolling away with the games. You can't get OPs kills in the early game. G2 got the luxury of having that in the first game, but in this one it was XL.
In a lot of ways, they're reminding me of Fnatic last week,
yeah,
where they simply had no stop button. They would just go all in no matter what, no setup phase, no thinking, just see champion, kill champion mentality. And maybe in solo queue that would work for you, but in this case, these guys actually have comms. They can talk about what's going on. They're like, guys, Caps is overextended, Broken Blade is overextended, turn on him. And guess what happens? They turn around, they kill them, they get 3 kills, and all of a sudden, there's just no way back anymore.
It's not a scream, guys. It's an official. You guys have to focus, and I feel like maybe G2 got a bit more too comfortable here, thinking that they could try this risky plays, but at the end of the day, it's still a best of 5. And it's unlike G2, with what we've been seeing from them lately of playing more methodical and not going for these risky plays. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen next game. But the main adaptation for me on Excel side is Abedage. We've talked about him on a different pick, on the Jace, clearly popping off this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You speak of comfort. I mean, Abedage definitely looked like he was comfortable, and it made me question why he did not get the Jace in the first game as well, because he was an absolute menace on it. While G2 absolutely griefed their early game, Abedage made the most of it as well with the early kills he got, and he did not stop either. The problem for G2 and the blessing for Excel was that Abedage not having a stop button was absolutely perfect for them. He kept finding kills, he got so accelerated on the Jace, and every time he got a kill, he went into the Duskblade form, and all of a sudden G2 could never trade back in these extended trades.
What needs to be remembered as well is that while Abedage, is considered the weak link of Excel, in some ways he's gone under the radar a little bit, because his main weakness has been the early game. In this game, Caps ended up diving him, he failed, Abedage got an early advantage, meaning he basically got to the mid game for free. And that's usually where he starts shining. It doesn't matter how poor the early game is. Mid and late game, he's a real carry and a real threat, and Caps just let him get there for basically no reason.
There's some good Caps games and there's some other Caps games, let's say, but on the side of Abedage, when I think of him, his career and his achievements, he strikes to me as the kind of player who needs to be set up and who needs this confidence to get the ball running, and he got it here. They win this one, but what can we expect on the rest of the series? Because when I see the last moments of the game, Excel rushing into G2's base, they could have lost the game here. This was an opportunity for G2 to come back. So how do you rate Excel's progress from game 1 to game 2, and what can we expect next?
Day and night. I think Excel, this is dream scenario for them. Like, you break the downwards momentum you're obviously maybe spiraling towards after just getting played with and toyed with in the first game, till you are now toying with them in the second game. So that just speaks to the fact that whoever really gets the early game rolling can absolutely continue to snowball it. And I think Excel coming off a momentum here, finding an idea of how you want to approach the draft phase, but also what you want to get on your champions, certainly is very nice to them. I think it's up to G2 now, with them choosing blue side again, finding different adaptations, because I definitely think you cannot give them the first 3 picks that they got on their red side draft.
I'm also not surprised seeing G2 select blue side, considering their coach is Dylan Falco. I worked with this guy for 2 years, and I remember him clearly stating that anyone who picked red side was trolling, because no matter the patch, no matter the year, blue side, it's just so dominant. And he's committing to that here. He's saying, I don't care what happened in draft, I don't care what went wrong. It is all in-game decisions. It's, our macro, our decision-making. And as long as we come in, sticking to our plan, sticking to our preparation, we're going to be able to find solutions. And in this particular case, I think the only thing they really need to do is take away the Jace. Then you're going to be fine.
Yeah, but for me, OP picks aside, I refuse to believe that G2 coming into their first playoff series are not going to come without more tricks up their sleeves. And here, I want to ask you guys, do you think there could be some champions that we haven't seen so far that could catch Excel off guard today?
I mean, absolutely. But do I know which champions that are?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Not at all
What a baby
whatsoever.
cookie.
I would be very surprised if we're not seeing something new. But I also wouldn't be too surprised if maybe Excel is also coming in with different adaptations. I've been very impressed with their coaching staff. And even though they tried the Kalista that did not work in the first game, it kind of speaks to the fact that they've been experimenting. And the fact that they're willing to do that and try new things is also a difference having Excel. Because regular season, they found their success because they just went very standard. Azir, Nautilus, tank top, let's play a standard game of League of Legends. This wasn't necessarily it. And that speaks to the fact that Excel is a team that keeps evolving.
Yeah.
And that's great to see from them.
And that's giving them us a series so far. And they end G2's 12-game win streak here. We'll see if they can get the ball rolling or who will get the advantage and lead us to match point in this first best-of-5 series right after the break.
So Abedage, Caps, is he gonna? It just walks past him. Caps! G2, what are you doing? Has to flash away the exhaust. Taking twisted advance all the way into the back line, but Limit delivered the knock-up. And Excel find 2 again. Excel really fighting back. Oh!
They're coming first, guys.
Okay.
He's dead. I'm looking. Attack. 1.5. Não faz calma. Dead focus. They kill.
Okay. I can take.
Yeah, he's coming as well.
I've Q'd him.
Yeah, I'm not doing this anymore.
Attacking. I'm not okay. Yeah, but you'll die.
Nice. Well take.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else. To be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, my cool cats and kittens, as we are here for Game 3 of the series.
You just call them your kittens?
Cool cats and kittens.
Oh, okay.
The old Tiger King reference.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's what.
I'll just agree.
Yeah. Good.
You can be my kitten if you want. That smile was, we'll talk about it afterwards. But what we need to talk about now, well, there's a thunderstorm coming in Berlin. And there's a storm coming on the Rift as well, because these teams are over 40 kills per game right now. And they're so back and forth, so we'll see what happens in this Game 3.
I have to give XL so much credit. After the demolition that was Game 1, they turned it entirely on its head. A shellacking for Game 2. It's a long time since we've seen this G2 roster be destroyed that much. I think MSI, probably the last time that it happened to that degree. And XL continue to go from strength to strength. After disappointing in spring and in winter, they now look like a solid team at the top of the LEC table. And even though these games have looked a little bit messier than perhaps the perfect League of Legends some people would aspire to look towards, XL are showing us that they can fight with the best that Europe has to offer.
And as the desk highlighted, G2 was on a 12-game winning streak before that game.
Yeah.
That's XL finally putting a stop to that. And G2 have gone back to blue side. Is Kai'Sa the first pick for G2, and are they going to drop the Rel Prio? I think the answer might be yes. That or a Jace Maokai ban here to change things up. So they ban the Rel instead.
So then do we go Callista or LeBlanc ban here for XL?
Let's not forget that Rel pick is a denial pick from Limit as well, who's been phenomenal on that Rel. So G2 were trying to deny that most of the series. Now, like you said, Kai'Sa, LeBlanc, Callista. Is Callista really first pick worthy? Is this something that XL want to ban away? Because if they ban it now, they'll still get Jace Maokai, but they won't get the Kai'Sa. But then Varus on 3 could work as like a substitute to that idea. So we'll see if that's the direction that they go in and they leave that Kai'Sa open, which I think can work, and bait G2 into picking it. I think G2 need to destroy this Jace Maokai. Okay, so they've gone for it.
So then do you just go Jace Kai'Sa here, pick Sejuani on 3?
Yeah, can also work. I think the Maokai is the most oppressive part of the Jace Maokai. The flex isn't really that big of a deal, and the lane phase itself is easy to play against if you just want to go for something like the Azir, you know, or Ahri, and just go even, or Tristana, I think, which what G2 can do. But yeah, I think Jace Kai'Sa would be something that XL should look for. And then, like you said, Sejuani on 3 can work. But yeah.
And with how well Abba played the Jace, I think having him on that once again would make sense. It looks like they're going to prioritize taking the Sejuani instead of the Jace, which is a little bit strange to me, considering you know the enemy is already locked in their jungle. Obviously, Maokai can be flexed. I think we saw it in the LPL earlier today, flex to support, if I remember correctly, but it's strange to not pick Jace. Immediately, though, G2 prioritizing Cog Braum, so then Jace can just get locked in on 3. You look so confused.
I just feel like Jace Varus there or something would be great for G2, but they are sold on this Kog'Maw Braum. Now, XL, surely a Jace should come through here. I mean, Abbedagge had an amazing performance. They have bans from mid to cover it off, and they should have enough supports to drop to 4-5 against the Braum. So, I would love to see that pick come out from Abbedagge. And I'd be very surprised if it doesn't. And I think XL are probably slightly surprised, but I'm also surprised by the Sejuani pick. Maybe the only logic I have behind the Sejuani pick is if they take Jace, they could flex Maokai support and pick Sejuani away or something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Is an idea that they could, like you said, could take away. But yeah, anyway, I think XL probably very happy with the Jace Kai'Sa again. They've lost to Maokai, which stings, but Peach has played a lot of Sejuani this split, I think. So yeah, it's his most played. LeBlanc ban gonna come through. Nico ban as well from XL would be pretty good. And G2, last time they thought the Jace was going top and they banned Azir here, which I think was kind of wasted. As much as you think the Jace might go top, is the Azir ban really worth it? Maybe it's for the Kog'Maw Braum cover, but I think they should target support a bit more if they want. Or top side, top lane, perhaps.
I'm trying to think what you want to take away here. You've already removed the Rakan. Braum, good into Nautilus, otherwise perhaps you want to ban away the Nautilus.
Yeah,
Gnar, get rid of those top laners for Odo Omni. Looks like G2 are very much on the Renekton hype train today for Broken Blades, so expectations are they'll look towards that. LeBlanc already removed by XL.
In the lane phase, the Renekton is working. So does XL ban Renekton here or Nico? I think the Nico ban is a must.
I agree.
And G2 here could ban something like, let's say Cassante as an example, or Sion perhaps, but yeah, not so much tank here against the Kog'Maw Braum. And then XL can pick the Renekton on 4, which I think is a great denial.
Interestingly though, Poppy has been left up these last couple of times, so I guess by not picking more Engage, the Poppy isn't as important as it has been for the G2 bans before. Azir instead their ban. You could go Poppy top.
So XL can go Alistar here, like they've been doing previously. They can go Renekton here to deny that. They could try and take the Poppy. The Nautilus I don't like too much into Maokai, Braum, Kog'Maw. I feel like the Alistar
I hate it into Maokai. No.
Yeah, it's just so, you can't really move. I think the Alistar is working. Just have to not make the level 1 too tricky. The lane is always going to be hard. But maybe they're scared of Tristana, is what I think here. I think the XL are saying we're going to pick Nautilus because G2 might go Tristana. So we'll see what direction they go in. I think Yone for Caps could also be pretty good here.
Yeah, I really like the Yone. Gives you a little bit more pressure as well in the lane. Why will G2 go with top? Could just go tank. Could go towards that Renekton once again. XL saving their last pick for the top lane does give them a little bit of flexibility. Of course, that Jace could still be flexed. We did see it in game 1 from XL. You could put Jace up into top in Odo Omne's hands and then give Abbedagge something in the mid lane. But what you'd usually pick, the Azir, has been banned away. G2 do go for the Renekton, so now mid lane their final option.
I think Odo can just go Gragas on 5 here or something. Doesn't sting too much. What's the pick for Caps here? Syndra? Yeah, it could work. Syndra, Maokai. Braum, it's a lot of magic. I think an AD champ would be great, like a Tristana, or a Yone. But he's gonna go for the Syndra.
Okay.
Has the knockback into Jace. Can definitely shut down the Kai'Sa if she dives too deep. Does help Abbedagge's itemization a little bit, but I think Caps getting on comfort is never really a bad thing.
has played the Syndra twice this year, won both the games, so... And obviously, across the course of his career, has played it a lot of times. But we'll see where XL decide to go with final pick. Cannon. Something Odo very experienced on, but perhaps not exactly what I was expecting here.
Yeah, I think they do over-index a little bit on magic damage, but it's not the end of the world. They have Kog'Maw, Syndra, 2 immobile carries. Maokai W will stop Cannon in his tracks quite quickly, but I think the lane phase does help out a little bit. odoamne, I think, has been struggling a little bit in lane, and this makes it so he can actually start getting the push and impacting a lot of the map.
I will say it hasn't helped that in game 2, Broken Blade got a kill at level 1. In game 1, when his team went for a dive, they failed the dive, and then he got dived in the top lane. So there hasn't been in the isolated 1v1 that Odo has been entirely losing out. Often he has been key point of focus for G2. I wonder if it will happen again in this game. I wonder if Caps will walk under a tower again in this game. Because definitely helped XL's early game that G2 made a few questionable plays.
Maokai the Caps counter.
Yep.
Never really respects the W range.
But he doesn't have a dash on Syndra.
So he can't walk up.
Exactly.
He can't feel safe to dash away.
He does have the knockback though, so maybe that will make him feel a bit safer.
Maybe it will. G2 comp very mid-game heavy. The Kog'Maw nice late-game insurance. And the XL comp very poke-heavy with a lot of good flank potential.
And they played it very well in game 2. It's a very similar comp for them. Obviously, Sejuani switched out for the Maokai. The Kennen as well gives you a little bit more backline threat in the team fights. But XL looking very strong today, looking for their spot in the finals and in the season finals. Let's get onto the Rift for game 3. XL have been falling foul of some G2 level 1 plays. odoamne is going to scout out the bush, and the rest of XL can walk forward here. Maybe looking to see if Broken Blade pushes up. XL actually going to bait Broken Blade in a little bit here. Odo can just walk up by himself, see if G2 collapse. But for the moment, looks like no dice in any sort of level 1 action between these two teams.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth in the crowd as well. Some XL chants coming out fighting against the G2, which you don't hear too often. G2 has such a strong fan base. And yeah, no top lane level 1 scouting paying off. Maybe looking for some kind of pick onto BB if you walked up for a ward perhaps, or if you tried to contest. But here comes the Kog'Maw Brown level 1, very strong. G2 can sneak their way in here, and Hans can place a ward down if he wants on the blue buff, or they can sit here and try to wait for the Kai'Sa. But very dangerous. They spotted that ward there, XL. Peach is pinging it, so they know the Kog'Maw has walked up and warded it. And obviously, if XL check, they'll see that Mickey has a sweeper. Hans just uses ward. No wards for ward spot.
Yeah.
So Peach, if he wants to get creative with it, get fancy with it, he can look to contest. I mean, I think the Kog'Maw Brown will step up level 1 if they want to punish. I've seen level 2 ganks on Skarner work.
Yeah. And it's also part of the power of Nautilus over Alistar. You don't have to invest your flash to find an initial engage at level 1 in the lane. On Alistar, you're never going to get an engage. So if Peach decides to come down here for a level 2 gank, a level 3 gank, Limit in a much better spot to find that initial bit of CC for the moment, though. Hansama and Mickey just hugging the bush as Patrick starts to clear out some of these minions. Hans and Mickey should be able to get the level 2 first. They have control of the lane. Concussive blows, very powerful early on. Yeah. And Limit and Patrick will have to respect that.
They go for the early play there, Peach, even though they don't have any vision bot side. Not going to try any kind of plays, and XL have 2 wards to cover off the exits of the bot side jungle from Yikes, so they'll know that when he walks back to Raptors and he goes towards the top side, Peach will be able to contest him on the blue buff area. He is just sighting a full clear by the looks of it right now, and Yikes doing a very similar thing. But we'll see how the pushing lanes go. The Brown will obviously push in the Nautilus, and looks like Abadaga's got a little bit of mid push to work with. That Doran shield helping out against the poke from Syndra. And didn't get to level 3 there. He tried to level up, bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it's going to get stunned. Ruthless Predator coming out. Kaldo Meek as well, a possibility. Odo has to flash, has to respect the auto Q combination there from the Renekton.
The idea was good. He tried to E through the creeps as he leveled up, and then Q auto W the Renekton, stun him and dash away, or just run away rather.
Yeah.
But he didn't actually get the level up, so he couldn't get the stun, so BB could dash through and get his flash.
Peach going to skip a camp here to try and catch this pushing wave in the top lane. Limit caught up, flash forward from Broken Blade, and there's the damage. And that's the combo odoamne was scared of.
Walking up against the Renekton with Flash W. That's another solo kill for BB in the books. Odo will TP back and will miss a couple of minions, but yeah, great play there from Broken Blade, getting the better hands of odoamne.
And just as I said, it wasn't odoamne's fault in isolation. He then falls in the pure 1v1. It's Cannon picked into the Renekton. Yike's gonna... Peach has smite. Not have smite, as you say. Peach forced away. Probably doesn't know. You know, you don't know if Yike has smite there or not, so no point risking it as the Scuttle Crab was running in the opposite direction. Better to make sure you get one of your own as he passes down towards bot side. Abadage looking for some damage on Caps, but Yike is here. Good flash, twisted advance. Abadage has a flash as well to get a bit of distance for himself. Limit. Good Q buffer there. Still stunned up under the tower. Will take a bit of hurt for trying to take the trade as Peach Arctic assaults across the wall. And last time Hans Summer and Mickey pushed up with vision. This time they have none.
Yeah, they died to this gank. And they know Sejuani's bot side. They just saw him run through mid.
Flash hook. Hans Summer flashes away. Mickey's now going to be met by the flail of the Northern Winds as Peach tries to force him away. But Mickey always has the possibility of just dashing back to Hans.
Yeah, so we'll see it again. BB's just going to E through. Flash W with Fury. Easy kill. And there's nothing Odo can do. Auto Q. Easy kill. And yeah, losing that flash early really stings. X behind the bot lane of G2 now. He hasn't based just yet. Peach is going through his second respawn, killing out that Thromp, and Krugs are spawning for Yike. So now the junglers want to base. They want to get towards that level 5 on the 2 camp here on their respawn, and G2 could take a base here on bot. Yike's kind of like hovering down. I'm just watching him on the minimap, his movement. He's kind of like leaning to bot as he's clearing his camp there for a few seconds, making sure his bot lane was not going to get hit.
A part of that is they have no vision in the river, right? You can see XL have a few wards around there. There's Broken Blade trades in the top lane. Odo, no flash, won't be able to close that distance, but you want to make sure that Peach isn't just looking for that repeat gank, coming back round through the river bush and catching Hans Summer out now that he doesn't have the flash. Limit very happy with that sort of flash trade because he has the Hex flash in the future. And Hans Summer a lot less mobility on the Cogmore than there is on the Nautilus with Hex Flash. A sitting duck, you might say.
Sitting duck. Target using the E there to last hit. I think he's getting the move speed to try and dodge Caps' combo. Doesn't go for the Q because I don't think he wants to push the wave out. He wants it to come into him because he could be vulnerable to a gank and his jungler's on Krugs. Jack's going to take the wolves and get to level 5. Mickey's going to Q the Drake to check if it's still up. Excel's on it. Actually, will find enough stop limit on his reset.
I think Mickey was going to do that anyway. Had seen him with the Scryer's Bloom, so could have just walked around the corner and hit that Q. Yike now going up towards top lane. Odo 1, they still no flash, does have the level 6 and has the Lightning Rush to escape any clutches of the G2 team. 6 minutes in though, much slower. That's what you were going to say as well.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was gonna say. This game is a lot slower than the last two. Both teams were like, hey guys, coaching staff was forward, like, let's reel it in. It's just way too messy. The coaches always love, from my experience, the clean macro, the nice gameplay. The fans want absolute bloodbaths.
It's me, I'm fans.
That's me as well. Just go in and fight. Like, this dragon will be uncontested. I think XL should be able to pick it up pretty easily. Yike's moving down though. XL have great setup. Good pink ward, pushed out bot. Hands are showing on the wave. Should be easy to pick up. Captain needs to push out midfield and Abadage can go back to catch that. So an uncontested dragon already picked up now for XL. And Herald spawning in the next minute and 20 seconds roughly. See if XL can get their bot lane up there to contest. Hans having no flash means, despite having a winning lane, it's very hard for Hans to want to flash up, to push up, sorry. Especially when his jungler was clearing all the wolves, he had to kind of give a push up there.
Trying to keep the wave in a nice spot for themselves, at least while the dragon was happening. Now it's going to slowly push out as Peach looks towards the mid lane, does have that Glacial Prison. Caps. Flash. Caps has the flash of his own, but he's done up with the Glacial Prison, and Caps will fall. Held the flash for too long. Wow. An XL strike.
A lot of burst damage. I think Caps was not expecting that damage. The Q flash is one thing, but Caps can't flash straight away because then the ult will come out and lock him up. So it's a bit of a guessing game. And through the stun there, looks like Caps couldn't flash away from the Hammer Form Q from the Jace. That's first kill over to XL for Abadage. And you saw what Jace can do in game 2. Lands on the Hunt, but the Braum shield comes up, and he's happy just sitting through the damage.
XL will be very happy that they managed to get Abadage ahead once again in the mid lane. As you say, his Jace in game 2 was incredible, and the amount of poke that he will have will be pretty devastating. I will say, Patrick, maybe going towards a more AD route here with the Noon Quiver first. Often when we see the static shiv, it's Kerchi's Shard, but might just be the traditional Kai'Sa build instead of the full poke damage build.
Let's see what direction he goes in. Hans is scared to walk up here, doesn't know where Peach is.
Oh, wouldn't you be? There's a massive boar running somewhere out of the jungle. Yeah. You only have one ward, he could be jumping over the... Well, you've got two, I guess, with the control ward in the Tribush, but...
Yeah, and his jungler's on Herald, right? So it makes sense for him to just give up. Odo Amne's on the tower. And it looks like there'll be an uncontested Herald pickup here for G2, so that's quite nice. We'll see where they use it. Probably going to try and inject some gold into Hans when he has that flashback up and they can play this 3v3 bot side. As BB's trying to take the pink ward of Odoamne, who will get a little bit of damage down. He has a ward down there now, so he can refresh it a little bit, but we'll dodge away from the sapling. So top side vision is pretty good for G2 here. 3 wards for Broken Blade to play with. He's going to take a reset. TP's up soon. I expect him to go towards that Stride Breaker in this lane. Gore Drinker is not going to give you too much, given that they have 3 ranged carries.
Relatively early, even early game between the two teams. Patrick dinging over to level 6 will be able to push out this wave as Hans Summer gets his reset off. Abadage taking a bit of hurt from Syndra in the mid lane, building up those Splinters of Wrath. 41 of them so far. The more you get, the more your abilities upgrade. I think you get 2 Qs, yeah, at 40, is it, or 25? And then in the end, your ult executes and you get more AP at 100, I think, stacks. So
yeah,
we'll see Caps become progressively stronger throughout the course of the game.
It's all about the Splinters.
Yeah.
But I think looking at Patrick, he just used the last DMAT. I think he will build the static, then Unquiver will build into it. Here comes the Shard or the Crit Cloak, I expect. There it is. So
still static.
Easy wave clear for him. And Peach level 8 now, still a level up on Yike. Caps has a flash. No flash on Peach. He could try and get it here with just tossing out an ult, but not ideal. Wants to save it. Face check from Abadage. Gonna look for a kill here, G2.
Abadage flashes away. Peach putting the damage down onto Caps. And the long-range shot from Abadage is enough. Caps falls for the second time this game. And Yike may be short to follow. Flash across the wall. Will manage to escape. But Caps, 100% of his team's death so far as Abadage has 100% of XL's kills.
Yeah, 700 gold lead for the Jace now. Nice little snipe from Abadage, knowing that Peach will layer the chain CC and he can just kind of dive away from the Yike for 1 second and just shoot the bullet through on the stun. Cap still has flash on those 2 deaths, but in both those deaths, he was stunned up. TP behind, though. Peach has no flash. Q away. Mickey has the flash ult if he wants to invest. A Blast Cone is going to come through, and it's just Caps' TP. So Broken Blade won't invest it, of course, and he should be able to push out that mid wave and deny 1 wave, but XL mid-jungle getting the better hand of G2 right now.
Yeah, Peach on absolute form on this Sejuani. Wondered off the Maokai whether he'd have the same impact, but Caps just trying to get forward, can never get close enough to Abadage. Can't even get that ultimate off. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Death Charge coming down as Patrick looks for the trade. Killer Instinct, the possibility for him. Won't go in. Doesn't really want to dive onto Hans Summer and Mickey, who still have the exhaust in the end. Just the limit ultimate burnt as Yike comes to make sure that his bot lane isn't in any trouble.
Nothing really burnt other than that ultimate and the Mickey Braum ultimate. When Patrick gets static shift, this lane becomes a lot more... Yeah, it's more like you call it a dead lane, right? There's nothing to do. You're just going to keep bouncing waves into each other. Dodged by Caps there on the Shock Blast from Abadage, who is building towards that Dusk Blade, getting closer and closer to that Mythic. We saw him with 2.5 items at 18 minutes last time around. Will be a little that's stronger this time with only having 2 kills, but still, it's going to deal a hell of a lot of damage. Patrick's base gets stopped there on the cannon wave, which is not ideal. Still might have to just force the base and take it for that static shift. Dragon up in 15.
Yep, it's just going to be the conventional poke from Kai'Sa and Jace here. For some reason in my head, for a moment, Static Shift didn't build into... Noonquiver didn't build into Static Shift, but I'm just so used to seeing the Kerchi shard first and then the full build.
Noonquiver builds into so many random things now.
It's like the old school Kindle gem, like 23 items or whatever build out of it. Now I still build it by accident and then realize I can't get a locket.
Yeah.
It's always a little bit frustrating as Hans Summer has some free time with his bot lane tower to take 2 plates.
Quick thing though, while Patrick based and picked up Shiv, Hans stayed for 2 plates. There's the Herald, that's another plate and a half, but Dragon's up, right? So your AD carry on XL is based. Hans is probably sitting on about 1k gold, so they have an AD favored situation here, XL. And they could look to fight this Dragon. G2 is pulling it out now, but they're on a timer. They need to start it up and get it soon, but I don't think they'll be able to pull it out and get it because there is an item advantage on Patrick. So I think XL really want to fight this, and G2 might just have to give it up because of that situation where Hans really needs to base. If you could look at the gold that Hans is sitting on.
I can't actually use our heads-up display at the moment.
Ah, okay. It's probably 1.7k in the back pocket of the Kog'Maw, right? That means that he's down 1.2k gold overall in this situation. 800 if you factor in Patrick's 400, but nevertheless, give it up. It's a Cloud Soul. Atlas is out there somewhere screaming. Cloud Soul, Cloud Soul, Cloud Soul. Just constantly happening in the LCK as well. Not ideal for champions like Jace, but the Kennen would love that.
Oh yeah, the ability to get onto that backline is so much more powerful. I think Kog'Maw would be pretty happy with it as well. Just maneuverability as Abadage is locked up. Concussive blows will stun him.
Where's the damage?
Wait, I think it might come back now as the exhaust comes out. Caps just needs 1 more.
Where's the damage?
Abadage trying to get away. Concussive blows for a second time. There we go. Enough damage for G2 and Caps to pick up his first kill.
There's the damage. They finally got it. Took a while. Caps should be able to get his Mythic off that shutdown. And he'll be able to push out this mid wave pretty uncontested, unless Patrick can snipe him with the W. Look on the minimap there. Patrick doesn't bring the W onto Caps.
Around the minions, it'll be very hard to hit that.
Yeah, just gonna clear out the wave instead. And Herald spawning in 50 seconds. They've got their bot lane mid now. Abbedagge can move towards the bot side on his respawn. And his TP should be up for this Herald contest. Caps is as well. And now they can start fighting this top side of the map. But G2 will get a full bot tower here by the looks of it.
There's a lot of gold going to that Kog'Maw. Already got the Ginsu's Rage Bait complete. Limit looking for Yike. That top lane tower still very hardy. 5 plates remain on it. XL trying to put some pressure up here as the Rift Hold comes up in 25 seconds. Broken Blade. Wow. Oh!
Oh, it's so unlucky, isn't it? You can't blame him. The Q landed. Oh, I've hit someone. Maybe I'm face checking a Renekton with ult already, you know? Pre-procs ready with a full stun. I'll ult. Where is he? He's Houdini. He's gone. So XL swap. They're going to put Auto Amne towards mid, and the problem they have now is G2 no Cannon ult is down. He has Proto Belt, which is great, but Herald's up, right? And you're going to fight this Herald for sure now, you know that Cannon ult's down. So now XL at a disadvantage. Maybe have to keep this up from that unfortunate series of events.
And to play for this Herald, you gave up first turret blood down towards the bottom lane as well. Hans Summer picked up all that gold, so unfortunate, as you say, for XL. It's a bit of a Lemony Snicket situation. A series of unfortunate events that have transpired to lead to G2 taking their second Rift Hold of the game. Still 2 dragons to XL, 2.5 minutes on the next for them. It would be Soul Point. First items completed across the board as well. The Rocket Belt, Radiant Virtue, Duskblade, static combination for XL. As G2 have gone for more of a Gordrink, a Demonic Leandri's Ginsu's angle.
Sounds like we're playing 2v2 and you've got Thieves' Gloves. You're trying to tell me what items you've got. Peach.
Oh, he's just managed to lock up Yike. Limit takes the kill. Now Caps coming in from the side as well. Limit still on that front line. The rest of G2 trying to collapse. Abbedagge TPing behind him here, but they're going to be a little bit late to the party as G2 collapse and find 2. Oh, flash away.
Caps can flash stun if he wants.
If the Winter's Bite was going to hit Abbedagge, where are you going to go? Broken Blade chasing through that Cloud Rift. Enhanced movement speed. Abbedagge has the dash away, clears away the cannon as well. And G2 will give up the ghost on chasing the Jace.
Auto Amne TP'd in, but he didn't have Cannon ult. He would have loved to have had Cannon ult in this fight. Not sure if he had flash. I think he does. That's a Spectator bug at the bottom. So the Cannon has flash. Initial kill comes onto Yike. Limit trades his life, but look where Auto Amne TP's in. If he has ult here, that's a flash ult onto 3, instantly 4 maybe. Get a lot of damage down. Auto Amne alongside Abbedagge with the Shock Blast. Maybe Patrick could get some damage in as well, but yeah, just missing that ultimate again stings. They give up the Herald, they lose this fight because of it as well, and they have to back away.
And now G2, 2,000 gold ahead. They have the Rift Hold as well, still in Yike's inventory. We'll see where he decides to use that. Already cracked the tier 1 in the bot lane. XL yet to take a turret, but not for want of trying. Limit here going to be able to grab himself that cannon minion. Always a happy moment for a support. You have those Relic Shield stacks.
7 kills in 16 minutes. What are we doing? Where's the...
I mean, it's still
4 for 4 trades.
Infinitely times more than the 18-minute 40 First Blood we had the other day. So I'm still relatively happy camper here, and XL and G2 continue to butt heads on the Rift. Winner of this goes through to our summer finals. If XL win, they make it to the season finals as well, where G2, BDS, and MAD and SK are already waiting. For XL would be first finals in the team's history if they manage to make it into our top 2 here in summer.
Oh, Peach might be in a bit of trouble.
It's going to get collapsed on. Mickey's coming in. Peach, no flash. Already used the Arctic Assault. There's the slow Glacial Prison. With the stun, but Caps can't quite get into auto range. Now he can. The sun comes out with the force of will. The Winter's Bite enough. There's the Glacial Fissure. Peach, where are you going to go? Dashes away once again. Still chasing as Broken Blade goes on a killing spree as Odo falls in the top lane. Still have flash. Meanwhile, XL looking for that dive, but they botched it. And all across the map, G2 are finding kills. XL, in the end, will get the shutdown over onto Patrick for Broken Blade's corpse. Rift Hold used in the mid lane, though, and Hans Summer is going to get more local gold out of this tower.
Now the action is ensuing, isn't it? Tower will fall. Like you said, push out bot from Caps. They get the kill onto Peach. He was very greedy on that strong side of the Jace, trying to find the dive, but he waited for so long that he's trying to walk into a tier 2 when the bot lane's collapsing from mid. So Broken Blade solo killed Auto Amne again there. And then I think he got dove by Limit and Patrick with their ultimates invested to try and finish him off to 1-for-1 it. It was a nice amount of gold over to Patrick. I think it was a small shutdown as well. But still, two kills to G2 and a mid-tier 1. XL slowly falling behind in the long game.
And the dragon as well means that soul only a distant speck on the horizon, at least 10 minutes away for XL. We'll have another look at this play.
So BB goes through the wave, Qs, Odomne gets a lot of damage down, but he's invested so much of his escape tools as well. To gap close, takes a tower shot, I guess flash W, yeah. Same kill as the level 3. Yep. And then in comes Patrick in limit. I'm guessing it's just a Nautilus ult or a hook into a Kaiser ult or something. Yeah, he's in a dive past here, Patrick with W, get the burst down, and get out.
Normally much Broken Blade could do in that situation, getting 1 kill out of it. That's about all he could manage. Mickey here, facing against Peach and Limit. Limit will hex splash across. Peach looking for the jump, gets the stun as well, and Yike is now collapsing. Glacial Prison has been used, but there's the Twisted Advance, the knockback onto the Sejuani, and she's on the wrong side of the rift as Abadagi takes the bad trade in the mid lane. Peach has nowhere to go. That ball going to be roasted up by G2. Hansama giving the kill. 3-0 now on this Cogmore. 2.5 items complete. And we saw how much damage you could do in game 2 underneath that inhibitor tower. Now, with a team in front of him, it's going to be even trickier for XL.
XL just look really disjointed, don't they? I feel like Peach and Limit are hovering around there. He gets cancelled on the dash, yeah, but it feels like they're hovering around there for way too long and the tower's already kind of dead. It's either you make a play happen and you dive, or you just kind of watch your AD carry take the tower. It's a bit of a tough call, really, for Peach. It's the second time he's done the similar thing on the opposite side of the map now, and G2 will get a tower out of it. Odomne has TP and there's a ward just behind him here. Hansama, if they want to invest in a lane TP. It's quite a long con. I think if Peach was topside, it could work. Maybe they can wait a little bit and go for it on this push out from G2. The question is, when do they pull the trigger? I'm watching here on the screen. I'm watching the minimap. I think they should pull the trigger here topside if they can. They're collapsing. TP behind is looking pretty juicy here for XL. It's just a question of when.
Right, all the saplings are going to slow as XL try and walk forward. Yike, Mickey, and Hansama spotted. There's the TP. Odo going in. Broken Blade has the TP to match. Limit lands the hook, but Hansama starts to open up. Death charge on him as well as Kellerson gets onto the backline. Odo there. Slicing mouse of Hansama flashes away, trying to take down Patrick before he goes down himself, but he will fall. And now XL trying to do everything they can. Caps gets another though. Broken Blade really ripping through them as Yike's on the chase. Peach rooted. 2v2. Caps and Broken Blade much more healthy than their opponents. Peach though able to dash away with the Arctic Assault. The stun just at the edge. Slice and dice. Radiant Virtue. No more slows available to G2. And 3 for 3 in the top lane is the result of the play.
Really good play by XL. They're behind and they get a 3 for 3. Most important thing there is Cogmore flashes down. That is everything that they needed. Going even in the fight is the cherry on top. The long con chase because G2 hasn't based. They're kind of getting a bit greedy with that top wave push out. And Odomne has free time to TP in behind. Nautilus ult on the Hans. Just gets out of the CC in time to be able to flash upwards away from the cannon ult. But look at Patrick. He takes so much damage because he's basically frontlining against the Cogmore that the AD trade basically comes in. The passive from Cogmore will kill Patrick no matter what. So he's out. AD carries are traded. It's a 4v4. Patrick just flashes out, but he's basically out of the fight anyway. And Caps arrives for Broken Blade to deal so much damage. Nice W here for Patrick to... Actually, the ult from Peach gets the kill. And Odomne, nice position there. Finally gets himself involved in this game. His flash time will be the same as Hansama's, but the Nautilus ult, the Kaiser dive, and the Sejuani ult are the next in line to try and punish that summoner being down.
With Baron up, both teams grouping around this top side of the map. Abadagi does have the TP, so he's pushing out the bot lane. G2 don't have to deal with it yet. They still have a tier 1 standing there. I wonder if G2 are thinking about maybe pulling towards the Baron.
Look at this situation, map state. But BB wants to go bot to cover this bot tower, but Abadaga has TP, and he doesn't. They don't really want to put Caps on a side lane, I feel like. It just kind of negates a lot of the pick potential you have on the follow-up on this top side of the map. But Abadaga's not pushing bot, he's also scared. So I'm kind of wondering what this Baron dance is all about. Maybe an engage is what it's about.
Twisted Advance going forward as Yike tries to dive deep. XL able to disengage it. The Unbreakable from Mickey will eat up the Void Seeker.
Maybe Abadaga just wants to join up and poke, but I feel like they could have just forced a bot tower there, because now G2, I think, will just transition down to the bot side on the Dragon Spawn. A little bit of pokes coming through. Hans has that red buff to heal through the majority of it. Probably has the Bloodline in his runes as well. Looking at his health bar. Push from the top from Broken Blade coming in. Odomne trying to join the fight. No flash though. Being best.
Fisher.
Yeah, the ult. And that'll be no ult from the Braum, I expect, for this Dragon Spawn.
Coming up in 30 seconds time. Would be sole point for XL if they can take it. Only the second of the game for G2. It's a Cloud though, not the most impactful of dragons across the course of Summoner's Rift, but for the moment G2 still in an okay position if they want to set up around it. They've started to get the vision control.
Yeah, it's a second dragon, so it doesn't sting, and Odomne's top with no TP, so I guess they're just saying, you know what, let's give it. It's a bit of a tough one to get Baron vision right now for XL. The Maokai poke is so much, the Syndra face check is too difficult, so they're just going to run 5-man top, They're dropping mid-wave a lot here, so Hans will easily be able to push us out. I think G2 can answer with a mid to bot and look for a tier 2. They have a bot. Oh, they're going to go Baron. They're just going to rush it down.
It takes a lot of damage so quickly. Peach has the smite as well.
Yeah,
G2 trying to react to it. Hans Summer and Mickey the first ones there, but no Glacial Fissure. TP coming in now from G2 as they realize how low this is. Peach has used his first smite, has the second though. Depth charge onto Mickey. The Baron secured as Excel called G2's bluff. They didn't even get the Cloud Drake. Broken Blade diving in. The Slice Master coming out as they look for the shutdown. Already Broken Blade down with the twisted advance forward from Yang. Hans Summer and Caps untouched on the back of the fight. And now they can really begin to open up. Patrick not back. Excel, you got the Baron. But what did it cost? Everything, it seems. Abed flashing forward, trying to kill off Caps. But the stopwatch should buy enough time. It doesn't quite. As Abed is able to get one in response. But G2 will clean up the fight.
The Baron rush was good, but the turn just wasn't there. Peach lands the Sejuani ult, but then instantly flashes away. Let's see it again. Observer's so quick on this replay. I have to give them credit for that one. Fight's already over. We're straight to watch it again. Watch Peach here. Odoamne goes in. They look for Mickey. Ult lands onto Caps. He's going to Q forwards here, Peach, then flash away. Now, XL are all clumped up. BB really wants to get himself involved there. Maokai ult lands onto a couple, and there's no real escape tool here left for XL. They have no way out. Patrick invests the ultimate, the Killer Instinct, to get towards the side here to try and finish off Yike, but no flash for him. He gets taken down. Abadage gets a nice reset here. Really does a good job on the flash auto E. Knows he has the damage without the gate. Gets the Dust Blade to avoid the Maokai W. Maybe he could try and trade back there, but the Braum stun comes through. And I think G2 will pick up a Dragon off the back of that pretty easily. There it is. Get that second Dragon that they were looking for. But the Baron play was good. Just couldn't get out in time. Maybe if they all invested everything to just escape and try and save 3 or 4, and maybe Limit and Peach can go in and sacrifice themselves, that's one thing. But you can't blame them for the turn. They had a nice turn onto the Braum.
It's a smart call overall by XL. G2 just quick enough to react, to clean up the fight. XL continue to show that they are willing to battle in these sort of situations. G2 are very much on the ropes portions of these games right now, though. Their hopes lie on Hans Summer, 7-1-5, and if he has time in a team fight, he can force XL back. A 3,000 or 2,500 gold lead for G2. Dragons even. That Baron obviously completely expired as Broken Blade is down here in the bottom lane. Patrick could look for some damage on the chase, but really more just about pushing in the wave.
For that Q upgrade there, Patrick. Yeah. Getting close towards that Rage Blade. Nothing really to fight for. 4 minutes on neutrals, no Baron buff on G2 who are ahead.
It didn't stop them in game 1-2 though.
True.
Hey, Joy, you know?
Fight over anything. Fight over vision.
Fight.
Try and take my blue
Flashes
buff.
up, fight.
Oh, Limit snuck his way into this bot rush. Patrick has the ult if he wants to follow up. Limit has the flash still and the ignite coming up, but all of them are collapsing down towards the bot side. Odoamne really wants that level 16 on Kennen, and he's going to get it from that top wave. Has the TP available. Limit. I was surprised. I don't think he maybe had no wards in his inventory there. Could have maybe put one down. No, he didn't. Just check there. For a TP flank for the Kennen again.
I do like it from XL though. Peach acting as sort of a long-range scout, checking out the river. Limit and Patrick are like, well, we can kill Broken Blade, but as soon as you see the team reacting, it's like, okay, we'll back away. Peach can lead them a little bit on a diversion, and then we'll manage to escape the situation without fully investing.
This gold lead for G2, it's, from my perspective, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You know, Odoamne's up in levels, Abadaga's up in levels, Patrick's pretty even. It's all on the clock.
Really. Peach is going to tank it up, but still a double root landing on the backline there. The tower down to about a third HP. Depth charge used on Broken Blade. Odo does have the TP, but won't invest it as G2 managed to get the tower out of the trade. But nothing more.
Just going to back away, they are. And they should be able to hold that top tier 2. Ping's coming out on the minimap on the top side. See if XL can get some vision down. I think Limit's really trying to find ways to get wards in these lanes behind G2 in case they want to siege, so that Odoamne can get that teleport down. Hans is very vulnerable. He has the stopwatch and he has the flash. Vicky has the exhaust. But if the Kennen's coming from behind and you're playing a front to back and you're focused on the Nautilus Sejuani, he can really catch you off guard. And that's when you peel back, and then that's when Patrick can really pull the trigger. He's the key here for XL. Abadage is trying to get the poke down. Mickey.
Lands his fights. Is on a ward as well.
Guardian Angel actually for Hans. Oh, I think he should be alright then.
I think it's if he's the last man standing though, can be very tricky for the Kog'Maw if he's not got any defenses around him. The question is whether XL can find enough poke initially to chip away at the G2 front line. They have 3 items on both of their poke carries, the Jace and the Kai'Sa.
Operation Kill Kog'Maw is a go for XL. Caps has the Zhonya's too. Abadage is taking a base, has Blue Orb, no ward for Odo. Couple wards on the blue buff area of G2 Baron in 1 minute. Still nothing to fight for just yet, just setup is all they're looking at. And face checking here, Peach may be a bit dangerous. I think G2 might want to start the Baron up straight away. They'll have top push, they'll have mid push, although they can get this bot tier 1. And they should be able to pick it up pretty easily. So as long as XL don't get caught here, they should get themselves a free tower.
And there's one ward for Odoamne around the blue buff of G2. If G2 do start up the Baron, don't know if that will expire in the next 50 seconds or so as G2 continue to put the pressure forward.
TP coming in though, because they are going quite deep here, G2, and they're getting poked out a lot. Odo level 17.
You can keep pushing until someone answers, and then if G2 do start the Baron, then you can use the flank TP ward.
Still cycling around.
Yeah, G2 is going to send one player back. Reset comes out for Mickey. He goes, replenishes his ward stock, and Broken Blade goes towards the bottom lane to answer this cannon wave that has been pushed in by Oda.
Does he have Zhonya's? He does. So that's a 3-item cannon.
That ward is still there.
Yeah, is Mickey sweeping now? He's going to pink it. Maybe that brush on the left there, right next to where he's standing, he's going to pink that. No, he's not. Okay, that ward. These are angles that can lose you the game, really.
Yep.
And you can't really blame Mickey for not
they push so far forward that you only expect the vision to be defensively for in XL's jungle. That ward has been there for a long time. Oh, just switched, I think.
Yeah.
Limit placed his third ward.
Yeah.
And the ward behind them expired.
He's checking Baron, I think.
Yeah.
Didn't have a ward on it.
Can't be slowed, so he can't just walk away from the Winter's Bite.
Patrick needs to land some poke. There's the first W. Second one will be up now. Where is he going to fire it? He's going to land
the hook. And full as well. Yike going in across the wall.
Watch Odo.
He's got the Slicing Maelstrom, but Limit's already down. Odo, you're going to flash in. He's looking for it. There we go. Slicing Maelstrom. Summon stunned up on the back line, but they really don't have the damage to follow this one up. Peach having to flash away, and Odo's killed off for the double kill. G2 defend the carry well, and that Juggermore is well and truly online.
The President lives. Hansama has to blow the flash, but Odo's flash is down as well. That's all he has to really be careful for, and he has the Guardian Angel up still.
Yeah, Peach is waiting around the corner here, trying to find something spicy, but couldn't get into the pit. G2 now, 5 members strong, are looking for the Baron.
Should be an easy pickup for them. Abadaga's alive and has a lot of poke. Mickey's low. Caps has the base and TP available. Let's watch Patrick here. It looks like he's going for the Dragon, so they're just going to trade those objectives evenly. Caps will stop the base and push out instead, knowing that he won't have to cover this Baron. Abadagi will get a mid-tier 1 as well, so XL trying to trade back a little bit, but now the siege will really begin. Hansama can even invest in more defensive items if he wants, go towards something like a Moor if he wants to make sure that he definitely doesn't die, or a QSS, Mercurial.
Mickey has Mikhail's now, so
okay, that
defense, yeah.
Helps a lot. He can go towards Bloodthirster then or something anyway. Here's the engage, Mickey with the wall up. Blocks a lot of the damage. Odo a little bit indecisive. He wants to go, he doesn't want to go, he wants to go, he doesn't want to go, and then he does eventually pull the trigger. Instant exhaust. Hansama instantly flashed away. Short blast misses. And these two poke champions from XL, the Kai'Sa and the Jace, can't really get in range to follow up in a full dive when the Nautilus is already down. And the Sejuani has no more tools left. That ward from G2 there. Yike can easily just walk back up and get the kill onto Peaches. Kind of looking for a Baron steal. But G2 will have none of that.
Always a bit of a risk, but you can see just how much damage Hansama puts down in these fights. Odo is looking to see if they can catch him out, but the problem is if everyone lines up, your poke isn't quite as effective because you can never get it on the key carries on the back line. G2 now pushing in the top lane. Looks like they're actually all just going to group up as 5. No 1-4 splits, as we saw in game 1. XL still trying to defend, Cap stepping forward. G2 take the remaining tier 2 off the map. 5,000 gold lead now for them.
I didn't realize that last fight was a 4v5. Caps was, I just had a look, he was just standing in Baron pit trying to find a way, considering flashing over and joining, but by the time he arrived it wasn't over. The fight was over, sorry. Poke coming out, it's gonna miss onto Caps. Broken Blade's pushing in mid, Peach is behind him.
And Yike is here to defend as well. Feel as soon as XL see that, they'll back away, but the Killer Instinct coming forward. Broken Blade still very healthy, now down to half HP, pulled back as well. Colder Meat gets him healed up and he manages to escape. Depth charge has been used, but there's no follow-up from XL. Void Seeker going wide as G2 crack open the base in the top lane. The Baron minions should do enough to take down that inhibitor. XL will try to defend, but the cannon enough to fell it.
They just used 3 ultimates to try and kill Broken Blade, and they didn't get him down. It was interesting because Peach went in and then dashed away. Dashed away as Patrick dove the backside and tried to look for the kill. So a bit of miscommunication there from XL. Doesn't lead to a kill, but Patrick's just picked up the Void Staff to get some more magic pen up against that tanky Renekton, who will build towards the Guardian Angel as well. No soul for another 2 minutes 45 seconds for XL, and G2 won't be able to pick that up. So XL have room to stall the game out if they want to. They can play the game out for another 3.5 minutes, not take any disadvantageous fights or get caught out, let G2 have the dragon, not really sweat about it too much, and what can they ramp up for is the question, and I'm not really sure what the answer is. I don't think the Cannon's going to get a Rabadons in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to get any stronger, but the Kog'Maw will get tankier and tankier if he's building something like the Bloodthirster.
I very much agree. Baron is about to expire for G2. I'll try and push in this wave, but in about 6 seconds, that is going to fall off. So just this cannon remains for them. Both these inhibitor towers in mid and bot still pretty strong as the Baron falls off. And G2 no longer have those buffed up minions to help with the push. But
here comes the dive.
Super's pushing in the top lane. Oda forced away. Peach eating up the root. The Glacial Fisher going down on him. And that's enough damage from G2. Slicing Maelstrom coming out from Oda, but he's so low already. The Living Artillery stopwatched. Winter's Bite, another Living Artillery from Hansama, finds the kill, and now G2 look to step forward, but Yike steps a little bit too far. He will fall as well.
Patrick.
Is he going to Killer Instinct? Does he feel it? He's feeling himself for sure. Mickey doesn't quite fall as Hansama begins to open up. Patrick falling low, but he gets a shutdown, dodges away. The Living Artillery, though, in the end will find him. Mickey dies. And Summer holds on to the GA, and it's only Limit for the next 16 seconds to defend the base.
It's a 4 for 3, but this Nautilus hasn't got any wave clear. Limit's going to try and push out that top wave, but he's a support. He's going to run with the wave, maybe pull it away from the tower. It's 8 seconds on Peach. I don't think they'll lose the game here. He's pulled the wave far enough away that Caps can't hit this tower just yet. The Sejuani is up.
Summer.
Maybe they can end, you know? Jungle support versus mid AD. Or if you got your money on Medic.
Peach has Flash Smite. He'll smite the cannon. Hansama, though, smites the Nexus tower. Caps being forced off towards the top side. Peach already invested the flash. Limit going in. There's still a G on Hansama.
2v2.
But Limit is already down. Peach now trying to defend against Caps and Hansama. He'll be able to distract them for long enough, but
Odo's
the
up in
Nexus
3.
towers have fallen. Odo now up, but Hansama just needs a second to open up on the base, and Odo can't buy enough time for his team. Hansama cleans up the kill on Odo. The Living Artillery won't be enough to kill Peach before Caps takes the Nexus, and G2 take a 2-1 lead.
That was like 2v2 arena at the end. Sejuani Nautilus versus Kog'Maw, you ain't got no chance, but it doesn't matter what augments you've got. That Kog'Maw was so fed. Another game here. Hansama, 14 kills, similar to game 1. Kog'Maw Brown definitely working this time around. The Maokai not being there, and for XL means the poke was a little weaker. They definitely got the ball rolling on the mid AD, but like Odo kind of struggled a little bit this game. Did have one good cannon flank, but up against a GA Kog'Maw with exhaust and flash up, and then Mikhail's ready. It's really hard for him to slam dunk a kill and dive that backline.
Yeah, and with the Braum there as well, even the poke damage isn't really getting through to the backline ever, right? So very difficult for XL to navigate that composition around when they fall behind and when that Kog'Maw's in such a strong position. And we see why G2, before game 2 of this series, hadn't lost on the Kog-Braum combination.
Yeah, we'll see if that's something XL want to ban away. I mean, if they do want to ban away the Kog'Maw Brown, they're probably going to have to pick blue side, but then you have to think about the Jace and the Maokai as well. What you're giving up in return for denying the Kog'Maw Brown, right? So it's a very tricky one. I don't envy these coaches when it comes to these drafts, because both these teams have really good things working for them.
Yeah, and it's the evolution of draft, as we see across the course of a series usually as well. You know, originally, Rel was really heavily prioritized, then we saw it getting banned away, then it was the Kai'Sa. Jace seems really strong, but sometimes you can win against it as well. We're going to hear more about that after the break, but for now, we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, yeah, I need a break though. That
Yeah.
was some. Oh,
Hi, bet.
Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And welcome back to the LEC for our first playoff match of summer as G2 takes us to the first match point here. And guys, the first thing that I noticed in this game compared to the other ones we've seen so far is the change of pace. Way slower, I feel, from everyone.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, with how the draft played out and with everything calming down around mid lane a little bit more, you know, in the first game, Caps was solo killing. In the second game, he was sprinting into the enemy turret. And I feel like Caps kind of sets the pace. If he's playing chill, everything else kind of chills out around him and everything became a little bit more controlled.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what do we think of G2's approach here in draft? I know we had some questionable remarks when it comes to prioritizing some picks instead of the OPs. Roxa, what's your read on what G2 tried to build here?
Well, first and foremost, I was surprised they didn't try to deny the Jace or even pick it away on their 2-3, but they came in with a pretty smart plan. First picking the Maokai, forcing Peach onto the Sejuani, and in my mind, this jungle matchup, the champions do pretty much the same thing. Maokai is just better, and we saw it. He had a huge impact in this game. Outside of that, obviously, Kog'Maw Braum is something that's worked really well for them, and I think ultimately, Jisoo just got everything they wanted, and they made a really good adaptation. All it took was this first pick, Maokai.
I was still pretty happy with the XL draft, though. I definitely think it was playable, and I think for sure that with the Jays and how they really got it ahead in the early game, there was something to play for as well. But then it also came down to some individual mistakes that made the game a bit harder to play in some regards. I definitely feel like Peach was on a roll in the beginning, and then suddenly he wasn't, and that made it a bit difficult as well.
I think the key thing that was so strange to me was just that you're already quite AP heavy with the Kai'Sa and the Sejuani Nautilus locked in. The fact that you are the one with Seju and you're letting the enemy team pick 4-5 Renekton, especially when you're not considering picking the Ornn on 5 into the Renek because the enemy is showing Braum, definitely makes the draft harder. I wonder if there's a scenario where they just slam the Renekton on 4 themselves and pick Super on 5, where they have something more dynamic.
Especially if you're planning on going a melee support like Nautilus into Braum. Like, it doesn't really matter if that's a Nautilus, Alistar, Leona. You can pick anything, and it's going to be the same scenario. So I definitely agree with Yamato here. Renekton would have made a big difference, and the cannon just didn't bring any value.
Didn't find his any spot here in the game, honestly, especially playing against an Exhaust. We know how these flanks are going to be complicated here, but that's the story for later, because I think Broken Blade played phenomenal here when it comes to 1v1s. But how did XL get the ball running in the early game? Because they had it, and it came, you were mentioning Peach. I want to tie this down to a mid-jungle discussion, because this is where it started, GB.
Yeah, it was just really good setup in the mid lane once again. In the game before this, Caps ran into them and gave the kills. This time around, XL had to work for it, but they did so very well. They kept targeting Caps, and while it was a bit on timers as well, where it does look decent for them, they find ways to outplay the 2v2 as well when the CC isn't layered properly here by G2, and they come out on top. And this was really the problem for G2 that made it very difficult in the early game, that made it so they couldn't accelerate. And this is where you would have liked to see XL continue with the pressure, because Jace is so damn scary when he starts getting items before anyone else, because when you get prior in mid lane, you can set up for objectives beforehand, and when you have the poke to play around with, it's so impossible for a lot of the enemies to actually contest these objectives, but it got a bit sloppy later.
For sure. I think just the juxtaposition of what Abbedagge was contributing in the first game, where he was a straight-up liability, even in previous series, when he was struggling in the early game, they had a hard time converting 2v2 positions that were clearly winning. It is very impressive that they managed to bounce back after that rough game, and now Abbedagge and Peach are showing deep into this split that they can actually play 2v2 well.
But
I think the main problem so far has really been Odo Amne getting slaughtered in the top lane, like Broken Blade just taking over, outplaying him, killing him 1v1 pretty much every game. Like, he needs to step it up, because otherwise there's just no way XL can come back.
Yeah, it was just a bit of a top gap here, wasn't it? I mean, it looks decent for Odo in terms of how he wanted the lane in the beginning, but it's these small missteps where he keeps going into flash range for BB. It happens not just once, but twice as well. Taking 2 tower shots in this exchange, where this should have been beneficial for Odo Amne. He has 2 team members coming up towards to help him, but somehow he makes it so that BB can trade it 1-for-1. And you never really want this to happen when you're making plays on the top side.
And that's why I feel like the R5 cannon is a big investment that hasn't been paying off at all, Yamato.
There was also the Gnar, right? And of course, BB already showed in the 4-5 they were banning Gnar, which really invited the Renekton on 4. And I think this is where maybe they should change their priorities to bring back Odo Amne onto his comfort. He's getting targeted with the Rumble ban, but BB is performing really well on the Renekton.
He definitely is. And here G2 has been creative somehow, because again, XL had some advantage in the early game. G2 managed to come back, and I want to look at these skirmishes leading into Baron here. And GB, if you can talk me through what G2 did well.
Yeah, because it's just like, it looks bad in the beginning, but it's the entire setup. They have members up here before XL actually does. So you can see the TP has started channeling, but the members of G2 is already on the screen. They're already finding the kills. So by the time the TPs finally come in, XL is completely split. And it kind of happens multiple times. This one is just different, because here there's actually intent with the TP, where it's a TP flank coming in on the minion. And while XL is doing a very good job at fighting some of the kills in the beginning of it, they expand a lot of their HP bars, and when Caps finally joins the fight, it's not looking as good for XL as they would have wanted.
I think at the end of the day, a lot of the mistakes XL made in the mid game are the same ones G2 made in the previous game, where, you know, they just see G2 standing in front of them. They don't really think about Caps' positioning, especially in these 2 fights, and they just end up over-committing when they shouldn't. In reality, in games like these where both teams have a similar comp, you have to make sure that you have an advantage, and once that number advantage is created, then you can go for the all-in. But, you know, if they never get any advantage, whether it comes to numbers, vision, or anything, they shouldn't fight to begin with.
And we see on the goal graph here, it came down to details on execution, I think, and on this side of Excel, who will change side going into Game 4, blue side finally. This is something we've been talking about, Yamato. Where should we keep our eyes at?
I'm just assuming that all of the strong first pick junglers are going to be removed, and I'm thinking the Rel will be removed from G2, and then the Maokai will be removed from G2, and then we'll just have a game of counter picks, because I think it's very clear that G2 don't mind inviting the Kai'Sa. I think the main thing they need to stay clear of is letting the enemy team just first pick Maokai, and then if Maokai is out, Rel is going to be the one first picked, and this is something that Limit played well on. Just remove those out of the pictures, and we'll have a more open game.
When it comes to the story of both these teams, though, because for me this is something that should be mentioned, G2 expected to get to finals here. I think Excel made maybe the biggest comeback run we had in the LEC so far this summer. So momentum-wise, what can we expect for this? Are we going to go to Game 5, or do you see G2 wrapping this one here?
Honestly, Excel was kind of feisty in this game. Like that Nash, if they just back off, they had the lead in mid, you know, they had opportunities, and that is way more than I expected coming into today. And they managed to bounce back from Game 1. Why can't they bounce back from this one too?
I think you also have to keep in mind that Excel is coming into this series with nothing to lose. So mentally, you know, it's not like they didn't know that they were going to be under pressure, that G2 was going to be a strong team. And I think with that mindset, they can really step up, play with confidence, try to catch them off guard again, because first game was a G2 stomp, second game Excel stomp. The first portion of this game was actually close, and it's small things that needs to be adjusted for them to have a real chance of winning.
And that's the thing for me. It feels like it's much closer than what we could have expected here, GB. And we've been talking about how teams often say that it's really difficult to prep against G2 when it comes to draft, when it comes to in-game play. How would you rate the prep of Excel here against this team?
I think it's very high, like very close to some high score. You can come here like 4 out of 5 if we're looking at it. I think Game 1 is one of them where you can go, maybe we had a bit of a misread, but going into Game 2, going into Game 3, I think it's fine. And I think they don't necessarily mind the Kog'Maw and Braum coming through if they can trade them from some of the power picks. But with G2 on red side and some of the other picks being opened up suddenly, like a that I don't think they will be betting on red side, they may see themselves forced to start picking at themselves.
We'll see what teams can come up with here, and if G2 has been cooking something here as well. What of the refined approach of Excel maybe in this draft? Nothing outstanding on the ban phase so far.
So far, we are seeing Excel go for same bans as they did on the red side. G2, of course, taking away the Rumble from Bodo Amne, taking away the Rel. The only real champion that is expected now to be banned from G2 is Maokai. It's a champion that's been really dominant so far in the series, so it should be their last ban. Whereas Excel, you know, they have an open ban and ends up choosing Braum.
I like that because they are inviting the situation where either the G2 of course bans Maokai, but now Excel has just improved the value of the Kai'Sa lock-in because Kog'Maw Braum is out of the picture.
It's also just the fact that you're taking away a lot of counters to Limit's champion pool by suddenly not having this Braum. If you are looking for a Kai'Sa on first pick, Braum later down the line, Nautilus rather, later down the line on 2-3, it's much more doable now, and it can also make it easier to actually go for an on Bodo Amne if you are looking for a weak side early lock-in before it starts getting banned out. Maokai, as was expected, is coming through with a Rakan, and I think the Rakan is very interesting to me. I really did not see this one coming out.
I hope they lock in Kai'Sa Jace and just finally show the world that they can lock in Jace too and just pick an AP jungle for Yak that they can cook up.
I think that's the beauty of G2, right? That Yike has a really deep champion pool. You can easily let him 4-5. He's going to be more than fine picking something late into the Maokai. Of course, can also pick Trundle if necessary. And the Jace pick is really interesting because obviously it's something that Caps can play. And I'm curious to see if G2 actually decides to prioritize it here or just, you know, Caps stares Abedaga into the eyes and tells him, take the Jace, I'm going to beat you anyways.
I think this is really curious and I wonder what the strategy is going to be because you already know that the enemy team has picked that jungler. There's no threat of Trundle being taken away. You could easily have picked this on 3 instead if you wanted to, but if you pick Jace Kai'Sa, then obviously it does make it a bit more difficult if you don't have that AP. So this must just mean that they value Yike's Trundle so much, and he is also one of the few junglers that has piloted this champion very, very well.
I feel like the fact that the enemy team has Maokai changes the value of Jace so much, but G2 after beating the Jace on Syndra, maybe this is what they're going to look to pick on 3, or everything changes completely. Keep in mind, Tristana could go bot into this Kai'Sa, so there is that, you know, that is possible too. I know that Patrick played it in the past, especially with this Taric cover, even though I don't think it's going to get locked in.
There's a lot of different directions G2 could go here, depending on what they want to do. Something to counter Nautilus in the support role, perhaps maybe lock in the Renekton now, because if they don't take it now, it's likely going to be banned away from Broken Blade. Really, so many different options on the table.
Most certainly, and I think that should just be the one coming out in 3 years, because you get so many possibilities in terms of, is Kai'Sa going mid, is Kai'Sa going AD, who are you target banning in terms of Sama, who are you going for instead of in terms of caps? Like, there's so many valuable picks and champions that you'd have to get rid of for these two threats here. Support on 3 here with the Leona, it would be quite interesting just due to the fact that it's, I guess it's G2 saying that they don't want to get target banned down in 1-2 in terms of not having enough initiation, already having the trundle. They want to secure some engage tools and potentially not looking to put that on BB, but something that can maybe potentially go all the way down and give him a good matchup.
Something that's so cool about this Tristana flex is that it also secures XL against a potential Kalista lock-in in the 4-5, because Tristana, no. G2 are the ones banning Kalista. They think it's out of the picture. I don't think they're considering sending Kai'Sa mid at all.
Once again, like, it's going to be really interesting to see how G2 approaches the rest of this. Kalista, of course, being a surprise, considering it's a prior pick for them. The Tristana keeps everything open. As you said, Yamato can go in both roles. And here, I'm looking at mid lane. I'm looking at the Nico. I'm looking at Renekton. They probably will not consider the Jace at all, because they have Nautilus and Maokai to shut it down.
Instead as well, with AD carries being the one you're going for. If you already have the Leona, if you want to play into some of the extra disengage coming through as an AD carry, of course, it would be early to... I mean, it wouldn't be early to hover flex, because, you know, they're picking 4-5 after. So, like, you could just be targeting all of Patrick's champions right now if you want to go that route and just set up the Kai'Sa. But it's actually going to be the LeBlanc as well, and a champion that's gone through to the second ban phase. We haven't really talked about it too much.
I assume here G2's idea is to play either Jace or Syndra on 4. I just feel like now with Kai'Sa and Leona locked in, you do make your Syndra weaker, but in the previous game they were very AP heavy and they just didn't give a damn either way. We also know that BB really likes the Jack, so maybe this could be a potential answer into the Renekton. But Jace is out now, and now probably Caps is going to lean towards either the Casio or, of course, the Syndra.
Yeah, the thing is, if you go Syndra here as well, there's a lot of mercs and cleanse value as well all of a sudden. That makes it very difficult to play some of these later team fights, so it would be very risky. I mean, Annie fits that boat as well, but it is still a nice, good priority pick that we've seen have good setup, but it creates a lot of value for mercs and cleanse.
Ultimately, G2's comp makes a lot of sense here. With Annie or with Renekton, they're building a comp that wants to all-in the opponent, finds the target, jump in as a unit and just, you know, murder whoever's in front of them. Seems like XL here is going to look for an AD carry that they can pair up with the Nautilus, take Tristana mid, look for the mid prio on Abedage, which worked so well for them in the earlier games. And it is worth noting, though, that he's up against Caps, deep champion pool, many surprises usually available for him. So curious to see what he has up his sleeves.
Unironically, the last game was a terrible Kennen game. This one looks kind of better. We have Nara and Kennen as the options for Odoamne, and he needs to find a way to secure it because they invited the Renekton once again. I wonder really how Odoamne is going to bounce back after all of those solo bolos. Quinn would be a big risk.
I do wonder what they're looking at in terms of Vegeta on this last pick as well. What I would be assuming is...
Whoa! Oh, okay.
Yeah. A bit too quick on that one, but I felt your shock there as well, honestly. So yeah, now going back up in the top lane, triple front line as well coming out and double backline carry. So solid comp for XL. I'm looking at G2. Is the Kai'Sa just going into the mid lane here to pair up against the Tristana? It's a kind of interesting front line situation to have. I feel like having this extra mid laner, which is actually a mage with the charm as well, that can set up a 2v2 between the trundle, does create some more skirmishing power as well. Specifically, your top side here in the early game is super strong. Rift Hell priority should be high for G2 in the early game to try and get the ball rolling.
I mean, we know exactly what the G2 comp wants to do. Lots of dive potential. You want to go straight and catch the backline. What does XL want to do here, and how is it going to match up against G2's composition, I would say?
I think the most important thing is that Tristana keeps farming. She needs to find ways to get ahead of the curve. They need to make sure that she's set up on side. I feel like Tristana and Maokai can make sure that they keep pressuring. The hard thing about Kai'Sa is she can itemize either way and she can force the enemy to pressure into you. I think just how Abedage manages the side is going to be the deciding factor.
I agree. I think for Excel it's going to be all about pressuring, using the Tristana push, the Na push, perhaps bring up Nautilus to make some plays on the top side. If they can keep the pressure up, look for some dives, look for an early Herald, they can really get this game rolling pretty quick.
It has been a lot about these early skirmishes. Do you think, GB, that is the game that's going to bring G2 to finals, or are we going to see a fifth one?
Yeah, I'm ready for game 5 here, I'll be honest. I can see XL take this one with the draft they have. It's definitely playable for them.
Yamato, where should we keep our eyes at in the early game here?
Honestly, I think it's been all about Broken Blade on the Renekton. He's been absolutely dominating. He's been smurfing, annihilating Odo over and over again. Will he do it again? We're heading into game number 4, match point for G2.
Welcome back to G2 versus XL, our first playoff match of summer here in the LEC. Reminder for the stakes, the winner of this goes through to our summer finals. G2 already locked a position in the season finals, the tournament that happens after this that has Worlds qualification. If XL win this series, they will also, hi by the way, they will also lock a spot in season finals, and they will not quite out of contention. If XL lose this, we still don't know who our 5th and 6th teams are in the top 6.
It's basically between XL, Fnatic, and Heretics, though.
Yep, and only one of Fnatic and Heretics can make it through.
And Koi is sitting on the sidelines, kind of hoping
that XL lose
and praying that XL lose everything. Hunt's gonna get a nice little bit of damage onto limit. Probably the least worst level 1, you know, with the Alistar situation. Actually, the Nautilus one was, the Alistar one in game 1 was not too bad.
Yeah, it's true. They got double flashes out of the bot lane, but
Jungle
after those first two, those first two chaotic games, I think things have calmed down a little bit in the early game here, and we'll just see everyone going to the lanes. What are your reads on these drafts, Kedro? How are you feeling about them generally? Do you agree with the analyst desk?
I think XL have really good scaling. Double AD carry never really falls off, and they'll have a lot of wave clear too. Their front line is pretty decent, and G2 don't have that much dive. The Trundle will work against Nautilus Maokai very well. But I do think XL has an overall stronger draft when it comes to the mid to late game. It's just a case of whether the Ahri can accelerate the game with the Renekton on early Herald and Dragon fights. When the Tristana gets towards, 1-2 items and the Zayas hitting 2 items as well with like Kraken Navori, double Navori is just going to shred through the Renekton. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Abaddon got that early mid lane push. Tristana, very, very strong on the early levels. Cap's running the Electrocute. See what build he goes for. But I think it's on Odo Amne this game to just weather the storm of Broken Blade's Renekton, because he's struggled against it now almost every game. Just need to make sure he can go even in this lane. And XL will start playing for bot side soon, but Yikes already moved down here as Peach is going for his full clear. Yikes avoided his bot side camps, maybe looking for a little bit of vision. We'll now know that Peach started on the bot side, and it's going to look towards a bot dive, perhaps. Not sure if they can pull that off, though.
Checking the red, checking the Krugs, making sure the wave has gone past here.
Nice.
Aftershock procced on Limit and on Mickey. Means that Nautilus is a little less tanky as this dive looks like it's going to happen.
Yeah, they just used the DMAT on the cannon. Can XL get level 3 before the wave crashes? They're going to need about 2 melees and 2 range to do so. Maybe if they get all 3 melees they can, but here comes the dive. Mickey's going to tank.
Flash done. Patrick Cleanse flashes away as he looks to try and escape, but he can't get away for the first blood. Mickey is going to fall to the Ignite! And Limit will answer with 1 kill of his own.
Always going to be worth it, though. Question mark pings on the top side from G2, knowing that the Maokai is probably on his blue buff, and it's a situation where Yike, again, 3 camps down. Peach has finished a full clear, but that bot dive, first blood to Hans Sama, and Patrick loses the wave, so bot lane will be in a great state for G2 now. Yike just needs to catch up with the camp clear. Peach can look for something on the top side or towards mid, but Mickey's going to cover off the mid play by moving down here to cover caps. And I think Peach will just need to start impacting the bot side of the map more. Maybe he can run through mid here to get to his Raptor respawn, help Abaddon get a little bit of a push in this lane, make sure he's safe. He needs to bail out his AD carry, though. We'll see it again. Mickey I think Mickey knows that he's going to die in this dive no matter what, because what he's doing is Q flashing underneath the tower, so at level 3. So he's basically dead. He's going to E Patrick's flash, and then that's his avenue of getting out. But yeah, that's 3 tower shots and an Ignite, so he's down.
It's one of those sacrifices you always make as the support and kill the enemy AD carry. The enemy support gets a kill, but the enemy AD carry loses a wave and your AD carry gets ahead. 300 gold lead now for Hans Sommer as Patrick pushes in the wave in the bottom lane. Hans Sommer not going for the DMAT on his Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he didn't do that. Was it him in game 1? He was playing Kai'Sa, he didn't do it as well. Like
G2 gave up the Kai'Sa in game 1 because they picked the Rel.
Yeah,
they were playing the Kalista. No, they were against the Kalista.
Yeah. They were playing the Kai'Sa, I believe. Hans didn't go for DMAT there either.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
So maybe he prefers. I guess he has inspirations.
Yeah, I can't bring up the runes right now. If production can hear me, it would be great if we can see exactly what Hans Sommer has gone for his secondary tree. I think it probably is going to be inspiration. He's got biscuits, so it must be in fact.
Yeah, probably just boots and biscuits or something. Then
biscuits.
Actually, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know why I was thinking precision. There, yeah, boots and biscuits. Yep. So he's not going for the DMAT. Limit's going to hit the hook onto Mickey with no flash. Patrick can get the root down if he wants, but it's very low on mana. He's going to decide to try and trade onto Hans Sommer instead, who has that refillable potion. TP's coming back from both mid laners.
And they'll just crash the waves into each other once again.
Yeah. Nothing really going to happen here. Odom is going to take a base, reset TP back up here. Does he have steel caps with his first item? Yes, he does. So he's very happy in that lane. Abadage, nice trade on the TP back. Could try and punish Caps there, but doesn't have the W, I think. Cap's going to level up to 6.
We'll see how much effect Caps can have on this Ahri. We saw VTO's Ahri yesterday, having a huge amount of impact. They can definitely, even against double AD carries who, you know, will rip through you if they have the time, if you can find a good charm, Spirit Rush in, find a charm on that backline, it becomes very tricky for the AD carries actually to navigate the fights. Really reliant on your front line keeping the Fox at bay.
Fox.
Is it Nine-Tailed Fox? I think it's Nine-Tailed Fox is her moniker.
That's Ninetales from Pokemon.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's 100% what I was thinking of. It's just like, oh, yeah, just the Ash Ketchum right now, catching them all, you know.
Well, they're actually going to catch a dragon. Not a Dragon Knight, but it is a Mountain Dragon. And that'll be a nice pickup, uncontested. Peach is... It feels like it's a similar situation to the past few games where Yike's a level down. He's about to be level 5, but look at Peach, he's so close to level 6. But trying to make early plays happen. Got the early bot dive. Peach will get to level 6 on these Raptors, and I wonder if he can use that to punish Mickey's flash situation being down. Will they get here in time to try and contest this? Peach will get into this bot side river, but the dragon will die. It's just a case of what you can use with the dragon being down. Can XL then push their way into bot side, get the wave under tower, and start threatening dives up against G2? Start fighting back a bit.
Looks like that's what they're going to try and do. Peach already on his way here. Nature's Grasp has been used. Yeah, Hans Sommer Mickey trying to retreat. There's the root. Hans Sommer cleanses, and as you say, Mickey should die. The Eclipse out. The Twisted Advance will knock him back. And Mickey gets another stun off, and then dies in the end. XL get their second kill of the game. And one onto Patrick, which is very good for them in this bottom lane.
Wave is really nice as well. That's pushing into them. What happened mid? Abadage jumped away. Caps, did he use that ultimate? Nope. No, he still has it up. So must have gotten hit by a charm or something. No jungler around, so he doesn't have to be scared of a dive. But Caps could look to charm flash and then get a WQ combo off. I'm not sure if he has the mana just yet. He's going to maybe ult over this wall.
He's just going to walk all the way around. Caps going to follow him. Just ring around the rosies.
Is the charm flash going to come out? No, jump's going to come through. Easy. For Abadage to pick up this wave. I think he's going to have to take a reset now, but it's not the best wave to base on. Caps can just stand there and queue the wave. Does Abadage cancel his recall and try to pick this one up as well? Yeah, he does. Ideally basing on the next wave, but now Caps knows he's staying, so he's not going to fast push it. Maybe you'll have to, though. See what Mickey does, see if he can cover him.
Limit does have the flash. Flash hook a possibility, but Caps has flash and Spirit Rush. Limit just trying to push out the wave. Mickey! Zenith Blade onto Limit. Flash Charm going out as well. Limit can just try and flash away from this, and will do so. Peach pulled back with the Spirit Rush, but Caps hooked once again. Limit's going to die to the Ignite as Mickey and Yike look for the chase onto Peach. A good pillar, and the Subjugate as well will make that tree pretty darn squishy right now. Even a Trundle and a Leona can work their way through him. Yike gets his first kill of the game.
G2 get the engage and they get themselves 2 kills. I think they were aiming for Abadage with that charm flash, but everything landed on the limit. Managed to tank everything up and hook back in to get the kill onto Caps initially, but Peach, nowhere to go, ends up falling too. So Abadage gets his base off and gets a kill. But at what cost? Because now G2 are going to get on towards this Herald. Let's watch Patrick move up this river. This might be a bit greedy from G2. You know, they have top push here, XL. Hans Sommer's under tower.
Limit's already resetting on his way back out.
This is really risky here.
Maybe they don't really have anywhere to go. They're going to try and collapse onto Odo, but he jumps across the wall before the stun can come through. Dredge line being used as Broken Blade tries to dash away, but Odo Omne's building up that Mega Gnar. Mickey chased away. One more order would be enough. He's got no flash, and the boomerang finds his back.
Yeah, can he steal it? He doesn't have the smite upgrade, and Peach does, so there's no chance of getting this one. He will get his upgrade from the Herald dying, gets extra treats for his pet. But yeah, that's a bit of a backfire play there. Overall, from that mid-fight, XL have won out. Yep. They've gotten the kill on Toto, they got Mickey's flash. So it ends up in a long run 2-for-2. Kill onto Tristana, kill onto the Gnar, and the Herald in their back pocket that they can now use for Patrick.
Put more gold into that Xayah. Static Shiv complete for Hans Summer off his first item. Caps still looking to see if Abadage is a little bit greedy in his pathing, but Abba can just wait until Cap shows on the mid lane, wave, and then come back across. Merc treads first on the Trist for that little bit of extra tenacity and help, or resistance, I guess, against the Ahri.
I wonder if they also maybe want to use it mid, you know, get the Tristana rolling with the blasting charge, the explosive charge on the tower.
Charge, yeah.
I'm trying to learn these ability names slowly.
You don't.
No, I don't. It's fine. Sounds quite nice just be able to roll it off the tongue. No flash on Mickey. Limit needs that level 6, so he's gonna go towards that bot side, maybe get a little bit of experience from the creeps if he's in time. No, the wave's already dead. Patrick needs to take a base. Has a lot of gold, I imagine. He's even gold with Hans, who has a static. Full Kraken. Picked up for him. Demonic for Peach. Bot push coming out now for G2. No Dragon, no. But Limit, no flash.
Zenith play for the root, but good buffer. Dredgeline dodges the Solar Flare. Now the Pillar and the Subjugate will come out, but Limit still has an avenue to dodge past that Pillar. Abadage roaming as well as Caps. Killer Instinct coming in, and already look at how low Mickey is. Patrick in advance. The Feather Sword coming out, and there's the double root. 1-for-1 so far as Limit falls low. Hans Summer knocked up with the Death Charge. Abadage can look to jump forward. The Buster shot. Hans Summer escapes with a sliver. Sees his life flash before his eyes, and now Abadage is looking to send him back to his grave. Hans Summer explosively. He's
not dead! He's alive! He escapes!
Refillable potion for the win.
Flash trade there from the Tristana. Bit of a blunder from Abadage, knocking away the Kai'Sa, not getting that kill on the damage. Odo trying to get some damage onto Broken Blade, who has the ultimate. Patrick's gonna have the bot push. Peach was dead and has Herald up. Yikes, gonna look for the 1v1 onto Patrick here. I think he definitely wins that. Mickey's on the way. He's gonna be able to get a plate here, I think, Patrick, but his jungle support's a little bit far away. Actually, he can kite up here if he sees a Trundle come from below, but he's gonna have to run down now.
Flashes early, Zenith Blade chases him, cleanses.
Yeah, a bit wasted there.
Yeah.
Little bit wasted there. Well, Leona gets the kill, so it's not the end of the world. I think Trundle would have Sunder on base. Maybe he already does, but Dragon just spawns. Really bad timing for Patrick to die. A bit greedy to walk up for plates there.
Just wanted the one, but sometimes you need to be aware of where the enemy resets are happening. Patrick's still 10 seconds away, as you say. G2 looking for their second Drake. Trundle takes his very quickly. Yike actually in a very strong position. 1-0-5 already, building up towards that first Mythic. Even though he's behind in terms of CS, he's still been able to get quite a lot of gold on the map. Abadage and Limit now going up towards the top side, knowing they sacrificed the Drake. With Patrick's life, they can look to try and shut out Broken Blade.
It's a bit awkward though. XL are 4-man top. That means Patrick can't go bot. And as much as they might herald this tower and get it down for XL, they're gonna have to die Broken Blade. Caps has the TP. Mickey's here. That's a Leona Ahri. That's a lot of CC. Maybe they just want Mickey instead, you know?
With an advance forward, Mickey, no flash. The Solar Flare only hits one. The knockback as Mickey escapes to the safety of the tower. The Rift Tail's gonna charge in and start tanking this turret. Plates falling, but the TP in from Caps as he looks to join the fight. Odo tanking it. Rift Tail goes down. Nature's Grasp used more as a disengage than anything else there from XL, and in the end, G2 able to hold the line. They lose a couple of plates, but they don't lose anything more.
Patrick's gonna push in mid, get himself a plate. Maybe he can get two. Yike will show. Hansama's pushing in bot. Odoamne has the TP if he wants to TP in down there and deny any more plates going down, but Hans is recalling. Patrick didn't get that second plate. Limit's hovering around, maybe looking for a pick here with Abadage. Caps does he spot the Tristana. He's walking up to the wave.
As soon as he goes to the wave.
See, Limit has his normal flash here.
Yeah. Depth charge, flash forward, looking for the root. Caps those 3 spirit rushes. The hook flashed. Little bit of a misplay there from Limit. He was looking for flash auto attack for the root so he could then have the depth charge hit into the dredge line, but he doesn't get in range, and Caps has enough time to run away with the spirit rush.
Odoamne did TP down towards his bot side, so loses that advantage up against Broken Blade. Doesn't get a plate for himself and doesn't have that Triforce just yet, so not a huge spike coming in, but Broken Blade has the Gore Drinker. Hansama and Mickey matching Patrick in mid with that static shift. No dematerializer those range creeps will live, but the mid push will come through. No neutral objective to play for just yet. 1 minute on the Herald, which will be the next fight.
Only 200 gold between these two teams at 14 minutes. Very close this early game. Both the AD carries in prime position to carry their teams. Hansama obviously more in a poke position, whereas Patrick will be looking to put those feathers down throughout the fight.
Top tier 1 needs to be something that XL want to secure. You can see it's so even that not only is the gold even, but if you look at the minimap, top tier 1 for G2 and bot tier 1 for XL are both so low. I think maybe some kind of cross-map trade-off would be good, but the problem is G2's then giving up a Herald, which is not ideal. But there's a Triforce Auto-Amne. He's going to try and push in Broken Blade and then move up towards his top side, try and join his team in this 5v4. And G2, do you give up the Herald and get the bot tower? Or do you try and fight 5v5 up here and try and pull the Renekton and delay enough for Broken Blade to join?
Right now, Yike is on the bottom side of the map. Symmetry as Peach is over towards that top side. Rift held up in 25 seconds. Broken Blade may try and trade with Odo Omne. Could even call for Yike to come down here. He starts to run across Odo Omne. If he jumped the wall, Yike would be in the vicinity, but Broken Blade just slices his way through that terrain.
Herald spawning in 10. G2 have their jungler and their support up here, so I imagine they're going to try and fight. The question is, can Broken Blade really join this?
Wait, doesn't have TP right now either.
Yeah, looks like it might just be a 4v4. Odo Amne's not moving. Peach looking for hands, but he's on a blue orb.
No flash on Obadiah, no flash on Patrick. Peach, the first one caught out. Hansama going in with the killer instinct. The Solar Flare is perfect as well. Double slow and a stun. As Yike kills off Peach, and XL can only retreat.
The Maokai just gets one shot through the Trundle, doesn't it?
Yep.
Such a powerful pick throughout this series. Was the first pick in for XL, thinking that it's going to be so powerful with the double AD carry comp that they want to run. Here comes XL on some kind of cross map. Odo Amne has a wave and they're on a ward, so smart by them to lean towards this bot side to at least be able to trade something. As Odo Amne should be able to pick up this tower when he goes into Mininar form, using the Q to get the Triforce auto attack procs. And G2, that top tower is quite low. They could use this Herald mid to trade off towers, but it's a bit difficult when ultimates are down. You can't really force them back. And Peach, he did have the flash, Limit didn't, so Limit kind of had to abandon the Maokai, who was trying to take away that zombie ward. Patrick's not in any position to join when Hans has the ultimate, so it's almost like you blink and the AD carry's already there. But Patrick's trying to dish out damage, not really playing front to back here, and Abadagi uses the ult to knock them away. Not ideal.
And very tricky for Peach. First strike, Demonic Embrace. He is not tanky at all, and through the Subjugate, as you said, Mark, he is an incredibly squishy tree. And if he's caught out like that, there's not really much he can do to get away. Did burn the flash. Dragon up in 40 seconds time would be the third of the game for G2.
On the one hand, I can see why he's gone first strike Demonic Embrace, because if he builds full tank, he's against Trundle anyway, he's gonna die.
Yeah.
But then again, it's like you're playing a double AD carry comp with hardly any frontline then. The Maokai's gonna get one shot, the Nautilus is gonna be 4 or 5 levels down against their carries later on. And it's just on Odo Amne, who's building a kind of split push build. He's gonna go Black Cleaver, Hullbreaker or something like that. Maybe a Sterak's instead of the Hullbreaker, but nevertheless, he won't be that tanky, so it's kind of difficult for AD carries to play a front to back. But G2, not gonna be too tanky either when they get towards those 2 items on the carries. No Navori just yet for either side. Patrick stepping up quite far here.
Yeah, Pivot has the flash, has the Featherstorm, has the cleanse. Every tool at his disposal to avoid possible engage from G2. Dragon has spawned. Broken Blade is pushing in the bottom wave to try and take that tower that was pulled so low earlier by Hansama. XL now gaining control of the river. Both the mid laners are in the top lane and both have TP if they are needed to join the defense. They'll put down in the mid lane, we'll get the charge off, won't kill the tower. TP now from Abadage. Now Caps could look for Spirit Rush Charm. Doesn't do it, he stays top. Now TPs himself.
5v5 around this Dragon Pit. Odo Amne is catching bot wave and just proc the Meganar. Peach, no flash. He's dead.
No instinct in, he's very low. Nature's Grasp coming out, and Peach, as you say, has gone Timber. He's killed off. TP in now, but Odo Amne is going to be in the middle of the team. Doesn't get the stun with the Nut, and already it's a double kill in XL. All hell, the retreat, they're running for the hills as G2 begin to collapse. Abadage still very healthy, though, has the flash. Can look for a little bit more, but instead should just give up this Dragon Soul point over to G2.
It's another fight where Peach gets caught before they can begin. Odo Amne wants to push out bot and rejoin on his next Mega, but he's forced to TP in. Caps and Odo Amne just kind of walk past each other there. XL trying to answer with a mid tower. There he carries. No front line to work with, but
Patrick has ultimate. Tries to get the root down, does on some of the slightly delayed feathers. The Dragon falls to G2.
It's a situation where I think G2 can pick up this bot tower, but also with Abadage running top and Caps not having TP, unless Broken Blade TPing top, they should be able to answer back with a tower of their own. Abadage going up towards that top lane with the jump. You can see it on the minimap. They can push in mid with the Zaya as well. If Hansama shows here, they might get a kill, but they're going to lose a mid tower.
Odo no flash, Charm goes wide, Yike with a good pillar though, means that Odo has to take the long way round, and the long way round includes a detour at the fountain. Hope he bought his ticket as the mid tower goes over to XL. Abadage should be able to get another in the top lane, so 2 turrets for Odo's life. It's a trade that XL are willing to make.
Yeah, definitely are. Kai'Sa overstaying there to get that kill, gonna get that Rage Knight close to the Rage Blade. 3-item Kai'Sa is gonna be deadly the later this game goes on, and they're on soul point as well. G2, not the strongest soul in the game at all. But towers for XL, all 3 altars down. G2 only have that one in the bot side. Can look for a mid tower soon if XL need to take a base. As Patrick does recall, they can start to push that one in. Gold still around 1,000 in G2's favor. 15 seconds on the Baron. This is where the mid tower should fall in the bounce, where all of XL needs to take that reset.
No TP on Odo or Abadaga. You can see G2 now setting up vision around this Baron, having to clear out vision that XL did put down. I was wondering if maybe they look for a quick one here. Yeah. Trundle very good at taking these neutrals. Kai'Sa as well at 2 items.
XL need to get in there and get some setup going. They don't see anything. Any blue orbs on XL? They'll see Hansama now, but he's not hitting, so they can kind of guesstimate that they're not really on it. Need to get vision nevertheless, so Caps is lying in wait, looking for a charm.
Lands it onto limit. Has that Titan's Wrath. A little bit of a shield for him. G2 could start this up. Hansama now seen on the Scuttle Crab, so is Yike. G2 a little bit split. XL pushing forward. Mickey the Solar Flare. Not going to go in limit. Knocking up Hansama with the depth charge. Nature's Grass coming out as well. The Solar Flare goes wide. Is Peach able to survive? Abadage's already killed off one. Limit dodging away as well as Patrick on the back line. It's being such a nuisance in the side of G2. Oh, Patrick! Great flashing to the roof. Patrick with a Feather Storm. Caps trying to get away, but he's stunned up. He's locked up. And the shutdown goes over to Patrick. And what a superb fight it was from the XL AD carry, winning it for his team in a 1v3.
That's going to be Baron. 4 for 1 G2. We're pushed out of this river despite trying to fake a start over and over again. XL slowly face-check their way in. Patrick. It wasn't just that E-flash play. When you see the replay, look how much space he gives his team. G2 becomes indecisive. Broken Blade and Caps are calling for a kill onto the Xayah, while the rest of G2 are looking for an engage onto the Maokai and the Nautilus. Hansama's going to throw out the W here, but I don't think he's going to be able to steal it. Peach has no smite though. Someone block it. Ooh.
Odo stood in the way. Yeah, it was a risk.
And XL, all of a sudden now in the lead, 2,000 gold. So we'll look at the space that Patrick buys. He actually is split off from his team here. He's going to go towards the right here. Broken Blade's going to pop the ult. Hans just ulted to try and run towards Patrick, but now he's disengaging. So it's Caps and Broken Blade looking at Patrick, but also wondering if they should help their team. So it's kind of a 4v3. And by the time Caps then decisively says, I'm ulting on this Xayah, let's kill him, Patrick goes for the outplay. Really clean E-flash away. The red buff's going to finish off Caps. Gets the ult, tries to get the next ult onto Mickey to finish him off, but he lives. But then that's when the rest of XL come in. And clean house, only Hansama lives.
And because it was so split, Hansama wasn't able to join up with his team once again. He was forced off towards the top side. Patrick now locked up. There's the Solar Flare. Stunned up, rooted and shut down. No escape for him. Limit using a stopwatch to try and buy himself a little bit of time, but all he can buy is a one-way trip back to the fountain. Peach rooted up with him, of course the charm will follow him. Twisted Advance won't be enough to keep him alive, and G2 strike in the mid lane.
And just as we sing his praises, Patrick walks into the lying weight of G2. They pick up 3 kills. Should be able to get a mid-tier 2 off of this. Odoamne pushing in both. Broken Blade's going to match that. He's going to take the reset here, and this will be a negative Baron power play, you have to imagine, as they get that tier 2. G2 swinging the gold back into an even state. 50 seconds on the Dragon Spawn.
G2 might even get the tower in the top lane. Can't quite see how healthy it is. Caps just pushing the wave. Won't stay for any more because Odoamne is on his way up towards this top lane. So as you say, just the mid-tier 2, but Dragon up in 30 seconds time, and it will be Chem Soul for G2 if they can secure it.
Look at that vision pocket that G2 found. Exceptional, isn't it? There's a ward on the entrance as well, but Mickey's just hiding around that edge of vision, waiting for Patrick to walk up. Saw him on the wave. Limit comes into block, but they have the damage to get Patrick down. Limit falls. Peach also falls. 3 kills over to G2 and that mid tower as well. And now that Dragon is spawning in roughly 10 seconds. XL are first to the bot side river. They should get the mid push as well. Odoamne still has that Baron buff, and Peach is going to try and secure this crab with the extra move speed in the team fight. A little bit of extra vision as well when it comes to the standoff. G2 kind of drawing the battle line towards the bot side of the river here, but Caps is a little bit split off to the side. He doesn't mind too much as an Ahri. He's going to look for some kind of flank, but doesn't have TP to join the rest of his team. And he is somewhat face-checking into XL here a bit, so he needs to play a little bit slow.
Yeah, G2 have no vision around that side of the river. Caps starting to step forward. Mickey onto limit, goes in, knocked back. The rest of G2 trying to react as Caps dived on by Abadage, lands the charm. Mickey low, Solar Flare coming out. He will survive, but he's very low and doesn't really have a way to get back into this fight. The Dragon down to 7,000 HP as Caps has worked his way all the way back towards the bottom side. But Bascone for Broken Blade, a possibility. Patrick still alive on the backline. Broken Blade goes in. The Dragon secured already by Exile. Broken Blade is just met with death straight in his face as the Subjugate has been used by Yike, but the chase is on for Exile.
Abadage could TP top here if they really want to pressure the map and look for a tier 2. He still has a bit of Baron buff, but I think they need some kills here, XL. Mickey, no flash.
Mickey's going to sacrifice himself to try and get the rest of G2 out. Odoamne still on the chase on Summer, trying to put the Void Seekers down, but XL could look for a little bit more. No flash for limit, but Odoamne chasing with the Boomerang, stopped by the pillar.
Top wave is gone, mid tier 2 is low. Caps, that's a greedy recall.
Charm. Killer Instinct, they look for Patrick, the Feather Sword
no
goes
flash on
Hammer dodges away from the roof, but he's going to fall! So greedy from G2, thinking they could pick something off the back of the fight.
Bot waves coming in, Odoamne has got the flash.
The Charm, Spirit Rush back up for Caps means that he will escape.
Peach trying to contest Wolves up against Yike, that's a tier 2 bot, so in the end, XL get the Dragon Soul taken away from G2 and they get the fight. Mickey split off at the beginning, Caps off to the left as well. Watch 2 fights happen here. Limit versus Mickey, XL collapse, but then Abadage fights Caps, gets charmed up and Caps invests the ult. Both mid laners try to rejoin the fight as it's so prolonged, but then it just becomes a bit confusing for G2. With Mickey being low, how do you engage? Broken Blade says, I'll ult and Blast going in and look for a W onto someone. By the time he lands, he's rooted, he's hooked, he's knocked up, and he's dead. Odoamne stopwatches here to avoid any kind of combo from Yike and Caps, and then the fight before they can chase him down. Hansama split off to the side. Good Everfrost and good damage coming out of Caps, but the slow chase comes in with no summoners, and then we see a little bit later on Caps looking for that pick with the ultimate from Hansama, but Patrick has the cleanse and the Feather Storm.
It's the second fight in a row that XL have won around these neutral objectives. 2 minutes now on the next Baron, 3.5 items on Patrick and 2.5 on Abadage.
Yeah, Patrick going for the QSS there, saying, well, QSS will be handy even if I've got Cleanse up because there's a Charm, a Flash Renekton W and a Leona, but in the next 2 minutes of play, he has no way out of CC with the Baron spawning soon. Having that QSS is going to help out a lot. Abadage building towards what seems to be a Bloodthirster. Maybe going to jump on the Caps here, but Caps needs to use the Charm on the minions if he wants to jump in. Otherwise, he's just going to get charmed up and Everfrosted. Does Caps charm the cannon minion? That might be what he's looking at. Yes, he does. Here he goes.
There he goes. Caps Spirit rushes immediately. The Everfrost coming out as well with a reset on the jump for Abadage as he chases forward. The Buster shot.
Not again.
Away. Caps on 150 HP. And Abadage will rue the day he used the Buster Shot early.
Yeah, he's done that second time now, maybe just holding on to it. Doesn't need the Buster Shot there. He's got Fleet's footwork and Caps has no flash. Should easily be able to chase him. No Baron up for 50 seconds means they've chunked out Caps, but they can't really do anything for it. Yep. You know, they're just standing around. They got some vision. Nothing to force off that chunk or get his TP.
And the net is, Abadage used his flash, Caps did not. Caps' will be back up in about half its cooldown, and his ultimate will be up for the next fight as well. So net gain in all for G2 in terms of summoner spells.
You see that? Peach plus 46 gold. Plus the 5 from first strike. He just got 50 gold from a sapling.
Yeah.
Just in a bush hitting someone randomly. That's the power of the Maokai with the first strike. You just get so much gold and so much value later and later on. Of course, true damage helps as well. There's another one. How much gold is he going to get now? Plus 41. Nice. He's just got 100 gold by standing in the river.
So he smart financial investment.
That's economy right there. And yeah,
He's looking to fire. You know, financial independence, retire early. It's just, his money's making money.
Is that the code word, fire?
Yeah, I think it's fire.
G2 up the mid push. Baron's up. Gonna walk in here, RG2, get some vision down, sweep out the wards from XL. Hansama's only level 13. Patrick halfway through level 15.
He hasn't really had any time to collect experience by himself because XL have always been threatening. Getting on towards that Kai'Sa. Yike stepping forward. Hansama down to about half mana. Everyone's fighting for mid control because the Baron's up. Wave though for XL is pushing in the bottom lane. Top lane going in favor of G2, but with the tier 1 still there, XL don't have to worry about that for too long.
Dragon's up in a minute. That's the soul for G2. XL will get control now, but the question is, do you pull the trigger on the Baron start on this wave or the next one? The next wave, if you disengage, they'll be able to force a Dragon. On this one, you do have some control, but not the best. You haven't forced them out of this entrance red, which is ideally where you'd want to push them out. Hansama picking up that blue buff. Looks like they're going to go over another wave here. XL. Charm's not going to land onto Patrick. Push is going to come through. I think XL kind of have to start Baron on this next... move up through river. They're going to get the control of this entrance red buff, and I think they might just have to start it up unless they can find some kind of pick. It's going to have to be a hook on the pick, but I think the best way to get them in here is to start, and there it is.
Void Seeker's coming out as well. That Baron already down to 8,000 HP. No vision in the pit right now, and that ward goes in. Yike, depth charge. He's not going to be able to get forward. The Buster Shot knocks him back as well. The nature charge coming out, and already they're trying to shut down the front line. Mickey's fallen. kill instinctive from Hansama. The creme de la creme, it seems, as the AD carry falls to Odo. We've seen that once before this week. Hansama gives us an encore. He will go down. The Baron already secured. TP's now in towards the base from Abadage. Caps able to go away towards the top side, but a counter TP from Broken Blade as he looks to defend. Yike trying to get away. The tower there hits him with a couple of shots. TP away from Caps. Now Yike will fall. Caps escapes. Double TP to the top lane. Yike will be taken out by Peach and Patrick for the base. Under siege by Abadage and Odo.
Can they end? Odo Amne doesn't have that GA and he's half HP. The inhibitor's going to fall. Patrick can push out top and look for perhaps a tier 2, but Hans is in 10 and the Dragon is up. Needs a base here, XL, and get out back towards that bot side. 30 seconds on Yike, though, means it should be pretty easy to secure, but G2 are posturing aggressively and walking up through this bot side jungle. Odo Amne is going to get the Mega Gnar. And I think this should be an easy pickup for XL. 5-man group, 5-man secure, not making any kind of mistakes or giving G2 any windows for any kind of 4v4s. If Patrick was to push out that top lane, Hansama's going to go top instead. And G2 are going to concede this Dragon. No soul for them. What a fight from XL. Nice use of the Buster Shot to push away Yike. Make sure they can finish with a depth charge as well. Yeah, completely right. Did he knock him into G2 to get the knock up as well? Look, knock back with the depth charge, knock up onto Hans and Renekton as well. Wow. In the triple root. Wow, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that worked out really well. Hansama diving in. Now, when Cream did that on OMG, he didn't get a kill, but at least Hansama did this time around. You can see how strong Odo Amne is. This Ari is just a utility bot at this point. Caps doesn't have the damage or the DPS take down Odo. He'll eventually get his GA on the back half of this, but he ends up backing away with the Blast Cone and TPing to the base to defend. Yike ends up falling. And XL are in full control of this game. 5,000 gold lead. And if you told me at the start of the day XL are going to take G2 to 5 games, I would never have believed you. But XL are really showing up on the day.
What a turnaround it's been for them across the course of 2023. A win here in this series would lock them in the season finals as well. Would knock out Koi.
Yeah, they'd be guaranteed top 2 from back-to-back 10th place finishes. The turnaround is insane.
G2 trying to stop them. But right now, XL in control. 5,000 gold ahead. Broken Blade looking for Peach. This Predator stun comes out. The killer instinct forward from Hansama. Nature's Grasp. There's the root. The depth charge as well. Yike using the stopwatch to solar fire in the backline. Immediately cleansed by Patrick. Caps takes out Peach. The charm just short as well. And now Odo Amne coming in from the side. And XL are just wiping away G2. It's cleanup crew with the rest of them as Caps tries to escape, but there's super minions in the base, and XL are knocking on the door of Game 5.
40 seconds on Broken Blade, a top wave coming in. Abadaga's going to get that tower. The question is, can they end? Pings on the bot wave coming in towards the inhibitor now. They're going to have 3 lanes of push. Odo Amne is going to get the mid tier 2. Doesn't look like they're going to commit fully for the end just yet, unless they go through top now. Odo Amne doesn't have that TP. The bot wave is slowly coming in. Caps and Yike. 10 stack Magi's for Caps. He has ult. I think he can maybe clear that wave out, but like you said, there's only one tower. He's up, Hans in 8, XL.
Goes in, gets the Gnar, but doesn't get the stun into the wall. Subjugate coming out as Caps looks to defend. They've already killed off one solar player under Abadage, but he takes out the Nexus tower. Feather Storm, the stun onto Patrick is massive.
Hans is up.
Hans is up, Abadage. The charm goes wide as Caps flashes forward. Caps uses the stopwatch to survive with the Predator. He died in range. Caps dies off the backline. Abadage now dashing forward. It's all on Caps. It's all on Hansama and Broken Blade, but they can't do it. Odo and Patrick and XL will take us to Game 5.
God, punch for punch non-stop between these two teams. Managing to pull out the win there. 14 kills for Patrick on the Xayah. Incredible performance by him to get XL across the finish line. Towards the end there, Caps missed the charm flash onto Abadage. Dies on the stopwatch. I think the game might have been over anyway, but we're going to 5 in XL versus G2 for a spot in the finals.
What a series, man. Are we honest? Came into today thinking, likely to be maybe a 3-1, probably a 3-0 for G2. That was most people's expectations, but XL continue to impress, continue to show up.
Silencing the doubters 100%. They're going to have a great run nevertheless by the looks of it, and they've come very well prepared against G2. The Maokai, for me, is a big standout. Patrick did a lot this game, and Peach got caught a lot, don't get me wrong, but the pressure the Maokai puts on the map is really powerful.
I really agree with you. We'll see if it is banned away in Game 5. We'll see what side selection happens in Game 5 as well, because it's been a bit of a back and forth between blue and red, between these two teams. We're going to hand it over to a short break, but Game 5 is coming up next.
Jasper. So, we are here about to enter Game 5, but before we dive into it, I would like to run you through the big comeback play that Excel made to, well, bring us the silver scrapes, really. So, we have a clip here on our screens, and this is where it starts to go downhill for G2. Hansama and the rest of G2 is coming out of base, and they want to take control of the Baron area. In this very moment, they're 1,000 gold up, 3 dragons to 0. Great position in the game. So as we roll the clip, we can see that Hansama pushes out mid-wave. Mickey and Yike are coming out of base, securing vision of the Baron area. All of Excel is recalling. And the important part here is that now G2 has full control of the Baron area. But we see the scuttle vision that Excel has secured for themselves outside the Baron pit. The problem is that G2 right now is trying to trap Excel. They want to catch them off guard. They want to set up a play, but because of the scuttle, Excel knows that G2 is not doing Baron. They push in mid-wave, get control of this area, and now G2 is not playing on vision anymore. Excel has control. They walk right into G2 confidently. G2 overextends. Patrick is able to kite down, and all of a sudden, with this, Excel managed to turn the entire game around. The big problem here was G2 simply disrespecting Excel. They had full control of Baron area. They could have walked in mid, pushed out the wave, pulled Excel to them, and when Excel walks in, you engage in them. But they didn't. They gave up all the control for free. Excel finds a good fight, turns the game around, and all of a sudden, well, it's a different game. After this, Excel was about 2k up. Really impressive play from them, but also disappointing for G2 not using the advantage the way that we're used to seeing from them. But that's all from me. Let's throw it over to Laura and the analyst desk.
Join us. Join us. We have a lot of things to discuss together. Broxa, thank you so much for this breakdown. And honestly, this play for me, sums up quite well what has been happening during this series. Outside of the first game that was really one-sided and during which G2 just did let go of the control they had, it feels like every game has been like this, and this one was no different. But again, Excel rising here and finding the opportunities. I didn't think we would go to game 5 today, GB.
I mean, not coming into today, but seeing the adaptations that Excel has been able to make, not just on red side earlier, but also now on blue side, it's no easy feat to do that, but it's been incredible to see them really elevate themselves. And not just that, I think the way that they set everything up for themselves was amazing.
I think honestly, just Excel seems to be ramping up more and more as the games progress. In this dive, G2 tried to do the classics. It feels like G2's on the ropes because they're falling back into those habits and these patterns that worked in the past. Diving bot, but the return kills happen, and this is something that Excel can be super happy with because their Maokai is farming.
And the problem on the dive is that they actually had the right idea, Mickey going in first as the engaging support, but he didn't have to flash forward. He could just have taken it slow, get the engage off, let Yike and Hansama do the damage, flash out, and everything would have been great, but instead it ended up being a 1-for-1. And against here, we are seeing G2 getting a little too excited.
Yeah, and I think this is one of them as well, where they want to turn on Odo, throwing everything, but Odo's already out of there. They're very low with Mickey still sticking around, and Excel has already been on reset, but Mickey stuck around after an early exchange, so even just starting the objective, they're already at a deficit. Then trying to look for a play afterwards instead of just completely disengaging it, made it even harder for them. And I think the early skirmishes here made the game way harder than it should have been for G2, specifically on the top side, where I think if they actually had come here with full HP bars and it was like 5-on-4 or 4-on-4 in the beginning with the champions you had, it could have been way more playable.
That's the thing, outside of game 1, early skirmishes did not define the rest of the game. And there always has been opportunities for any team to come back into the game, but I want you guys to tell me, what has Excel been doing right, or what has G2 been doing wrong for them not to be able to come back here?
I think for G2, it's mostly about respecting Excel's timings. There's, often even when you're behind, you can create pressure, you can secure tempo, and G2 is just not fighting at the right times. The play we saw on the Telestrator was a big one where they had full control of the game, mid was pushed in, their vision of the Baron area, but they just do nothing with it, and eventually Excel just walks in for free.
I think also in terms of how G2 are approaching the fights, I think in a lot of cases, they are not aware of each other that much. I feel like often we see the situations where they're not playing to the conditions of Kai'Sa, and I think a large issue in this game is the fact is that they plain and simple get outscaled. If Tristana gets 3 core, if Xayah gets 3 core, then the front to back becomes too difficult to play, and the burden for Kai'Sa to carry becomes too heavy to carry. They needed to wrap up the game at Drake number 4, didn't manage to do so. Excel capitalized big time.
No, I completely agree with your point, and I don't think it's just about the Kai'Sa. I think it's about so much of the team fighting as well. In the breakdown where Broxa was talking about the Baron just earlier, you could clearly see that they wanted to go on Patrick, then hesitated, and because there's this back and forth where they're just letting themselves, be a sponge of damage of Excel in these choke points, it just becomes so difficult instead of just trying to come in. But that's also kind of how you laid yourself here out when you had the draft where there was so much cleanse value. You saw they can never really go on Patrick because the Xayah is available, he has the cleanse. If the flash is up as well at the same time, you can't just fully send it like G2 wants to do it. You have to play it way more careful, way more controlled around the vision. And it just happened to be that Excel was actually setting up some better vision around these objectives. So clearly deserved of coming back in the game and completely clearing it out.
And you mentioned Patrick, and I think this player deserves some praise, honestly. And we saw during the draft the hesitation between Xayah and Philios going for the Xayah in the end. And I'm happily surprised to see how he's matching up against the G2 bot lane, and especially Hansama here.
I'm so happy to see Patrick perform because honestly, he's such a player with so much experience in the scene. Back in the old days, he was the sheriff man. We had these resurgences of AD carries, and Patrick has been in a team that has been losing, and now when they have this opportunity to really seize the day, take the momentum all the way to the finals, Patrick is delivering. When his team is there ready to back him up, Patrick is letting go of his past demons. This is a player that rarely won best of 5s. Usually he was very good in the regular splits, and then it kind of filtered through. I remember playing against him when they were pushing our Nexus when we were in Fnatic, and he got caught by a Gragas barrel. All of that is gone now because Patrick is completely smurfing.
It would be his second finals in the history of his career, actually, after Origin 2019, if he manages to do it. But can Excel do it here? And I don't really know what to expect from this fifth game here, because Excel has been ramping up. They surprised us. G2 underperforming a bit compared to what we know from the team usually. what are your thoughts going into this last game?
You remember coming into the draft just now, we were talking about some of the champions we were expecting that was going to be banned. That was one of them that wasn't banned. Rakan got banned again. Maokai left open. I think it buys them so much space to play around for XL to have these open team fights. You saw it in the bot lane where Peach was already ulting, coming into the river that's really unplayable for G2 to play around with. You see it in the open broadcast states when they're fighting around the objectives. This ultimate is so wide and so much easier to play around with. This sapling gives you so much control to play around with the information. And it just feels like he's so comfortable on it with Peach. And I think it's too easy to give them.
I feel like the key thing now, G2 being the highest seed, they walk into game 5, they get side selection. Of course, they pick blue. There's no way in hell that you're going to give up Maokai to red side. You're not going to put yourself in a position where you're going to give Rel. Maybe they're going to do a Rel ban. And finally, maybe we get to see a game without Maokai, because all of a sudden, you need to play a much more structured game, and the conditions that you need to fulfill are going to be a little bit more complicated. So I'm curious how everything is going to advance, because in the end, you know, Maokai first pick, what is going to be the first pick evolution? Probably a Kai'Sa.
I think no matter how this game plays out, we have to give massive props to XL, because sure, we can say G2 is underperforming and they're not having the best day, but at the same time, XL have been really impressive with the way they're approaching draft, the way they're playing as a team, the way they can actually match G2 in the early game, which can't be said for a lot of teams.
100%.
And ultimately, they're having such a great day, and they also deserve to be in the final right now.
And there's a lot on the line here when you think about this. XL on the verge of looking their first finals ever, looking season finals as well, eliminating Koi. Also, which might mean a lot for Odo, especially giving a former member of the team. But in this moment, in these clutch moments, do you have the fear of winning, or can you actually take it to the end?
I feel like on so many levels, I feel like XL has already won. And I feel like in such a case, when it comes to how the drafts play out and how much flexibility they have, I feel like they have nothing left to lose. If I'm thinking about the other teams that are watching this, Team Heretics, Fnatic, that have to face either one of these in the next round, I'm fucking scared.
There's no easy road, I feel, in the loser bracket, honestly. But also no idea who's going to win this one. So let's send it over to the casters for the 5th game of our first best-of-5 series in the playoffs. Take it away.
I think Yamato's pretty scared.
Yeah, he's really freaking scared, isn't he, that man? Oof.
Oh, he's pretty relaxed though in that chair.
Maybe overly so. We'll find out from the fines committee later on. Anyway, G2 versus XL, game 5. A position a lot of us thought would never happen, and maybe these teams thought would never happen as well. XL 1 game away from making their first ever finals in the LEC as an organization, with the shot at going to Worlds as well in the season finals later on. Reminder, if XL win this game, this single solitary game, not only will they make it into the season finals alongside G2, MAD, BDS, and SK, they will also knock Koi out of the season finals.
Odo Amne gets the last laugh then, doesn't he? And he's got 1 game to see if he can do it. Red side for XL. Maokai, Jace, Kai'Sa. Big picks this series. Rel was the last thing that I think last time G2 were on blue side, they banned Rel, first pick the Maokai. Is that something they want to do again? They did give up the Jace and the Kai'Sa with a Sejuani next to it, and they're happy running it back. Is XL happy with that? Are they going to take away the Kalista again, or are they going to try and deny something? I think the Tristana, it's definitely working from XL. I wouldn't be surprised to see a pivot, you know, take Kai'Sa, Tristana. No, they're going to ban the Maokai. So, Kai'Sa, Jace, Tristana, LeBlanc, Kalista are up.
Yeah, all options. I don't think you can pick the Kalista really early on until you see the enemy bot lane. But
they could first pick Sejuani and do Kog'Maw Brown on 2-3.
Very true.
I think that's what they might do. Kog'Maw Brown on 2-3 is incoming. XL, do you want to play Kalista into Kog'Maw Brown? That's a risky one. Rakan is down. It's an easy Brown pickup. I mean, what if XL pick Brown here? You know, FMXL, just go for Brown Kai'Sa? I don't know. Brown Jace? I'm sure they can't play the Kog'Maw themselves, but I think a Brown denial here is good.
Yeah, and they're looking at it as well. Even look at something like Braum Ashe if you really wanted just a utility bot lane. You still have the Kai'Sa, you still have the Tristana for the mid lane.
Yeah, they read them like a book there, XL, but has G2 thought of one step further and been like, well, if we first pick Sedge and they deny Braum, what are we doing? If someone asked that question in the draft talk just before this game started, then maybe they've got something up their sleeve. The Kai'Sa's up, the Jace is up, the LeBlanc is up. It's a bit of a pain. I feel like G2 maybe could just run a Tristana here. Tristana Renekton.
You could just pick topside, yeah?
Yeah, Tristana Renekton, drop
the
off.
Trist if you want.
Gone for Varus.
Okay, so then you could just Kai'Sa Jace here into the Braum. Obviously, the Unbreakable Shield helps pick up some of those projectiles.
Yeah, I think they're saying the Kai'Sa Braum is not a good lane, and they just want to go for the Varus instead. Now, they could just go, yeah, Jace Kai'Sa here if they want G2.
Yeah.
Would be an easy OP pickup, but adaptation could be range support for Mickey. Is that the direction you want to go? Melio? Yeah, looks like it. Melio with
Melio
a Draven.
Cog again.
Draven's down. Yeah, Melio Cog. Melio Lucian could work. Flex the Lucian on 3.
And then you see if XL want to pick that Jace. Not that Caps' Lucian was something that filled XL with terror earlier on in the tournament, in the
They
series.
could drop AD here and pick the Jace or Tristana.
Yeah, I think that's the best call.
I think they've got enough ADs. Lucian, Xayah, Kog'Maw.
Trist.
Yeah, they're going to go for Jax.
Okay.
Jax blind. Odo Amne, what's your answer there? Renekton, Cassante, not the greatest into Jax. Could go for the Gnar, looked like comfort for him. Could go for the Kennen, but didn't do too well. And I think against Melio, that's a struggle. They could drop top and just go Tristana, you know, or Jace. I think those two champions for Abbedagge seem to be working out. And I think if they don't pick that, they're banned out. I think the Jace or Tristana pick with double mid ban like LeBlanc is good. Poppy top. I like that a lot. For Odo, though.
Can still be flexed to the jungle, of course, the Poppy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if we see Odo take it into the top lane to try and deal with that Jax. Works well into the Sejuani as well.
Are we seeing LeBlanc, Nico, Jace, Tristana bans here on 4-5?
I think LeBlanc, Nico, I would rest assured that is incredibly likely here from XL, but instead the Ashe ban.
They think they can pinch Hansama with the Melio. I think that's a bit of a mistake, you know. I think there are so many open that G2 are intentionally dropping AD for a reason. They should be able to find an AD. Azir is up as well, though, which I think will be a big pick here, which I think Abbedagge is probably the reason they've dropped these mid lane bans is maybe XL is saying, well, I can blind Azir on 4. I don't really need many bans. Maybe LeBlanc ban will come out, but they intentionally flexed the Jace top to play Azir into Nico, didn't they? In game 1. So they must think or must have the knowledge that Azir is good into Nico. So maybe they don't ban it. But
G2 actually getting rid of LeBlanc themselves.
Abbedagge had a fantastic LeBlanc game. I think it was against SK. Yeah, it was. So yeah, that's a good denial pick. They don't want to play LeBlanc themselves, G2, do they, against Poppy?
Nope. It would not be a fun time.
Smart ban. But yeah, I'm looking at Azir here. I'm looking at Tristana, looking at the Nico.
And there's the Nico ban. Where G2 going to go with the last one here? Could try and...
Jace stood up.
Yeah, get rid of the Jace. Could get rid of the Gnar as well if you think that that's what Odo's going to go to top lane. Poppy, of course, still a flexible option here.
Yeah.
And there's the Kennen ban in the end. I think Kennen into Melio, as we said, isn't the easiest matchup for the Kennen, but just want to avoid some of that AoE.
I think this Poppy's going top, yeah. I think it's a kind of a bit of a no-brainer when they're playing Jax, just a big Poppy. Yeah, the Azir on 4, I think it makes so much sense, doesn't it? You only really need one ban for it, and they've helped you out with the LeBlanc too. So now it's on Caps. What do you pick up against it? Do you really want to go Lee Sin here? Kill the flex of the Poppy?
Trying to steal away the Trundle as well.
Trundle Braum into Sejuani. Okay.
Okay. Trundle locked in now for Peach. Takes it away from G2, but of course they already had the Sejuani, so wouldn't be able to play it this game anyway, unless you did some sort of uber flex.
Surprised, because I think Caps can pick the Azir now if he wants, unless they've got something else up their sleeve. Caps 100% win rate on Azir this year. 3 games on it.
Very comfortable on it as well. I wonder where G2 are going to go. Can still play Cog Melio. It's not the strongest. Well, it is very strong, but it's very susceptible.
Yeah, but against Poppy Trundle, pretty good, no? Shred through them.
And now, that mid lane. Azir does work, as you said. Jace, of course, still open, and it will be picked for G2. It's been a very interesting draft here.
What about some kind of... Just TF came to my mind, but I don't think that's going to work at all with their comp visit. Melio as well. Azir is going to be the pickup. Not the greatest into Jace. You're kind of forced to go Crown, which is really annoying to play as Azir because you need way more time to ramp up. So XL went for the Trundle Braum into Sedge, which was really smart, but then they gave over the Kog'Maw, which I think just counteracts everything. I think the Kog'Maw is just going to shred through that front line no matter what. It's just a case of whether they can pitter the Kog'Maw out to fights and then play the front to back themselves. But both teams, front to back, G2 more side lane with Jace Jax if they really want to play 1-3-1 setups, and XL more engaged denial with the Poppy Braum, right? So pick your poison. More team fight prowess in terms of disengage and preventing engage onto your carries, or more side lane push and flank potential. where you can collapse on the enemy team easier and sandwich them.
Range is relatively even between the two teams as well. Like Kog'Maw, obviously with the melee, will have very long range when he has that W up, and the Jace poke is pretty powerful, but that's matched by Azir soldiers and by Varus poke, right? So
it might be Varus lethality, could also be Varus AP.
Yeah,
which is a lot of damage. That is a straight Sejuani ulted into a Varus ult.
Yeah,
just going that guy's one shot here.
Huge game for XL and obviously for G2 as well. Loser plays against the winner of Fnatic Heretics. Winner goes into our summer split finals and battles for the trophy. Seeing on the screen, Hamza's dad in the audience, as he so often is, cheering on his son. And it's the picture of concentration as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift for what is the last game of the day.
Time for Jax to get +1 gold. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, well, we panned away. We can't see the Jax +1 gold. The best part of this new rework. Cozy campfire provision there for Mickey. Gonna put a ward down. Patrick can get it with limit. 1-0 XL.
One vision score as well. 4 limit match by Mickey's. Yike and Broken Blade stepping forward here. No wards placed down. Both the supports with their, well, one support with a sweeper. Mickey, of course, uses the ward early on. Broken Blade counter strikes, but nothing really doing in the early game here. Reminder, if XL win this game, they lock our season, our split finals. They also lock season finals, and they knock out Koi from contention. So it would just be the winner of Fnatic and Heretics that would join our current top 4 in the season finals.
Ooh, we got a late invade here from XL.
Looks
120, Trundle Brown, here they come. Q flash.
Q flash, Winter's bite onto Caps. He's going to try and get away, still has the flash and no slow on him anymore.
Oh. Limit, I like the idea of, you know, it's game 5, nothing to lose, just Q flash. But yeah, no follow-up there. Not going to hurt too much if they're playing a split map, but I wonder what's going to happen bot. I think Hans and Mickey can just fast push the wave as quick as possible, and XL's going to have to run all the way around unless they're going to have to fight their way through this. So here's the fast push from G2. If they can get the wave in time, then XL are going to be a bit annoying to try and get through this wave to stop them.
They have the Guardian.
Yeah, they've got the Guardian. Bone plating, a little bit of chunk damage. Lost a creep. There, G2 actually lost a couple creeps. So Trundle gets the red. Peach is going to get the Raptors as well. Oruame is the weak side here. I think he's no stranger to that. Such a long career and such an established player in the LEC.
He's pretty used to playing weak side. Used to be known as the weak side king, of course, when he was back on Rogue. Even before those times, Hansama and Mickey getting the push here in the bot lane. Demolish! What's that?
Yeah, it's on Mickey.
It's on Mickey, yep. Running in his secondary tree, just for a little bit more damage, and you're always getting the push as well with this Cog Melio. Patrick and then we'll have to try and answer it. Patrick, 100 LEC wins with that win in the last game. Been around for a while. Negative win rate overall, but always been seen as one of the better AD carries here in Europe.
Cute little party hat. So interesting to see here. What's happened actually is Yikes actually snuck around like this and moved into the bot side jungle, but that ward there actually spotted him. So XL know that he's on bot side and they're pinging the Crux. Yike thinks he's unseen, but XL know he's there. I don't think they can pull off this dive. Maybe he's expecting that he can kind of counter-gank Trundle because he doesn't see Trundle on red. You can see the question mark pings on G2. Where's Trundle? He's not on red buff yet. Maybe he's ganking bot. Yike's here to cover, but they'll see him on red in a second, and I think Yike will just take that base.
Looks like it's more for cover than for anything else, as you say. Peach now spotted on the ward.
We stopped
Yike stops his recall, then pushes forward. G2 now, well, I think he stopped it because he wants to make sure he gets at least one Scuttle Crab. He's not going to get the top side Scuttle Crab now, so he can just path towards this bottom one that's just spawned. Meanwhile, the stun Mickey ignited. Puts down the cozy campfire. Mickey stepping a little bit too far forward. In the end, it was just a heal for heal trade between the two supports.
Yeah, no ignite, but it was a lot of damage, wasn't it? Use the cozy campfire to get the heal alongside the summoner spell, and I feel like G2 just want to keep perma pushing in here. Spell Thieves, Demolish, they've already gotten a plate. They just want to keep XL underneath their tower and farming them for plates and gold. As Peach places a ward on the respawn Grump of Yike, where he'll soon be spotted in the next 30 seconds to a minute, and then he's probably going to go towards his Grump. Play for the bot side of the map. Trundle Brown very strong at getting early kills.
Really are. The pillar concussive blows combination, the auto attack reset on the chomp as well for Peach makes it very easy for you to get that Brawn passive down. Odo now with the push in the top lane. It's a big wave stacked up here, but I don't actually think it's going to be enough for Broken Blade to catch that CS deficit that he's currently sitting in. Odo managing to get a little bit of extra farm. That actually forced Broken Blade into not the best situation in the top lane. It's going to be about a wave behind.
Mid is even. Top is overall pretty even as Odoamne takes that base. The advantage there of the push factor is that Odoamne can save his TP. Caps trading really hard onto Abadage. Could flash E here. He's going to get behind him though.
Just knocks him back. Mickey here with the Cozy Campfire as well. Abadage does have the flash and uses it to dash to safety. Abadage will escape, but spent a long time there in the lane. Almost falls. Caps now pushes in the next wave. Abadage can just TP back and catch the minions as they crash into his tower.
G2 have so much vision on this bot side of the map. That ward just spotted Peach stepping into the river. They've got a pink defensively. They've got the crab. They've got a ward in river as well as he moved down. Peach thinks that he can start up the Drake because Yike went to his Raptors, but Yike actually came back down towards the bot side. Doesn't have smite. Peach will have his up in 5 seconds. Yike does have smite, sorry. But Hans is in base, so XL take that gank and they say, well, we can get a dragon off that. And they sure can. So flash for dragon trade, not too bad for XL. Abadage will be level 6 soon.
Is that the third Hex Tech Drake first we've had in a row?
Feels like it,
yeah, there's been a lot of Hexy Drakes.
Ocean. Like Ocean as well was second or third half the time.
Yeah.
Was there Ocean Soul?
We had one Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
It's, for the moment, XL using the power of the Trundle early on to make sure they get that first dragon. Hans Summer going to be able to force Patrick and Limit back as the wave crashes in. So they're backing away as well because they know Peach is working his way towards the top side of the map. No point in pushing forward when the wave is going to get to you anyway.
Yeah. This wave will crash. As long as Peach stays out of vision and they don't have the information as to where he is, then it's hard to make a bot life happen. Cap's trying to bait Abadage here. He's trying to say, I have got no creeps to play on. I'm just trying to dash onto this Azir. I want Abadage to shuffle me because Yike wants to gank him. Obviously, Q flash at the ready. Abadage has the pushback. I'm not sure if they have the damage for the kill. Only level 4. He's really trying to bait him here, Caps. Trying to bait him to dash on him.
Knocks him up. There's the Emperor's Divide. Knock up though as Abadage tried to get away, but he can't escape, and they definitely have the damage, Kadril.
Yeah, the block from Yike. He stopped Abadage from being able to dash away. I thought he would be able to dash away before the stun lands, but yeah, really good block by Yike. First blood to the Sejuani.
Now works his way down towards his bottom side. Caps moving as well. Peach being very greedy here. Caps is going to flank him, and in melee form, Peach is going to get stunned very quickly. Tries to flash, gets across the wall, but Caps follows him. Caps can switch into range, and one auto is enough for Caps to get on the board in this game.
XL bot lane has vision as to where Caps is. Yike has the flash. Are they trying to maybe transition this into something? Oh, Q flash, double flash over the wall. Patrick almost falls. Yike now coming in, and Patrick's so low. Flash forward by Yike. They will be able to take out Patrick. Limit falling low as Abadage joins the battle. Oh, Limit's heal is 5 seconds away. Maybe could have turned that onto the Sejuani as well. Confusing set of plays there, but in the end, it's Hans Sama who's the biggest winner. Bot lane kind of dying there to his mid laner, and they were able to trade the 1-for-1. Hans Sama now has 2 plates. We'll get a nice CS lead as this whole wave crashes. Demolish there from Mickey, just trying to melt through this bot tower. And it's 1,500 gold lead over to G2 in the first 8 minutes.
And there is the Demolish proc, because a lot of that gold up is sitting on Yike, who's 2-0-1. Mickey will see there's a control ward here, can clear it out. Odo still pushing in the top lane. And overall, good early start here for G2. A lot of it through that mid-jungle synergy.
So here Abadage eventually used the shuffle onto Caps. I think he could dash to the left here if you want to do the shoulder and then Q up through the river. Maybe Peach could cover him there, but he'd get collapsed on regardless. Here Peach wants to flash over the wall after trying to take this crab, but yeah, Caps just knocks him back again. Eventually he does flash over, gets over the wall. Caps flash for flash, and then in comes Limit and Patrick. They double commit as Caps sees a pink ward in the brush and says, hang on a second, maybe I can clear this. But look at the damage he gets down before he dies. Patrick goes down to about 5-10% HP. Yike can finish him off with the flash. Abadage arrives, but doesn't have the ult, and Mickey's there to cover.
Seems a little bit greedy from Peach there to try and fight for the Scuttle Crab after his mid lane has just died.
Yeah.
Especially knowing that Caps can just push around. Hans Summer, as you said, one of the key benefactors of the play overall, didn't really have to invest anything. Still has flash, still has ghost, whereas both of the enemy bot lane and support have burnt their flashes. Means that Hans Summer is a lot safer in this lane.
Certainly does. And Odoamne's doing pretty well up towards this top side. He's got himself a plate. He's got a nice CS lead. It's slowly crashing into BB, around 10 lead right now for the Poppy. He's got a very nice matchup too, and he can do a lot of work in these fights when it comes to the Jack, Sejuani, Jace. You know, can stop a lot of the damage coming down. And eventually, it's going to get really annoying for Odoamne when that Jax gets a Divine Sunder and just starts pounding at him with the percent HP damage. But for now, Odoamne can control this lane, and that'll help them a lot because they got the Herald, right? You have that top push, you get the first Herald, and it's so hard for BB to trade back. Maybe trying to bait some kind of dive here with Yikes here to cover.
Caps is on his way as well. Peach no flash, remember. Yike can jump across
Back
the
at the
wall
ult as
here.
well.
Spots him. There's the CC. Peach going to be locked up once they have the Glacial Prison to follow. If they needed the good knockback with the Keeper's Verdict, but Peach still locked up. Caps coming in as Odoamne joins the fight. Streamer shuffle back as Caps tries to escape. Yike now trading onto Odoamne. Broken Blade nowhere near the fight right now because he was yeeted by the Poppy, but Yike still able to secure the double kill. Abe gets one in response with his soldiers.
XL are probably happy with that fight. Kill over to the Azir, kill over to the Poppy. They managed to turn it around and get a shutdown onto the Azir with double buffs. So now Abbedagge, despite falling behind a little bit in the early stages, is now even with Cap. So this all comes down to BB jumping onto Odoamne, trying to bait him into thinking that they have a dive, but then Peach spots out Yike. And then this is where the fight begins. Yike cues over the wall, saves the ultimate, I believe, but then the knockback comes on into BB. There's the ultimate finally coming through, but Trundle's already got his ultimate off, so he's a little bit tankier. Abbedagge with the pushback. Odoamne's trying to weave in as much damage as possible before he falls to Yike with the E and the auto attack, and the red buff coming out, melting through his health bar. Flash from Broken Blade. Nice reaction by Abbedagge. 2 for 2. 2 kills to the Sejuani, 1 kill to the Azir, 1 kill to the Poppy.
And no Rift Hold used as well to crack that top tier 1. Still half the time left for Peach, so he might look to use it in the bot lane, but overall, it's still pretty even between these two teams. G2 with a slight gold lead, XL with the neutral lead, having taken that Hex Drake and the Rift Hold earlier on.
It's a Kraken Slayer on Varus.
Yeah.
No lethality, no AP.
Nope.
Just
on hit Varus. I mean, it was the convention for a very long time.
Is that going to crash? I'm just confused why they just threw it down. Seems a bit sloppy.
Yeah, I think you have to remember, it's 10 PM. These players have played 4 pretty intense games so far.
Yeah.
It was very sloppy from Peach, and perhaps a little overeager, thinking, oh, we'll put it down, it will get the clap crash, and we'll get the dragon.
Yeah.
G2 willing to stop the Rift Herald from charging in.
It looks like it was just expiring, and he kind of had to place it, but yeah, not ideal overall. Odoamne's going to get the top push. That plate, ooh, nice. Timed up for him with just 1 auto attack. He's got the Demolish as well. Got the Sunfire. BB's not got the Divine Sunder just yet. That's 3 plates to the Poppy. And without that Divine Sunder up against Sunfire, Odoamne should still be able to control this lane pretty easily. See, he can even just do things like that and get out.
It's a third of BB's health. Hammer coming down as well as BB tries to dodge away. Can't really do too much yet. Dustblade completed for Caps though, and Radiant Virtue for Yike. The supportive Sejuani now going to dash across here into the wall. Has that Glacial Prison.
No flash on Abbedagge.
Prison comes out. They get the slow, but Abbedagge dashes across. Emperor's Divide, good knockback to stop Caps from closing the gap.
Abbedagge didn't go Crown, he went Ludens. He's gone full Glass Cannon. This is an on-hit Varus as well. These are going to be very squishy carries with a hell of a lot of damage. So G2, if they can land the spells and land the CC chains and layer up nicely, they should be able to take them down. But XL are building fire with fire up against this Kog'Maw Melio, who will have insane range as Hans builds towards that Rage Blade.
And still only sitting on the boots right now in components. 1,000 gold lead for G2.
But it's all on the Sejuani. Yeah. And that's a Trundle ult onto the Sej, who has a Sunderer, right? So it feels like, despite the numbers, I think the game's pretty even overall.
I
2 dragons to XL.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, Mark. It's a bit unfortunate for XL that it's a Chem Soul again. Not the most powerful soul, but still can do wonders in some of these fights. XL setting up towards this top side. They have to demolish, and they will have the first tower of the game as well. Oda's going to let as many minions as he can die to this turret before he kills it off. BB has based, so no hope of a defense. He will work his way back up towards that top lane to catch the wave as it pushes further forward.
I suppose the only thing about the dragon, Chemtech dragon, is they'll get a little bit of nasty against the Sejuani, which will help a little bit.
And against poke, often you are below 50% HP, so it can help a little bit.
That's a 1.5k gold lead on this Poppy. Now, Broken Blade in 2 or 3 items time will be able to match him on side lane quite easily and get the better hand. Eventually, Poppy will start losing out, you have to imagine, but I think he's so ahead at this point that he'll just be so tanky for so long that I think it'll be pretty easy for Odoame to weather that storm, and in team fights he is going to be very tanky. It's on the Kog'Maw to shred through him. The Jace won't do damage to this Poppy. The Jax won't do damage either. It's the Kog'Maw that's going to shred through this front line of XL.
And because of taking the top tier 1, he has the opportunity to move around the map a little bit more. Like, you can shove in a little bit further, then you can go join your team for a fight, then you can come back up. So you can be there to influence team fights a little bit earlier than Broken Blade.
I feel like if Hansama dies, G2 is just, they lack a lot of damage. The Jace is a poke tool. He can't really queue in hammer form at all against Braum Trundle. It's really, this game, a lot of pressure on Hansama.
Yeah,
it's got
totally agree with you. XL have 2 very strong damage sources and good for consistent DPS as well, not just poke with the on-hit Varus. If you can have some time just to open up and get all that extra attack speed from the passive. G2 going to start up the Herald now. Caps is down in the bottom lane, does have the TP to join.
Yep. I think XL are happy fighting this. Mythic's complete. Abadage at level 11. Peach is ready with the Sunder, and Odoamne has top push. So Yike started it up, but I think XL can take that over pretty easily. Hansama, is he going to move here? He's going to give up mid wave. Smite fight. Does it come through?
They're coming around.
They're going to choke against the Zero. I don't know if they want that fight.
It's a very dangerous situation to be in. Rifthold secured for XL. Caps does get some time alone with that bot lane tower and will be able to take it down for G2's first objective, or first neutral of the game, I guess, first standing objective.
Yeah.
But 2 Rift Herald so far for XL, 2 Dragons as well. 50 seconds on the next Drake. Reset Rift Herald mid and play for Vision down towards that bottom side. They already have a scattering of wards in the superficial portions of their own jungle, but they'll want to try and get those a little bit deeper before they play for third Drake.
And XL are in a pretty good position in really game 5. And I never thought with the addition of Peach from ERLs and Abadage, who hadn't played for quite a few splits already, last time was showing debuting in NA, that they're going to go from 10th to potentially 1st and ready in our finals. Well, top 2, but still winning out on all their best off series. The turnaround is just, I don't know if we've ever seen that really in all esports.
I think there was a splice composition that Yamato was part of that went 9th into Worlds through the gauntlet, but 10th to finals is truly a shock.
DRX, isn't it?
Yeah, it's DRX.
Just domestically.
Now all we need is XL to go on and win Worlds. You know, Odo went to the same high school as me.
Oh, did he?
No, but that would be a great story, wouldn't it?
Oh, Odo with a W there.
Counter-strike coming out. Odo is going to get stunned up. Look how tanky that Poppy is right now. Limit now acting as the front line. CC coming out. XL will have to back away from the Dragon, and G2 find their prize. The Dragon 4, then Rift Herald, though, available to XL, so they'll crack the mid-tier 1.
The Kog'Maw damage is already shredding straight through. Abadage's arrived now. Odoamne's TPing back in. They're going to fight this here. XL, Odoamne.
Can he get there? Puts down the steadfast presence. Odo trying to get away. The Dragon disengaged. Glacial Prison has been used by G2 and XL.
They're gonna send a daylight robbery.
Yike tries to get into the pit. He manages to with the blast cone, but now he's to jump out alone, so he's knocked into the wall. G2 collapsing. Hansama trying to get forward. Yike flashes over the wall. XL will get the Dragon. The Rift Herald will charge, and it's the rope-a-dope 1-2 punch from XL.
What a play by XL. That is teamwork to a T. Odoamne goes in, gets chunked out. G2 have position. They then retake control of mid, herald it down, push out the wave, chunk it just enough so that the tower will die. Then they re-engage and force G2 out with a TP, and then they snatch the Dragon from them. We'll see that again. So this is just after Odoamne's been chunked out. Push in mid, get the tower damage down onto the first tier 1. Odoamne comes in, lands the ult after the Melio ult comes out, disengages, everyone's jumped out of the pit to help the Melio, and now they just wrap back down through the river. G2, what are you going to do with an out of the Melio with no mana? You're going to 5-man jump with the Blast Cone and take the fight against the Poppy in that pit with the Braum as well? I don't think you can. Yike eventually forced to flash away, Odoamne with the W there. And, wow, nice switcheroo.
Nice. Really nice from XL. It's not only Twitter changing its name to X today, it might as well change XL as well, because everyone else is taking the L, or at least G2 are.
I saw where you're going with that. That was...
It's a little bit around the corner, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, no, it's been weird. But
Gold still even between the two teams, but as we said, XL 3 Drakes to the good. 2 items on Odoamne, who's just finished off that Frozen Fist. Building up towards second item on Patrick and Abadaga as well.
This Poppy is really tanky, and Hansama's going to need Runan's Hurricane, maybe even something like a Blade the Ruin King. I'm not sure what he's going to build, but right now he's not going to burn through him too quickly. G2 need time, and XL aren't going to give it to them, rather. 3 minutes on the Dragon, that's how much time they'll give them until the next fight begins. Hansama might get the Hurricane before then, but Patrick's building a Rage Blade of his own. The on-hit Varus trying to match up against that Kog'Maw with the damage threat through the tanks as Yike is 4-1-1 right now, 800 gold lead against the Trundle. But what does that really mean against Trundle Braum?
It means an Anathema's Radiant Virtue is all it means. No more damage for your team, just more utility, more tankiness. Caps is 2 items with a 500 gold lead himself, and we talked about how squishy Patrick and Abbedagge are. If they're hit by that shock blast, it would take probably, you know, a third to half of their health at this point. So XL do need that more grouped up style of play if they are to win out. 20 seconds now on the Baron. XL starting to set up vision around it.
XL's DPS is very high, isn't it? If Patrick falls, they've still got an Azir who's building Nashers. Baron spawning in 20 seconds. XL can shred through a Baron very quickly.
That poppy damage so far. I know it's a tank hitting a Jax, but still.
Yeah, it's all through lane phase kind of really, isn't it?
Topping the damage shots.
So XL controlling the top side of the map. They'll transition back towards the bot side if the dragon spawns, but I'll tell you for a fact, if Patrick gets Rage Blade and Abbedagge gets Nashers, that Baron is melted. And G2's phase check's not the best. The Shock Blast gives vision. They've got the artillery from the Kog'Maw to try and check bushes. But in terms of like raw engage and stopping them and forcing them off the Baron, the only real threat is that Sejuani ult.
XL have total control of the vision around that top side now. Blue buff about to spawn. I wonder if they'll try and contest that as Peach and Patrick walk up. Far side alteration will spot Peach as he comes around the corner. He clears that now. Yike trying to get rid of some of the XL vision control in their own jungle. Might look for a little foray in here. Just puts the pillar down to be a bit of a nuisance to Broken Blade.
There's the Hurricane picked up just a minute and a half before the spawn of that soul. Patrick and Limit looking for some bot side vision here as Abbedagge pushes out and maybe looks for that bot tier 1 as Caps might have to give. Wards scattered down here and Limit will need to reset to refresh. Caps will give that tower by looks, but Abbedagge doesn't look like he wants to go for it, just wants to play safe. Doesn't want to take any risks. Go towards the Wolves with Patrick.
Always a little harder to control vision as well in a Chemtech map, just because of the extra Scryer's Bloom and the AoE they have around them. It makes it a lot easier for enemy teams to clear out wards. They only need that one auto attack on them to do so.
It's interesting how teams just come out of nowhere this year. You know, BDS has run to the finals.
We've had nine of the teams have made it into playoffs throughout the course of 2023. The only team that hasn't is Astralis.
So 9 of the teams have made top 4 at least once this year. Apart from Astralis. Yeah, the BDS run was incredible. Now the XL run is just looking very similar.
Even Heretics and Fnatic.
Yeah, right? Turning everything around from bottom of the table, Fnatic, Heretics, and XL to now pushing themselves to the top 4. Maybe top 2 here for XL up against G2. Still got a tall task ahead of them because they're even in gold, but they have got that soul point in 20 seconds at spawning. Patrick picked up the Rage Blade alongside that Kraken Slayer. Abbedagge doesn't have the Nashers just yet, but they still have a lot of DPS to work with. Hansama, you can see with the cozy campfire, can walk up, but maybe that's too far.
Hansama way too far forward. Cleanses, flashes breath of light to try and get him away. He's going to put some damage across the wall here. Broken Blade looks for the counter-strike backline. A huge counter-strike by Patrick. Is left untouched. Abbedagge has 200 health to work with. Peach flashes away. Patrick jumped on now. Stun cleanses away for Broken Blade. The first to fall in the fight, blinking health bars across the board.
Peach, no flash. He's going to get chunked out a lot here. The shock blast lands the block from Limit.
Limit is huge there, saving his jungler.
I think that's going to be Dragon for G2, though. They won't be able to get anything else off the back of that. There's a TP available for Odoamne and Abbedagge if they really want to fight this, but Patrick's low. Peach is low. Limit is going to have to reset too. TP's on the top side. Is this going to be a Baron rush from XL?
Yeah, Peach is on his way there now. Abbedagge is going to push out the top side.
I don't know if they can, you know. They've got Nashers on the Azir. That's 2 items on the carries. I think they will get it down very quickly, but Broken Blade's going to have the TP. Everyone's ultimate's basically down.
G2 face check.
They don't have the Poppy knockback either. Peach is not even there yet. It's going to get shredded slowly. Limit's going to need to jump over the wall across the pit.
TP to the mid lane. Peach so low.
Oh, they have to back off
It's
here.
not going to help them out at all. The knock up onto Yike, though, with the pillar. Stops him in his tracks. Baron's still aggro. Broken Blade looking for that flank. As you say, Peach needs to get to Krugs. King's Tribute, the passive, will heal him up from those.
With the W as well, he's going to have a lot of health coming back from those Krugs. But XL go for a very, very risky call. They got Broken Blade's TP out of it, but this all came off the back of Hansama. Someone getting caught here, stepping up to get damage onto Limit, but then the Q lands and then the ultimate comes out. Has to cleanse flash away from the Varus ult as soon as it lands, and then it turns into somewhat of a 4v5. Hansama then re-steps up after the heal and gets some damage down. But Yike has to flash away. Massive shock blast from Caps, and then a big follow-up from Broken Blade. But Abbedagge repositions with the flash. Look at his movement here. Dodges one, actually gets hit by that one, but then dodges next one off to the left. Otherwise, he would have died there, the Azir. And then Broken Blade tries to jump back in. Cleanse flash away from Patrick. Odoamne gets the first kill. But they don't have the health pass here, XL. Massive block here from Limit to keep the jungler of XL alive.
Absolutely huge. XL playing on a knife's edge as G2 start to set up vision around the Baron. Was the Breath of Light cleanse from Mickey, the like QSS effect from Mickey rather than cleanse for Hansama. He's running the Ghost, of course. But now 2 items on Abadage has finished that Nash's Tooth. Maybe that can be the difference maker in the next fight. Yeah. Caps almost has Cyrilda's. And Hansama's on his way to his 3rd item. Cap's going to take a tower in the top lane. Honors still very much even between these 2 teams as XL try and gain mid control.
The big problem for G2 right now is Kokmo has no flash, and he's such a big threat. BB has no flash as well, which is a big follow-up factor. And so XL have no flashes on their carries as well. The only real threat, though, is a flank. So as long as they ward off their flanks and cover, they should be all right. There's the 2 items onto Abadage, but the damage coming out of Caps is absurd. There's the Cyrildas you were just talking about. The poke damage from this chase right now is at an all-time high. So if Caps can group up and start pushing XL back, that'll help G2 reclaim some of this vision. But right now he's towards the bot side. He has the teleport, which is good, but I feel like the Jace really ideally needs to be grouped up here. Otherwise, XL just slowly push G2 further and further back. And then they can start Baron here, which I think they will. They can get the Jace TP really easily.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Tower falls in the mid lane, no local gold, but XL start up the Baron. His recall was stopped, and he's probably pretty happy about that as TP comes in from Caps. XL once again calling G2 to the fight. Peach on the Baron, 4,000 HP on it. Glacial Fisher coming out. Yike there as well. He landed it onto Yike, and now immediately XL will turn all attention to the Baron. They get a counter-strike out from Broken Blade.
They're gonna get out.
Just acting as a bouncer for his entire team. They can flash the wall. Odo has it. Limit will dash across, but the shock blast will hit him. Broken Blade still on the chase. Peach may pay for that Baron with his life, but what a happy price he'll take for it. Yike still on the chase forward, but they get back to the tower. And for the sacrifice of only Limit's life, XL get away with the Baron.
What a call, what a rush down, what an ultimate from Odo. Just on the tip of the Poppy ult manages to snipe out the Sejuani. Gets zoned away off to the side here as Hansama shredding through his health bar. Look at this knock. Just lands onto the Sejuani. All of XL turn onto the Baron, and this time, earlier on in the series, they turned. They looked for the fight. This time, they realize, no chance. Everyone out. If you have to die, die. You're gonna fall. You were a good sacrifice, Limit. But that's a Baron up XL, ready on a siege. Dragon's up in 1 minute 20 seconds. I'll have the Baron buff to control the waves for when that spawns to get the soul. But they don't have any top push for now. It looks like they're going to push through mid and bot.
Han's still 30 seconds before he has his flashback up. Mickey, no ultimate either. That Breath of Life is down. XL have the bot lane to push through. Still a tier 1 stands there, so that's some free-ish gold for them.
Some Caps have 2 lucidity boots for a second there, but then it turned into a stopwatch.
Sometimes it pops up with the last item they completed as well.
So how is that possible? XL is trying to hold their vision here. Abadage pushing in, Bolt's going to get that bot tier 1. Can put the passive down as well to keep the waves pushed out if he wants. Looks like he's not going to place it down for now. Maybe it's not up, but the Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, so that...
It's soul point. It's soul again for XL if they can get it.
Yeah.
And with Baron pushing these lanes is so much easier. G2 acting as a 5-man.
Yeah, Hansama has flash up now, but he doesn't have the Blade of the Ruined King. You can see he can get some uptime with that cozy campfire. He can do damage, but XL sure have a lot of firepower ready to fight back with. Base coming in from Odoambe. He has the TP. Where is he going to TP to? Base from Abadage as well. Maybe going to pick up a stopwatch. That would help him out a lot in this fight.
He's going forward. Double TP invested, 1 on the flank and 1 with the rest of the team. Abadage looking for it. Glacial Fisher hits the back line. Abadage can slide in. Hansama already down to half HP. Oh, BB gets in with the counter-strike, limit low. Broken Blade has the flash away. That's down. He's shut down by Abadage. XL now pushing forward. Odo looking for more. G2 trying to hail all on the retreat. Caps locked up with a pillar. Long-range spear hits, but he's going to flash away. And Peach is flashing forward for another taste of victory. Abadage doing everything he can to carry XL to the finals as Yike is going to try and cut the wave.
Needs to cut the wave, otherwise XL can run it down mid and get the end going. Baron buffed up. They're going to look for the kill onto the jungler of G2. Not enough damage just yet, but that'll be soul for XL. They might hunt him down. There's nothing else to play for other than the Dragon. Limit. It's got the sweeper.
Stop the port. Hits him with a Winter's Bite as well, so no execute available. Yike trying to trade back onto Limit, but Abadage now sliding in, goes on a killing spree. 3-1-3. Dragon secured for XL. Chem Soul for them.
Yeah.
And for a moment now, hope rings eternal for XL. 1 team fight away from securing a spot in the finals for the first time in the Org's history. It was only last year that we were memeing about them never making playoffs, and now 1 step away from being top 2.
What a fight from XL. The front to back worked. Hansama steps up and gets so much damage. Broken Blade buys so much space with this Flash E ultimate. Hansama's free hitting, but Abadage is hitting him as well. There's no Braum to block the damage on Hans. And he steps up for kills, has the Flash available, but that Azir is just melting through his health bar and does have enough range to fight back. The rest of G2 gets collapsed on, and this is where the big shuffle comes in from Abadage. Just about landed onto almost everyone. Actually, does land it onto all 4 of them. Not the best direction to push in, but that's the only angle he could find. Gets another 2 kills, and then Yike gets chased down for the 3rd. 8,000 damage in that last fight from Abadage.
XL yet to break the base of G2. And it's next on the menu. Tier 2 stands in bot and top. XL only 3,000 gold ahead, but Kemsol now for them. Yike might try and just steal this with the smite. He does secure it, but 3 items on Abadage. 2.5, almost 3 for Patrick.
Now Hansama has the Blade of the Rune. True. Patrick is still a little ways away from it. He has got all the components almost, so he just needs to complete it in base, and he'll have it. He'll match the items. He should have it on the next recall after he pushes out this mid wave. But that Kog'Maw is now online. XL have got a 3,000 gold lead. Hansama is very squishy, but he is online. He will shred through all of them now.
He's got a pocket Melio and a Flash.
Yeah, it's all on Hans. All on Hans right now. Caps can do his poking. Broken Blade's too far behind to do anything other than just try and frontline as best he can. He'll go towards the Zhonya's and try to buy time with it.
Now the waiting game begins once again for XL. A minute before the Baron comes up, that will be their next point of focus. Broken Blade waiting in the wings himself, setting up a little trap here in the bot lane.
Pick on side lane.
Hands on his way, Yike on his way as well. Wow. But Odo, he's so smart, man. He realizes as soon as he sees the TP control ward coming down, looking for the knockback with the Keeper's Verdict. Odo will fall here. All of G2 collapse around him. They invest a lot, but there's not much on the rest of the map for XL, apart from perhaps a mid lane as they push towards this inhibitor.
Odoamne should have TP for his respawn. XL will get a mid tier 3 off this, and maybe a top tier 2 if they move up there quickly. Depends if they want to commit to the inhibitor or not. So they could transition this into 2 towers for the kill. And he should be around for the Baron spawn. So I think XL are they're fine with that. Odoamne lost the Flash, which will suck for the next fight if he wants to try and look for a Flash stun onto the Kog'Maw, and there's an option for it. Now that's gone. But the Baron's up in 10. Is that just going to be an insta-rush from XL?
Importantly, Caps burnt TP as well, so Broken Blade the only one that can really play in that side lane now. Yike trying to step forward. XL 20 seconds still on Odoamne. Don't get over eager.
Used by Mickey. Looks like they wanted to step up there.
G2 calling for it immediately. They know they have 10 seconds before Odo is back. That raid boss is back. 10,000 on the Baron. XL. A steal here. Good securing. Going in. Peach low.
Look at Hans. Look at Hans.
Hans doing so much work as the mid falls down. So does Peach. And Hansama begins to open up. XL calling for the retreat, trying to get away. Caps still on the chase, but Baron in the eyes of G2.
Odoamne's not TPing in. He realizes this fight is lost. Look at the amount of damage Hansama can put down the second he gets uptime when that Braum shield's gone. G2 just turned the game back on its head. Back into somewhat of an even state. The Ghost is down. That's such a huge summoner for the Kog'Maw in these fights. And his positioning was perfect. Frontline Kog'Maw with that cozy campfire. Mickey's ready with the ult in case any stun comes out. And he's just melting through the front line. 3-item Kog'Maw. It's only really going to get worse for XL. They need to find a way to shut him down. Look at his auto spacing as well. Dodges away from the Braum ult. Keeps walking up in that cozy campfire. Keeps getting the damage down. Well played by the AD carry of G2. Caps lands a shock blast to force Abadage back. Odoamne holds off on the trigger to TP in. And now it's an Elder fight in 40 seconds. Hansama doesn't get the GA. He has got a stopwatch, and so does Caps. There's 4 stopwatches on G2. No Rabadons for Abadage. Looks like they're going to go through bot. Bit afraid of going through mid by the looks of it. Don't want to face check into XL, who have all their flashes available, barring Odoamne.
Only Abadage has a stopwatch on XL. Just that Zhonya's hourglass for him. Now a Rabadon's as well, though. 4-item Azir.
Oh yeah, he's got it. Yeah, it's huge for Abadage.
Nothing to be sniffed at. XL now trying to get control of the river. G2, as you said, pushing through that bot side. Abadage is going to meet the wave. The rest of XL have to take the long way around to make sure they can safely join their team. Yike will be spotted here as Odo jumps across the wall. Sweeper up for both Peach and Limit.
Odo wasn't in that last fight at Baron. Maybe he's the game changer in being the one that pushes Hansama back to stop the uptime. Maybe ulting him as he front lines away and then trying to re-engage could be an angle, but...
Or even pushing the front line away and then just jumping in, right?
Yeah, exactly. Both these teams are probably trying to figure out how they want to fight. The Elder's up, but neither of them really want to walk in there and start it. You know, G2 have Baron, they want to push XL back as far as possible. If they turn towards this, Dragon, everyone will collapse in. Actually, the Elder's not up yet.
Yeah, it shows up. It's a minute away or so.
Yeah.
Sorry that I
got a bit baited by the top right.
Yeah. It's happened to us all.
Yeah, I was trying to find logic in the reasoning. It makes sense to push them back before a neutral. But XL wasn't posturing very aggressively for Vision, so I was a bit confused, but you're right, yeah, Dragon's not even up yet. 30, 40, 50 seconds away. There's the Mikhails from Mickey, and there's the GA from Hans, so
there's
these
the
big items...
back in by Broken Blade.
Yeah, big items are coming in.
XL now stepping forward, trying to control Vision of their own. Abadage does have the TP if the fight begins. 10 seconds now on the Elder.
Yeah.
Roars into life on Summoner's Rift. Whole world on a knife edge for both these teams. XL, of course, they win here. They make it to not only the finals of summer, but also the season finals. They would knock out Koi. Odo with the last laugh there, sending his regards.
Big damage from Hans.
Odo already down to half HP. There's a fight position for BB. Wards from XL now denied. Another ward comes in. Baron, Dragon down to 1,000. Broken Blade. He got behind them.
They have no Brown Shield either. They can step up here for a lot of damage. G2.
Broken Blade comes in with the counter. Oh my god! And starting now, Hans Summer just begins to open up. Broken Blade first of all. Hans Summer trying to get forward as well, but he just continues to rain hell down on XL. Elder now the target.
They're so low.
Can Peach steal?
It's a 4v5.
Steal. It's a 4v5 in favor of XL, but their health bars are telling
they reset the Dragon
story. The Dragon resets. Hans Summer, look at him go. Limit falls, and now he steps forward, and Hans Summer just barks all over them. A triple for the Cogmore. Peach running for the heel till flash. The chase continues. The ghost comes out, and Hans Summer is looking to make it 4 and looking to send XL into the lower brackets.
Hans Summer is single-handedly taking G2 to the finals on this Cogmore. 40 seconds on Abadage, 45 on Peach. Him and Mickey, flawless team fighting in this later stage of the game. And XL, can they hold on through this siege? Does G2 turn towards the Elder? No TP on Broken Blade. It looks like they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to settle for it. But now this is gonna be a 5-6 item Cogmore with an Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
With Emilio by his side. Summoners are down though. We'll see that again, but the amount of damage this Cogmore's doing is absurd. Limits uses the shield there and gets hit by the ultimate. Look at this flank from Broken Blade. This is the 3rd time he's landed a massive stun with the ultimate. Watch Hans, just gonna stand there. Hit, constantly getting damage out. Tries to land the ultimates onto Limit to finish him off at the backside, but like you said, they were so low HP. XL, they recuperate, they regroup, and they say we have to get onto Cogmore now. Watch Limit, he's gonna W onto Odoamne and Q the Cogmore and use a shield, but Hans Summer melts through it. They can't proc the passive. Patrick can't even get in range. Abadage tries to dash away. He falls, Peach falls, everybody dies. Other than Odoamne, and they just can't get the damage down. Hans Summer is just untouched.
The power of the Cogmore in the late game, unrivaled. And now XL trying to find a way, trying to navigate through these fights, because it looks pretty impossible for them. If they can somehow get onto Hans Summer, you still have the Guardian Angel to deal with, and after that you have Caps and Broken Blade, and although they don't have the most damage in the world, it's still something pretty tricky. Mickey though, Breath of Light away from the Chain of Corruption was rooted for a second there. Now G2 reacting.
They can collapse on
coming in from Caps, as you say, the collapse possible here for G2 as they try and cut off the escape route. XL, 4 members retreating together here, but Caps is looking for the longest flank we've ever seen. Guardian Angel, Broken Blade jumps across the wall, Glacial Prism hits, and as soon as Hans Summer can begin to open up, you have to feel it's it for XL. Odo with the knockback, but only onto 1, and Hans Summer continues just to walk forward and spit fire against XL. Peach hit with the living artillery, and the laser follows him to his death. The Sun Disc comes down. The Emperor of Shurima trying to find some small vestige of hope, but no hope remains there for him. Hans Summer opens up and XL fall by the wayside.
Hans Summer is legendary. It's only Abadage left to hold. 30-second respawn timers. It's a 5-game series. XL so close to tasting victory, but it's Hans Summer that shuts them down. Knife coming through. Abadage is going to fall. Just pushes them back. Shock Blast misses.
You can survive for as long as you want, Abadage, but your Nexus Towers are not doing the same. There are inevitabilities in life, death, taxes, and G2 in the finals.
What a tough situation G2 are in. And what a hole Hans Summer had to dig them out of in that mid to late game. Very happy with that win as G2. of course, will now be in the finals of Summer, lying in wait on that Sunday to see who their rival will be. XL will play up against the winner of Heretics or Fnatic, and maybe we get a rematch if XL manage to win that best of 5.
It's very possible, and what a rematch it would be. XL, of course, still have that second chance. If they win that, they make it into the season finals.
And as much as I want to celebrate G2's win, I also want to say, you know, XL were doubted so much coming into this series, and the fact that they went toe-to-toe up until 40 minutes against G2 in a Game 5 just shows that their skill level, the quality of these teams,
it's there.
It's matched.
Yeah, it is there.
G2 just edging them out towards the end.
And XL get a week to recuperate, then they play the winner of Fnatic, Team Heretics. I think XL will rue it a little bit because they were one team fight away.
Yeah.
Right, from that Nexus. One team fight away from winning the series. And they just couldn't quite pull it out on the day, but G2 continue to be victorious here. And it's going to be an interesting week. It's going to be a really interesting one. We start on Friday. Heretics, Fnatic in that best of 5. Winner of that makes it to season finals and plays up against XL. Winner of that then plays G2 in the finals. And we crown our 3rd split champion of 2023.
So XL have one best of 5 to keep their year alive now.
They need to win that best of 5. If they win, they go to season finals. If they lose, they are then out for the rest of the year, joining Astralis and Vitality in our losers side. Koi still in contention for season finals because XL did not win today. You know, on a brighter note, player of the series votes at LEC on Twitter. Broken Blade, Hans Summer, and Mickey are your options. It's a tough one because,
well,
Broken Blade had really good laning phases early on.
He did.
This game struggled. Hans Summer had a couple of really big struggles as well. Broken Blade's pointing at us and saying it should be him.
Going like
so
this.
I'm going to say Hans Summer should get it.
No, I think so too. I mean, Hans Summer had 2 games with 14 kills, I think, in their wins on the Kai'Sa. And then this game as well, just kind of single-handedly carrying them with Mickey by his side, who was doing his job next to Hans Summer.
Yeah. It's always tough for Mickey to really show up. You know, you play a couple of Braum games in the Emilio game. It's
he already carries legendary double digits, just auto-spacing everyone.
Maybe it was just all Mickey, you know?
Yeah, maybe Mickey was like on his mouse while just like shielding him. You never know.
We're going to hand it over to Trouble, who's standing by with Dylan Falco.
Thank you very much, Medic. Fantastic cast, guys. Dylan, congratulations on this win. What a nail-biter of a series. First of all, we're all like, our hearts are pumping even right now. How did you feel? Because everyone prepares for best of series, but this particular one was so close.
So actually, internally, we've been doing a lot of work about how we are going to handle Game 4s and Game 5s, as I think we lost some really important Game 4s and Game 5s this year. So I'm really happy that we managed to clutch it out in this one. Backstage, I think everyone was just very, very nervous in Game 5, especially as they start getting Soul and they get Nash as well. But I was kind of chilling. I was okay.
You were okay?
Actually, when I got Soul, not so much, but for the rest of the game, I think I was okay.
All right, then. Well, Dylan, let's bring up a little bit of a draft of Game 5, because a few weird things happened from both of the sides, right? You guys looked Milio, the Braum got taken away, and suddenly a wild Kog'Maw appears on 4 and a Jace on 5?
So when Milio was in meta in last patch, with the very strong version of Milio, Kog'Maw Milio was actually a combo that was played, I would say, quite a bit. So it's kind of clutch to have it here on 4-5. And I think if it does get to late game, Kog'Maw can hit Poppy, can hit Trundle, can hit basically their whole team, and it's a bit hard for them to hit back once it gets to super late game.
And I feel like there's not a lot of committal engage from the other side as well, so he gets to play. Yeah, perfect. Now, Laura let me in on a secret. You guys call really good games Mr. Clean. Do you think this series was a Mr. Clean series, Dylan?
No, I do not think this series was clean. And given how strong I think we are as a team, I feel like this was not what I would like to see from our boys. I honestly think the whiplash of winning so hard in Game 1 and losing so hard in Game 2 really kind of makes things a bit weird. And I think that's something we'll have to reflect on and improve at in the future.
Now, something that has come to our attention here is that a lot of the teams, when they lose the first game, they opt to red side. But you guys played 4 out of your 5 games today on blue side. Do you particularly favor that one?
Most pro teams pick blue side. In the history of the league, it's usually winning a little bit more. You have first pick, so it's usually a bit easier to draft. I think in this series, probably the reason they opted for red side is they felt like they were getting value of flexing Jace. That would be my guess. Everyone always has their particular reason. Usually it's they want to flex something or counterpick a particular lane, but that would be my guess.
All right, and one question is, about G2 in general, because no matter what results you guys have brought, whether it was winter, spring, summer, whether you make it to the finals, whether you don't, beating G2 is always a stepping stone for every single team. Why do you think that G2 is so feared in Europe in general?
I think we're just very skilled and very good. I think the teams that scrim us all the time know that we're very hard to beat and very hard to take a series on. And we also have the legacy, right, of winning so many championships in the past. So yeah, Excel was very, very close today. There's definitely a world where they would have won the series. So I think it was really well played by them.
Since it was very close, and because I'm getting pressured by my producer here, there are 3 teams that are looking to face you in the finals, since you have qualified for it. Which one do you think is going to make it and why?
Well, Excel made it through winners, and then they took us to 5 games. So I'll have to say Excel. I'm really surprised with how good they have become. I'm kind of hoping for the Fnatic G2 finals just because for the hype.
For the legacy?
For all of that. But if I had to guess, I guess I'd guess Excel.
All right, see you in the finals, I guess, for another banger 5-game series. Thank you so much, Dylan.
I hope not. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the interview. Over to PGL, where Lauren Gulbok are joined by BB.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trouble. Welcome to the LEC postgame lobby, where I'm joined by GBBB. Let's call it like this, the Infernal duo. BB, mood check, how are you doing? How are you feeling after this series? Your coach was not too happy about this.
Very full of adrenaline. I think that was a very stressful series. It was looking a little rough, but I think we had the clutch factor in game 5. In certain plays, I think we came out on top. It was a very, very stressful series again. Like Excel really, I think, played the hearts out. They really made it difficult for us. We were about to lose the series. But I'm very, very happy that we won.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen you like this either. Like before we even go live here, you come in and you're just taking deep breaths. Like it feels like you've actually been out running a marathon with the physical exhaustion that you can actually see there as well. But yeah, for sure, Excel put up with a fight. And I think, to me, personally, that was the best of 5 all year. I think this could have gone either way. And then to drop down on a last Elder fight as well to really decide it. Wow, what a game.
And the most unexpected as well. But I mean, Dylan was saying that he was not worried for game 5, even when Excel got so. But I mean, you guys had the scaling. And when I see how scary Hansama was getting with the clock mode, were you guys confident in the way that the clock was running against Excel here and that you would be able to close it out?
I mean, to be fair, they also had very, very great late game champs, right? They had last year, and I think Abedaga had a very, very good series. He was putting a lot of damage in those fights. But yeah, I mean, we play Kog'Maw a lot. We know what Hans can do on this champ, and we're just there to help him. You know, we watch him spit on them, right, in this fight, for example, and it's just working out in so many games. So I'm very, very happy that we got to show it once again.
Yeah, you stick to it.
We see a lot with Hans Sommer here as well, but you also, right before we went live, talked about Yike. What was it Yike specifically did so well in this game to really take it back into your favor?
Yeah, I mean, Yike had an incredible early game, right? I think he came out 4-0 in the early. I think I was struggling a bit in the laning phase. They played pretty well. Oda played really well this matchup. But I think, yeah, Yike really saved the game in the end, right? When he flashed for the minion creeps. To delay them, and they had to chase him. So, I mean, there's been many cases where we could have lost the game, right? But we didn't in the end. So I'm very glad we found those clutch moments. Yike was very clutch. I think I was clutch in one team fight with a really huge flank, and then picking the Poppy off the side lane. That was a very, very good call by everyone, you know, because we knew for a fact we're going to lose the 5v5 on Nash. Then we saw Poppy walking up bot, and I was hiding, and Caps was ready to TP. It was very, very coordinated, that play in such a stressful match. I think that is very clutch, right?
Yeah.
So very happy we can pull off these kind of plays, even when we're not in the best position to win the game.
And definitely in stressful moments like this as well. You were in contention for player of the series. So how would you rate your performance globally today on the 5 games that we had?
I think I played good today.
Yeah.
I think I had a better series than the previous series that I played. So I'm very happy with my own performance. I do think that Hans had incredible performance on his champs.
He actually got player of the series here, so I guess spitting on people was the...
Who else?
I think Mickey
Okay.
Yeah, Mickey, Hans, and you.
Well, everyone could have gotten it right. I think Hans though played very, very well. As for me, I think I played good. I had a lot of solo kills this series, which I'm very happy about. Played Renekton a lot. But yeah, I mean, I think it's just very stressful, really. I'm very tired.
I can imagine.
But I'm happy. I'm happy.
Yeah, and yet another finals for G2. I want to follow up on something that I saw in Euphoria that, of course, G2 account retweeted. The interactions between you and BB, ex-teammates. I know that there's a lot of Abadago, sorry. There's a lot of history between you guys. And you were mentioning the Scrim results against XL and the fact that they don't win a lot. Did they play differently today compared to what you usually see in Scrims? Or was it you guys also just missing the mark on some stuff?
I mean, I can tell you that they have won more games today than they have ever in scrims this split.
All right.
Which is, like, we didn't scrim them as much. I think this most scrim team was SK. But they have performed very well, I think. I didn't come into the series thinking, oh, it's going to be this difficult, right? But they really put up a fight. I think there's a very high chance we meet them again in finals if they keep playing like this. But this makes it even more exciting. I think if you were to lose today, I would not even be able to be sad because they just played better in that sense, right?
Yeah.
They really put out a fight because probably they put in a lot of effort and a lot of work, right? And I think the patch is also very good for them. I think their draws were smart that they put out today. But right now they will have to go through lower bracket, right? Which is not always easy. It's a lot more pressure now. We're off that hook.
For once.
For now.
Yeah, it's fine.
For now, yeah. And yeah, I mean, we will be able to get some data from the teams that have to play the lower bracket now.
Yeah.
And wait for them in the finals.
GB, what are the learnings after today when it comes to G2? How strong we thought they were? Maybe it was just a slump today, or XL rising also again, and looking forward to the rest of the bracket that we have here.
I think it's more interesting actually continuing to hone in on XL because you talk a lot about their prep as well, and I think once again it goes into the fact that their coaching staff has been doing so much work behind the scene as well to really just get everyone prepared. Because I think from where this team started and where they are now in a short amount of time that you actually have to really improve here, it cannot be understated how difficult with this amount of time it is to get from where they started to where they are now. And I also just think in general, as you said, like the meta is really good for them, but I also think they utilized a lot of the drafts after game one where I think they had a little bit of a tester, then they adapted, and then after the adaptations, it just looked like a complete different team. Because like, if you only look at game one isolated in a best of one today, you'd have said, well, XL is just the same as always, G2's looking good, but then it turns into a series, and I cannot curse, but they adapt so well.
Yeah,
like, it's just insane.
Yamato had some words about
Yes, I'm not gonna pull the same card.
Any conclusions that we can draw on the entirety of the LEC and the teams that are left playing here in playoffs and the overall level we have in the league? The focus should be Worlds as we're getting closer to this, so that's why I want to ask temperature check of the.
So at the beginning of groups and playoffs, right? I was very happy about the state of LEC. I think there's a lot of teams that were good and or had their identity, you know. If you look at Fnatic, if you look at us, you would have hoped Mad Lions could have showed up, right? They didn't. But like right now, XL is showing up, which is really great, I think, for the league. Another team showing up to, you know, compete and like make everyone else even stronger. And they really put up a fight. And we can learn so much from the series because if it goes to 5 games, there's a lot of things that could have gone differently for us and for them, right? So I hope both teams actually benefit from this and gonna have even greater showing, right?
XL is going to be about keeping the momentum. And for the rest of these teams, next Friday, as we said, Friday for the rest of
Friday,
Not
guys.
Saturday, Friday.
Friday,
Mark it in the
remember.
calendar right now. Heretics and Fnatic will fight again to stay alive here. What's your take on the matchup and who should take this one when it comes to... I mean, both teams have evolved, it feels, after the first series. But
well, I think I have to be a bit biased here.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
I will give it
Obviously
to...
Fnatic.
I'll give it to Heretics.
Nice.
I think Fnatic is very strong. They bounce back. Like, this is a team that bounced back. They unexpectedly lost against SK. Bounce back. Very, very good showing against SK, right? It was even. So that is a huge motivator if you are a competitor, right? And you beat the team that just beat you in a very convincing way. So they will have a lot of momentum. But we'll see. I'm not sure about in a best of 5, anything can happen as we saw today, right?
I mean, yeah.
I think it's really going to be a series where it's going to start really slow. I can imagine, like we even saw it in some of the games we saw earlier, where when you know that you can't lose a single game, where the first game starts a bit slow, but now it turns into a best of 5. So you kind of build yourself into the series as well, where the first one, maybe there's a bit of nerves. You finally get used to the stage, you get used to the draft that you're playing up against. So I think it's just going to continue to develop throughout the series, like kind of like we saw today. And once again, like the fact that it's out for the team that loses and the one actually continues to go to season finals.
And
like,
I was
you feel
about
like
to
both
say,
of them deserve it, you know? Like it's so crazy.
It makes me even more excited when I know that we have season finals coming after this. And you guys locked the first seed here, I believe. You're not qualified for Worlds yet, but if you win the upper part of the bracket, you will be. So you have a safe situation as of now. If you look at the points we have, as we said, Vitality is out, Astralis is out as well. Koi stays alive here as Excel did not win the series. It's gonna be an insane race for this last spot, it feels. And again, Heretics or Fnatic get knocked out if they get eliminated next week. So yeah, any early take on how you think this one is gonna develop, GB?
My God, so tough.
It
is. If Excel can continue with what they did today, I can easily see them go into the final again. But it's also the fact,
it's so tough to call, you know? I don't have all the background information. I only can get a grasp of what we see when they go on stage. And
yeah.
I mean, if I had to make a bold prediction, maybe I see that Fnatic takes it against Team Heretics to go up against Excel, and then Excel go into the final just right now as a take after seeing this series. But, you know, I don't know. It's so difficult to call, and I'm not really... It's impossible.
A lot of interesting storylines, and again, I love that the league is so hard to predict right now. But that's all for us here on this side of the LEC. BB is really tired. Thank you for joining us tonight. It was a pleasure having you. We're going to take the selfie, of course, and we'll see you next week also for the rest of playoffs. Sitting comfortably in finals, waiting for everyone else. What do you want to pose? Yeah, this one, of course. Classic. Yeah, it's been ages. The classic. I can't do it with like one arm. Okay. Thank you, BB. GB, thank you as well. And thank you all for watching. Reminder, we will be back Friday for the rest of playoffs. Heretics versus Fnatic. Don't miss it. Simply, it's going to be a banger, and we'll see you next week. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
And Patrick cleansing away. Limit going in for Hans Sommer. He's down to 200 HP, and Patrick looking for the end. Can't get the spears in Hans Sommer's back. Mickey with the re-engage. Patrick flashing away. Dodge away, but he still gets stunned up. The Glacier Orbit is just too much. G2 get a double in the bot lane. What's about Abadage? Caps, is he gonna? It just walks past him and just dies. G2, what are you doing? Has to flash away the exhaust. So taking twisted advance all the way into the back line, but Limit delivered the knock-up. And XL find 2 again. XL really fighting back. Oh! Broken blade. Oh! Oh!
Yeah. Okay, I think you win anyway. You win. Good job. Look at the Kaiser. Guys, just go right, keep going right, and go Jace. Yeah. Nice.
Hitting front. Kaiser no. Go Trundle. Yeah, I'm a bit zoned out. You guys should win. Kaiser no. You can win this slowly.
Dodging away as well as Patrick on the back line. It's being such a nuisance in the side of G2. Patrick! Great flash into the root. Patrick with a Featherstorm. Caps trying to get away, but he's stunned up. He's locked up. 2-2 is low. Caps, that's a greedy recall. Charm. Killer Instinct. They look for Patrick. The Featherstorm comes out. Someone dodges away from the root, but he's going to fall. There's the root. The death charge as well. Dyke using the stopwatch to Solar Fire on the back line immediately cleansed by Patrick. Caps takes out Peach. The charm just short as well, and now Caps locked up with a pillar. Long range spear hits, but he's going to flash away, and Peach is flashing forward for another taste of victory. Abadage doing everything he can to carry XL to the finals.
How can we just burst it? Miller. I'm ulting Sage out. Sage is out. Finish. Look me. We need to run up, you guys. We're gonna go on us again. Here we go. It's fine. Go. Just run. You win the fight. Azia.
Yeah. Guys,
keep going.
You can end. Mid.